regular hearing for Thursday, April 27th, 2017. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings, and when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Fong.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Koppel.
Here.
Commissioner Melgar.
Here.
And Commissioner Moore.
Here.
We do expect Commissioner Richards to arrive shortly. Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1 for case number 2015-002653 CUA at 1016 Taharo Street, conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to June 22nd, 2017. Item 2 for case number 2016-001190 CUA at 4143 through 4145 24th Street, conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to July 6th, 2017. Item 3 for case number 2013.0975 ENX at 888 Tennessee Street, large project authorization is proposed for indefinite continuance. I have no other items proposed for continuance, and I have no speaker cards.
Are there any, excuse me, is there any public comment on the items being proposed for continuance? Being none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
Move to continue items 1 through 3 as noted.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to continue items as proposed, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar or considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 4, case number 2016-00722225 CUA at 1285 Sutter Street, conditional use authorization. Item 5 for case number 2016-007474 CUA at 814 Bryant Street, conditional use authorization. And item 6 for case number 2016-005702 CUA at 524A Clement Street, conditional use authorization. Please note that there was an original recommendation for approval with conditions. However, on April 13th, 2017, after hearing and closing public comment, the Commission adopted a motion of intent to disapprove by a vote of 5-0. Commissioner Johnson and Moore were absent and continued the matter to April 27th. The recommendation today is for disapproval. And Commissioners Johnson and Moore, in order for you to participate, you need to acknowledge that you reviewed the previous hearing and materials.
Yes.
I have reviewed the.
Wonderful, thank you. In that case, Commissioners, I have no speaker cards.
Great, thank you, Jonas. Any members of the public that would like to remove any of the items from the consent calendar? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item 6 off of the consent calendar.
Do you want to make a motion on the remaining?
Oh, yeah, sorry. And I'd like to make a motion to approve items 4 and 5.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then on that motion to approve items 4 and 5 on consent, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
I don't see any reason, but yes.
No, this is
And-
just on approving 4 and 5.
Huh?
This is on approving
sorry.
4 and 5.
Yes.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0, and we'll consider item 6 after as the first item on the 3 p.m. calendar. Or do you
I
want
see
to
members of the public here. Let's do it first.
do it first?
Yeah.
Very good. Commissioners, that'll place us under your on Commission matters. Item 7, consideration of adoption draft minutes for March 16th and March 23rd, 2017.
Any public comment on the draft minutes? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Fong.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to adopt the minutes for March 16th and 23rd of 2017, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places you on item 8, Commission comments and questions.
Any commission comments? Oh, we can move on to the next item, Jonas. Thanks.
Very good. Department matters, item 9, Director's announcements.
No new announcements today, Commissioners. Thank you.
Item 10, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals. There was no Historic Preservation Commission hearing yesterday.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs for the Planning Department. First on the Land Use Committee's agenda was the off-street parking and loading ordinance sponsored by Supervisor Farrell. This ordinance proposes to clarify, consolidate, and update off-street parking and loading requirements in the Planning Code with the changes made under Phase 1 of the Planning Code Reorganization Project. The Planning Commission initiated the ordinance on June 30th of last year, and then on September 8th recommended approval of the ordinance. At the land use hearing, Supervisor Farrell introduced an amendment of the whole, which included fixing typographical errors that arose due to changes in the planning code since the September adoption. During deliberation, Supervisor Peskin asked staff to clarify the minor substantive changes in the ordinance, commenting he felt that the term minor substantive changes was an oxymoron. Satisfied with staff's answer, Supervisor Peskin made a motion to recommend the ordinance to the full Board of Supervisors. The only speakers during public comment was staff from MTA, who spoke in favor of the ordinance. The Land Use Committee then recommended the ordinance as amended to the full Board of Supervisors. Next on the agenda was Supervisor Yee's dwelling unit mix ordinance that adds an additional option for dwelling unit mix requirements for large buildings in specified zoning districts. The proposal would allow developers to have a mix of 2- and 3-bedroom units that result in no less than 35% of the total number of units having 2 or 3 bedrooms, with at least 10% of the total number of proposed units having 3 bedrooms. Commissioners, you heard this item on June 16th of last year and recommended approval with modifications. Your proposed modifications included 1, to provide the dwelling unit mix option for bedrooms in RTO, Hayes Goff NCT, Upper Market NCT, and the NCT 3 districts. 2, to include a minimum percentage floor for 3-bedroom units in the new option. And 3, to monitor projects that chose the new bedroom option and include the data in the annual housing inventory starting in 2019. Since you heard the legislation, the proposed new option was amended from one that required a unit mix that resulted in at least 50% of the bedrooms in units that have more than 1 bedroom to no less than 35% of the total number of proposed units having 2 or 3 bedrooms, with at least 10% of the total number of proposed units having 3 bedrooms. While markedly different than the original proposal, this change fulfilled the Commission's second recommendation by providing a floor for 3-bedroom units. The other 2 recommendations were also added to the ordinance. After closing public comment, the committee voted to recommend this item to the full board. Next on the agenda was Supervisor Yee's ordinance that would allow developers to meet their child care fee obligations by dedicating an inclusionary unit as a child care facility. Commissioners, you heard this item way back in October of 2015 when the ordinance's main goal was to establish a citywide child care impact fee. At the time, you voted to recommend approval with modifications. The proposed modifications were to 1, remove the designated child care unit from the ordinance and consider the DCCU section as a separate piece of legislation. This recommendation was intended as an add-on to staff's recommendation that a separate program be created for this purpose, rather than using the inclusionary program and creating a new de facto preference for the inclusionary program. And second, to clarify child care fees levied in plan areas remain in area plans. When this went to the board in 2015, Supervisor Yee did duplicate the file. He also took the dedicated child care unit piece out of the ordinance, and he amended the ordinance to clarify that child care fees levied in plan areas remain in area plans. However, the duplicated file, he did not create a separate program for dedicated child care units. Instead, this program would allow a developer of a project with 10 or more affordable units to provide 1 or more designated child care units in lieu of paying the residential child care impact fee, and such designated child care units may be inclusionary units. At the hearing, there was about a half dozen public commenters, mainly in support of the ordinance and expressing the need for more child care options in the city. This item was ultimately continued to the call of the chair so that Supervisor Yu could work more closely with the Mayor's Office of Housing on the plan's details. Last on the land use agenda was the Article 7 reorganization ordinance. Commissioners, you heard this item on February 2nd of this year and voted to recommend approval with the direction to allow amendments if they preserve existing code requirements. At the land use hearing, staff gave a full presentation of the proposed ordinance and the public outreach to date. Staff also proposed an amendment of the whole, which would better clarify MCD and formula retail requirements. These amendments were approved by the committee. Public comment included only a few speakers, most in opposition. The commenters appear to be misinformed at what the ordinance actually does, and staff was afforded the opportunity by Supervisor Tang to correct some of those misconceptions. At the request of Supervisor Peskin, the item was continued to the call of the chair so that he could continue to evaluate the proposal. Staff has requested a meeting with his office to discuss his issues and is currently awaiting a response. This item is likely coming back to the Land Use Committee on May 15th. At the full board this week, the Supervisor Peskin's accessory dwelling unit ordinance passed its first read. And then lastly was the appeal hearing for the environmental determination for the project at 953 Treat Avenue. On October 25th of last year, the department issued a category exemption for the demolition of existing one-story single-family residence and the construction of 6 new dwelling units. The project also required conditional use authorization, which was approved by the Planning Commission on February 16th of this year. The appellants of the category exemption contested the Planning Department's finding that the 1887 Italianate cottage was not a historic resource under CEQA. The appellant's argument focused on 3 issues related to the subject property. 1, that survey findings from 2010 were contradictory. 2, that it was eligible under Criteria 1 for events as a good example of this property type. And 3, that it was also eligible under Criterion 2, individuals, for its association with John Center. Planning staff explained that survey findings were not contradictory. The confusion over the survey findings was a result of an error in the Planning Department's database. Planning staff explained that the subject property was not eligible under Criterion 1, as there were better, more intact examples of this property type in the mission. Staff also showed that there were insufficient ties with John Center to establish significance under Criterion 2. Supervisors' questions focused on getting a better understanding of the survey process and history of evaluating for the subject property. Supervisors also sought additional information regarding the methodology for evaluating property. There was significant public comment, both for and against the appeal. Comments included differences in professional opinions among qualified historic preservation professionals, as well as individuals expressing support for the proposed project that would add new housing units to the neighborhood. The board ultimately ended up upholding the Planning Department's categorical exemption and denying the appeal. The final vote was 7-3, with Supervisors Kim, Peskin, and Ronan dissenting. And this week we have one introduction. It's the SUD for the Corona Heights Large Residence, Special Use District, sponsored by Supervisor Sheehy. This is a permanent fix to the interim controls that are currently in place in the Corona Heights neighborhood. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any questions?
There's no report on the Board of Appeals either, so we can move on to general public comment not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Yes, that's me.
Go ahead.
Hi, Laura Clark, YIMBY Action. And I would like to address some recent news articles that have been questioning the integrity of somebody who you all know very well, Planning Commissioner Christine Johnson. And I would like to push back on them pretty strongly. I think you all have firsthand experience working with her and her absolute dedication to the work that this body does, which I sometimes question. But she certainly is a very hearty believer in. I think that it's important to talk about bias. Every member of this commission has bias. Most of you are homeowners. That makes you have an interest in what is happening in your day-to-day decisions. Some of you have associations with labor who has a financial interest in this process. I understand that some of you may be landlords. That's an extra financial interest. There is no one who lives in the city of San Francisco who does not have a financial interest in the outcomes and the decisions that this body makes. Personally, that's why I think this body should make less decisions. But if you believe in the process of having representatives, unelected officials make these kinds of judgment calls, inherently built in this process is bias. And I think that it is unfair to drag someone through the mud who has clearly demonstrated an impeccable record and a sometimes frustrating for me love of detail and being thorough in her decision-making process. I think that it is really important for us to realize that this is a biased system that I question inherently, and he who is without sin casts the first stone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Any additional public comment? Ace.
Ace, how's everybody doing? Welcome. First of all, my name is Ace Washington. I'm here strictly on two reasons. I'm the czar of the out-migration, the African migration. I like to strike that name, African American. I'm a black American. So that's one of the things that once I get acknowledge who I am, I'm going to strike it in everything in City Hall. We're not African Americans. We're black Americans. See, Jesse Jackson did that for the benefit of his with the Rainbow Coalition back in them days. Ask Ed Lee. He knows. We both work with Jesse. But right now I'm here to talk about the issues at hand. I'm here in support of Commissioner Johnson. Now, although the merits on this case needs to be reckoned with, because not only, like the last person spoke, the city is corrupt all the way from the head to the butt. So why in the hell are you going to come on this sister right here that happened to be African-American black, very brilliant. I know when she came up the ranks was at the CAC in Bayview, very brilliant. Then the mayor put it on OCII. She was doing a wonderful job there. But the mayor said, oh, let me put her over here where I need her, in the Planning Commission. Well, she's over here doing a good job. The problem is, unless you can find something irrational or illegal, but I am concerned about what Quentin Kopp said about the dual positions. You need to check this whole administration because they're apparently dual and triple positions. You got department heads that are doing dual. Let me give you a good example. Housing Authority, Vice President. He is also on the OEWD is being scrutinized. The current Executive Director of OCII happens to be the Director of Public Finances. Most of y'all are on a committee that oversees the OCI. Listen, let me just say something. Why don't you go through the whole strip and find out what's happening with city and county of San Francisco? Calling the feds, they're already here. But this is a corrupt city. Pay to play, bribery. I mean, let me go on and on and on. But I'm here as a tutor. I'm here in support of the sister because she ain't did nothing wrong. She just following what y'all normally do. And the thing about it is, I'm here in support of her, but I'm also here in support of the Ethics Commission because they're a strong body right now. They've been doing what I've been wanting to do in 20 years. So we got to evaluate this because we got to balance it off here. Because personally, Commissioner Johnson, because I know her personally, she had done nothing wrong but exquisite work for the community. Not only for the black community, but for city and county. The woman is brilliant. Okay, so anyway, I'll be back to talk some more. My name is Ace, damn it, and I'm on the case.
Thank you, Ace. Any additional public comment?
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name's Richard Ivanhoe, and I'm not going to speak about any individual commissioners. Just want to point out as to appearance of bias that the planning department gets approximately 85% of its revenue from application fees, and thus that could lead to an appearance of bias. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional general public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to the regular calendar.
Very good, Commissioners. We'll place this under your regular calendar, and item 6 was pulled off of consent, so we'll take up the matter now. Case number 2016-005702 CUA at 524A Clement Street, conditional use authorization. Again, the original preliminary recommendation was to approve with conditions, but please note that on April 13th, 2017, after hearing and closing public comment, the Commission adopted a motion of intent to disapprove by a vote of 5-0. Commissioners Johnson and Moore were absent and continued the matter to April 27, 2017. Commissioners Johnson and Moore have both acknowledged that they've reviewed the previous hearing and materials to participate in today's action.
Great.
Good afternoon, President Hillis, members of the Commission, Laura Aiello, Department staff. As you've just heard, I'm here today to present the motion of intent to disapprove the conditional use authorization request to legalize a formula retail wireless store in the Inner Clement Neighborhood Community District, and I will be available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Ayala. Do we want a project sponsor presentation?
It's entirely up to you, Commissioner Hillis, as the chair. This is the second hearing.
Yeah, second hearing.
We
so
should
we'll
afford them 3 minutes and 1 minute for public testimony.
Okay. Is the project sponsor here for this item? No. So we'll open it up to public comment, and we'll provide for 1 minute of public comment since we heard this item before. Is there any public comment on this item?
My name is Michael Busk, B-U-S-K. I'm with the Clement Street Merchants Association. I'm sorry I don't know the process well enough to know exactly what's happening, but if there's any idea about delaying this decision, for at least 3 reasons it should not be. 1, they had 30 months of experience on Clement Street, that is Cricket Wireless, to make their case about conditional use authorization. 2, the sponsor had full time to gather witnesses. He had two witnesses. 3, the opposition was 9 merchants who took off from closed their stores in many cases to be here and then to wait until the issue was held. If the issue is because we lost is not adequate to add another inning and delay this. Even the Dodgers know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
I listened to the presentation. I was very impressed by public testimony, particularly the detailed experience of local merchants. Supervisor Fewer, thank you. I haven't used the word often enough. Supervisor Fewer weighing in with the experience and representing her district was very compelling to me. The conversations shared by all of you indeed touched on those sensitive points that we have discussed many, many times in similar cases, and I'm in full support of denying this project for the reasons that were well summarized by all of you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I wanted to pull this off the consent calendar because I wanted to make sure that I voiced my my comment on this project as well. Normally, when it comes to thinking about formula retail and CUs and NCTs, I am generally on the side of the petitioner as long as they're a decent actor. I tend to take a different view of the impact of formula retail on neighborhood commercial districts. And again, with this commercial district, the percentage of formula retail was relatively low to begin with, and so looking at my record, most people would think, you know, I would support support this. However, I listened to the recording, read the report, have seen their attempts to move around the neighborhood commercial district in the past, and think that this particular application doesn't warrant approval. But I wanted to make sure to put it off consent because historically I'm not, I wouldn't say for formula retail, but generally speaking, I take a high bar to disapproving or otherwise thinking negatively about applications for formula retail locations. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
I actually appreciate you opening it up for discussion. One additional comment. Since these people had been indeed operating without permit and proper procedure for 30 months, two wrongs don't make a right. And I think that is another very compelling issue because we do need to set a precedent that that is just not going to work. Some commissioners recommended, I think it was Commissioner Richards, that the neighborhood corridor adopt additional guidelines on their own, which I think is a good recommendation, but that is, again, part of a different discussion. And so I just wanted to make sure that we are also considering that they have been operating without proper permits for 30 months, which is just not acceptable.
Great.
Commissioner Johnson.
So I'd like to make a motion to uphold the intent to disapprove and disapprove the project.
Second.
There's nothing further, Commissioners. There's a motion that has been seconded to disapprove. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 11 for case number 2017-001061 PCA-03. The Inclusionary Affordable Housing Program ordinances. There are two for your consideration. Planning Code Amendment titled Inclusionary Affordable Housing Fee and Requirements, and Planning Code Amendment titled Inclusionary Affordable Housing Fee and Dwelling Unit Mix Requirements. You will also be considering findings of consistency.
Just before we get into the staff presentation on this, we just, the issue has been in the media about conflicts in whether Commissioner Johnson in this case could or should vote on this item or participate in this debate. So we thought it would be good, and I know Commissioner Johnson wants to say anything, make some comments, but also Mr. Givner is here from the City Attorney's Office, and I know, from my own personal participation in this commission in seeing our fellow commissioners that we often face this question, whether it's because we're employed in some profession that connects us with a project. For me, it's been the fact that I worked on projects in the city and they've come about here, or my employer, or we own property that may be impacted on this. And I think we do an excellent job of consulting with the city attorney and, if appropriate, asking for recusal from votes from this body. And if I could just ask Mr. Givner if he can kind of summarize the process, and maybe, I know it's difficult because it's a complex set of rules, kind of what would constitute a conflict and how we kind of sort that out with you before Commissioner Johnson, I know, would like to ask some questions also.
Sure. Deputy City Attorney John Givner, thanks for inviting me to the meeting. So as you all know, among the duties of our office, the City Attorney's Office provides ethics advice to all city commissions and boards and departments, and often commissioners on this body and just about every other body in the city contact us if they have questions about whether they have a legal conflict of interest and have to be recused from participating in a certain matter or voting on a certain matter. The City Attorney's Office has a special unit that handles ethics issues among some other responsibilities. I'm the supervisor of that unit. There are three of us who, as part of our day-to-day jobs, provide ethics and conflict of interest advice to city officials. So the way it often works is a commissioner who thinks that he or she might have a conflict or just wants to talk through an issue will call me or one of my colleagues and explain the situation. we'll ask questions that we consider relevant to the conflict issue and advise on whether there is a conflict or not a conflict and what steps the commissioner should take. In those situations, we don't do an independent investigation, but we get information from the commissioner who's asking for the advice. There are a lot of different conflict of interest laws that apply to commissioners and elected officials and employees in the city. The most common type of conflict that comes up is when a commissioner or board member has a financial interest in an item that is appearing before that commissioner or board member. The best examples of these are if my employer or my spouse's employer has a contract with the city, I cannot participate or sit on a commission that considers that contract because my family has a financial interest in the item because my spouse's employer stands to make or lose money off of it. One common way that conflicts come up in land use items that this commission considers is if you own property within a narrow radius, usually about 500 feet, of a property that is appearing before you on, for example, a conditional use authorization hearing, you may have a conflict because the theory goes your property value may increase or decrease depending on how you decide on a matter regarding another property on your block. And then on your question of what happens, Commissioner Hillis, if a commissioner has a conflict of interest, generally under a financial conflict of interest, the commissioner cannot vote in the matter in which he or she has the conflict. At the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, unlike some other local commissions, a commissioner who has a conflict must disclose the nature of the conflict and then not participate in it. It must disclose the nature of the conflict in a public meeting and not participate in the matter before the commission. If we advise that the commissioner does not have a conflict and may vote, then under the charter, the commissioner must vote unless the rest of the commission votes to allow the commissioner to recuse from participating in that item.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, John. I'll have a couple questions for you in a minute, but I have a statement that I'd like to read first. And normally I don't get so formal with this stuff, but I want to make sure that I'm super clear today. So I actually wrote a little story, and I'd like to tell everyone about it. So I've dedicated large portions of my life to public and community service ever since I moved to San Francisco. It's been the honor of my life to have been appointed to many bodies and to serve the people of the city and county of San Francisco. So right now I'm a San Francisco Planning Commissioner. In over a decade of service, I've been hardworking, independent-minded, and have focused on making the city a better place to live. In March, I joined the staff of SPUR, a 100-year-old nonprofit organization, as San Francisco director after a year of serving on the SPUR board of directors. The commission has asked the city attorney here to support the commission and the public's understanding of the analysis of potential conflicts of interest between my role as a planning commissioner and my new role as director of SPUR San Francisco. Before I ask any additional questions, though, I'd like to continue on my statement about the events leading up to today. So after being informed of its existence yesterday, I watched the Ethics Commission hearing of April 24th and was extremely dismayed by the lack of open process. For nearly an hour, in clear violation of the Brown Act, the Ethics Commission discussed and allowed multiple sections of public discourse on the topic of my ability to act on the item of inclusionary housing today. During this discussion, the Ethics Commission talked about potential conflicts of my acting on items related to, quote, low-income housing and, quote, who housing will be for, without referencing that the Planning Commission is being asked to opine on two multi-part legislative proposals that touch on many topics. In an additional violation of the Brown Act, the Commission took an action to send me a letter urging my recusal from the, quote, Thursday item, presumably referring to inclusionary housing legislation. The actual letter, which I received late yesterday afternoon, went further than that and urged my recusal from, quote, any and all actions as planning commissioner that may relate to SPUR or its activities in San Francisco, unquote, and asked me to recuse myself from, quote, any discussions or actions related to housing or other development projects at the San Francisco Planning Commission meeting, unquote, both today, April 27th, and thereafter. This urging was not backed by any specifics in the letter on what conflicts would cause my recusal from all of these decisions. The deliberations on Monday and subsequent letter also did not highlight how my circumstance is different than that of many other current and past commissioners who have staffed or volunteered for nonprofit organizations. The Ethics Commission discussion and action was done without the benefit of a full set of facts about either the complete nature of the decision before the Planning Commission or the potential intersection with my role at SPUR. Because it was not agendized, I did not have the opportunity to know the discussion was going to happen, so I could have provided accurate information to their staff or attended the hearing myself. Today, I have an opportunity to provide my reasoning behind my decision on whether or not to participate in this action item. Although the Ethics Commission letter that resulted from the Commission's actions was broad, I'll focus on the current item on inclusionary, since that appeared to be the decision most at issue during Monday's hearing. While I was considering taking a role at SPUR, the city attorney advised me that since there was no direct conflict between the two roles, I would not need to step down from the Planning Commission, but that there were steps I should try to take to avoid the perception of conflict. Ultimately, I decided that due to the intense time conflict between the two roles, it was best to eventually transition off the Planning Commission. In the short term, I decided to take all necessary precautions to avoid conflict of interest so I could continue to serve, thereby avoiding the harm that would be caused by leaving the Planning Commission short a member for an indeterminate period of time. In relation to today's decision, I've taken the following steps. I've refrained from working on any issue related to housing policy in San Francisco at SPUR. SPUR works on many other things other than housing. SPUR, in turn, is refrained from taking any position on the legislation proposed today for recommendation other than a public blog post that was written and published before my start at SPUR. The public post addressed only a few aspects of the multi-part proposal under consideration. So as a planning commissioner, my base of knowledge for making a decision includes multiple pieces of confidential advice from the city attorney on potential legal issues with today's proposals, present and past staff reports, staff briefings, other publicly available information including research papers, and most importantly, public comment and commission discussion today and from many previous hearings on the same topic. The combination of my years-long track record of participation in commission deliberation on inclusionary housing policy, my understanding of the city attorney's advice on conflicts, and lack of specificity from the Ethics Commission lead me to decide today that I can and should participate in deliberating on this agenda item. And I'd like to invite the city attorney back up. I have a few questions for you. Thank you. So the first one is, can you confirm that I consulted with the city attorney prior to starting my role at SPUR about potential conflicts with my role as planning commission?
Yes, you spoke with our office in mid-January about these potential issues.
Thank you. And can you address how the city attorney assessed the potential for conflict of interest between my role working for a donor-supported nonprofit and my planning commission role?
Sure. Generally, there are two set. No, let me step back. It's not uncommon, as you all know, for commissioners to be appointed who are employed to this commission or others who are employed by nonprofit organizations supported by donors. Whenever that happens, whenever there is a commissioner who is appointed who works for a nonprofit, there are generally two sets of issues that we evaluate and advise on, and that is those are the issues that we advised Commissioner Johnson on. The first is whether any fundraising or funders of SPUR would create any conflicts for you, Commissioner. As a general rule, employees and directors of nonprofit organizations don't have financial conflicts of interest arising from donors to their organizations. So while if SPUR were a party to a proceeding, say SPUR owns a building and had a CU pending at this body, then you would almost certainly have a conflict with regard to that matter because your employer would be a party and financially interested in the outcome of the matter. But if a SPUR donor were a party to a proceeding, even if it was about that donor's direct financial interest, like a CU on a particular property, or a special use district involving a particular property. If the donor were a party, no recusal would be required. You would not have a conflict of interest. So essentially, one way to look at it is as a general rule, we don't pierce the veil of the nonprofit organization that you work for and find that you have a conflict just because someone made a donation to that nonprofit. There are rare exceptions to that rule if, say, a nonprofit organization is essentially solely funded by one donor. Say a large company has a nonprofit that it basically runs and supports exclusively. In that situation, an employee of the nonprofit might have conflicts with the sole donor. But my understanding from our conversations with you is that that is not the case with SPUR, that there is no single donor that has more than a small fraction that provides more than a small fraction of the overall SPUR budget, and that no donor directly contributes to support your personal salary. So for that reason, we advise that you would not have any conflicts as a result of any donors who might have a financial interest in the outcome of this ordinance. Even if you don't have conflicts of interest that require your recusal, there are some situations where disclosure is required. Generally, if you have a particular personal, business, or professional relationship with someone who has a financial interest in an item before you, you must disclose the nature of that relationship in some circumstances. Based on your short term at SPUR and our conversations about your activities there, you don't have any relationships with any donors that would require any such disclosure regarding this ordinance. In the longer term, there's another disclosure obligation that the Board of Supervisors recently enacted. It won't go into effect until 2018, and we would, of course, work with you, as with all commissioners, on complying with that disclosure obligation. So that's the first bucket of potential issues where we concluded you did not have a conflict, was issues around fundraising and donors. The other bucket is what we call the nexus rule. There's a state law that says basically you cannot have a financial interest in any decision that you're making as a commissioner. And the way the nexus rule works is if you are employed and paid to accomplish a certain outcome, you cannot, in your official capacity as commissioners, vote on or participate in an item that will accomplish that same outcome. So, for example, if I had a side job working for Friends of the Urban Forest, and they were paying me to make sure that the Board of Supervisors places a charter amendment on the ballot regarding street trees, I could not then participate in my official capacity on behalf of my office on that charter amendment, because I'm being paid to accomplish that goal. I cannot, in my official role, also work to accomplish that goal. The nexus rule requires us to look really closely at the duties that you are paid to perform in your private capacity. If you are paid to accomplish Goal A and Goal B by SPUR, you are not prohibited from voting on Goal C. It's really a question of what your role is for the organization. And as you just mentioned, you've informed us that your job duties do not include advancing or supporting SPUR's positions, if to the extent SPUR has any positions, on inclusionary housing. And based on that information, we advised you that you do not have a conflict under the nexus rule either. And on both fronts, that you may vote on these matters and do not have a conflict. I should say one more piece is that these issues, as I said, come up often for city commissioners. And off the top of my head, I can say we have given advice to commissioners on these issues, these nexus and fundraising issues, on this commission, on the MTA board, on the PUC commission, on the Port Commission, and I'm probably missing a number of, and Police Commission, I'm probably missing a number of others, but this is, the advice that we've given you is consistent with advice that we have given over many years to a large number of commissioners.
Thank you very much. I think that I've concluded my views on this topic, and I appreciate the city attorney's efforts in advising the public on what I was advised on a couple months ago. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for taking the time. I know, if you watch the Ethics Commission hearing, which I did, we've spent more time now talking about the conflict in the substance of this issue than the Ethics Commission did, which I think is troubling given there's lawyers with scores of years of experience on the Ethics Commission, and in clear violation of the Brown Act, they made this determination, which I think is unfortunate. So thank you for the clarification, and Commissioner Moore, I apologize that this has come before us, but I'm glad we've had some time to clear the air. And now we can jump back to the staff. Unless anybody has any questions on that issue, we can jump back to the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jacob Bentliff with the Planning Department. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you about a series of proposed changes to Section 415 of the Planning Code, the Inclusionary Affordable Housing Program.
I'm sorry, Jacob, before you keep going, if those members of the public with phones or other mobile devices, could you please turn them off or put them on silence? Apologize.
Oh, no problem. We have been here at a couple of prior hearings to discuss these proposed amendments. On February 23rd, we had a report from the Controller's Office going over the findings of the Controller's Economic Feasibility Study for the Inclusionary Program. And on March 16th, we had an informational presentation going over both sets of proposed ordinances to Section 415. Today, we are here to walk through our staff recommendations for the Commission for your consideration and potential action. There we go. So I'm just going to quickly do an overview of the inclusionary housing program as it is today, reiterate some of the key findings from the Controller's study, outline briefly the implementation considerations we have before us from the Planning Department, and then, of course, walk through the proposed recommendations themselves. First of all, the inclusionary program has been around since 2002, and we had the ordinance, Section 415. It was revised after 2007 when the first Nexus study came out. In 2012, the program was revised yet again in combination with the creation of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And in June of last year, we had Proposition C passed by the voters, which called for basically three things. First, it changed the rates in Section 415 to some temporary rates. It required that the Controller's Office conduct an economic feasibility study and repeat that study every 3 years to determine what is the maximum economically feasible rate or requirement for the inclusionary program. And it also called on the Board of Supervisors to take action to make permanent requirements. And that is why we're here today for the Planning Commission to offer their comments on that before it goes to the board action. I want to note a little bit about the inclusionary program and its role vis-a-vis our other below market rate programs in the city. This is a pie chart that's talking about our current stock of below market rate units that have been produced in the city. There's about 27,000 of them. As you can see, all the colors that are in the kind of orange-red palette are all below 60% of area median income, which is the level that you can serve with federal tax credits. That is the lion's share of our program, about 75% of all of our BMR units. In addition to that, we have a few units. We have about 25% of the units that are above the 60% level. Most of those have historically come through our redevelopment agency, which we no longer have, and we have about 10% of all of our units have come from the inclusionary program. So it is an important piece of the pie, but it's not an enormous piece of it. And the vast majority are still serving low-income households. I want to also comment, this is the current stock that we have. Moving forward, looking at the pipeline, we would expect that we would continue to see a relatively similar split between the low-income production through tax credits and other programs and the inclusionary production. Just a brief note for reference of some of the area median income levels we'll be discussing today, 50% through 140%. These are some of the income
ranges associated with those numbers and some of the professions which fall into that category. As I mentioned, below 60% AMI can be served by tax credits and other programs. Above that level, we have no other programs to serve individuals at these income categories. We can come back to this as needed. All right, so to walk through the current program very quickly, the program applies to buildings with 10 or more units, and we have smaller projects identified as 10 to 24 units and larger projects identified with 25 or more units. The current alternatives to our inclusionary program are to pay the affordable housing fee if you're a smaller project in the amount of 20% of your units, if you're a larger project in the amount of 33% of the project units. And for the on-site alternative for Section 415, you can do 12% on-site for small project or 25% on-site for larger projects. The income levels that are currently served for smaller projects are at the 55% AMI level for rental and 80% for condo, as they were prior to Proposition C. And for larger projects, we have 2 income tiers. This was a new innovation of Prop C, was to have the moderate income tier also to have units serving 100% AMI for rentals and 120 for condominium projects. So that's the current structure that we're looking at. I want to go over the findings of the Controller's Economic Feasibility Study because that really is the reason that we're here, and that is the name of the game. So first and foremost, the Controller was tasked with determining what is the maximum economically feasible rate for the inclusionary program. What they determined was first and foremost that rental projects and ownership projects could handle different rates, and so you will see that we're now talking about different requirements for those 2 types of tenure. I also want to emphasize the rationale behind these numbers being presented as a range. Let's just talk about the rental projects and what is the maximum on-site feasible requirement of 14 to 18%. The reason that's presented as a range is because the controller's analysis looked at a bunch of different types of prototypes for typical projects in San Francisco, looked at the residual land value of those projects, and aimed to determine when you would be likely to prevent or stop that development from going forward due to the economics. Because San Francisco is a very diverse place, a lot of different types of projects and parcels we're looking at, it's a range. And so it does not, what it means is that anything below 14% would absolutely be feasible, no reason to question that. Above 18% for typical projects, very unlikely that the project would be economically feasible. For a project that's at 16%, it's going to depend on the circumstances. So I want to emphasize that we are talking about the top end of the range as we move forward today, and that there will be projects that fall within this range of what was feasible from 14 to 18%, for which the requirements may or may not work depending on a variety of circumstances for that particular project. Second, there was a recommendation from the Controller study to have a schedule of annual increases to the inclusionary requirement. The logic behind this was that if we give the market enough time to adjust to those requirements, they can continue to be economically feasible in theory as time goes on, rather than having a sharp increase in those requirements at a single point in time. The Controller also suggested that a rate of 0.5% per year over a period of 15 years would be a reasonable rate of increase for the schedule of increases. The Controller study also addressed the affordable housing fee itself and simply indicated that we should revisit that program to ensure the affordable housing fee that we're charging reflects the actual cost to the city to construct affordable units in San Francisco. Finally, the Controller study addressed the issue of the state density bonus law. The primary finding of the Controller study was that the use of the state bonus law would impact the outcomes of the inclusionary program in San Francisco. And so there was a significant amount of attention paid to that by the Technical Advisory Committee and the Controller staff, as well as the consultants. The findings of the Controller study were that we cannot assume that every project in San Francisco will use the state density bonus, and we cannot assume that every project that does use the state density bonus would receive the 35% maximum bonus allowed under state law. We also saw from the Controller study that the recommendation was to set the inclusionary rates at a level that would be feasible with or without the use of the state bonus law based on that finding. And finally, the Controller's office recommended that projects that do use the state bonus should pay the affordable housing fee on the bonus units. All right, let's talk about the proposed amendments before us today. Very quickly, the summary of the 2 packages before you. There's no change in when the program would apply. Still over 10 units, still have smaller projects, still have larger projects of 25 units or more. The inclusionary requirements under either case would be increasing for the fee, the on-site, and the off-site rates from what we had before Proposition C. Both proposals would have different requirements for rental versus ownership projects. Both proposals would suggest changes to the affordable housing fee and the way it's calculated and the way it's applied. Under either proposal, the income levels would also serve a wider range of households than previously under either Proposition C or under the Section 415 prior to Proposition C. There are a few new things as well, and each proposal had a schedule of annual increases, as I discussed. Each proposal had some provisions related to the use of the state density bonus law, and each proposal had provisions related to unit mix requirements for residential projects in San Francisco. I just want to very briefly outline the implementation considerations. We worked very closely with our staff in the planning department, as well as at the Mayor's Office of Housing and others who deal with these issues on a day-to-day basis. There's a lot changing under the proposed amendments, and these are some of the areas where we've kept a very close eye to make sure that our recommendations before you today will reflect a program that is workable for us over several years. The key areas that we looked at were how we would designate the inclusionary units, that is the planning department's responsibility. We need to designate them at multiple income levels if we go with either proposal. We looked at what would happen in the case of rental to condominium conversions. We'll discuss that later. We looked very closely at these so-called grandfathering requirements from Proposition C. We looked at the implications and how to implement the schedule of annual increases. And we also looked at how we would implement the changes to the affordable housing fee. Those are all considered and included in the recommendations before you. Finally, our proposed recommendations before you that you've hopefully had a chance to review in our staff report from 2 weeks ago. First and foremost, what inclusionary requirements are we talking about? For smaller projects, staff recommends that we stick with what is under both proposals and under Proposition C, which is to remain at the pre-existing 12% on-site and 20% off-site requirements for smaller projects of between 10 and 24 units. No change there. For larger projects, staff does recommend the provisions as recommended by the Controller's Office to stick within the maximum feasible range at 18% for rental projects on-site or 20% for rental projects on-site for condominium projects. You can also see the corresponding fee or off-site rate. So for a rental project, you would go 18% on-site or 23% fee. And for a condominium project, you're looking at a 28% fee or 20% on-site. Again, these are the maximum numbers in the ranges from the controller study. Regarding the schedule of annual increases, staff does recommend that we adopt this recommendation from the controller study, however, with modifications. The concept being, again, that to give projects time to adjust to increases in the requirement would make it more feasible for projects and thus increase housing production or support housing production. I also want to pause for just a moment to point out that following the publication of our staff report 2 weeks ago, there were amendments introduced on April 18th last week to the proposal from Supervisors Kim and Peskin. We have provided a supplementary memo to the Commission and also published it on our website this week going over those changes. There were not a whole lot of significant changes, but one of them was to apply the schedule of annual increases to smaller projects as well. Previously, we had recommended the annual increases on larger projects. Staff is now recommending that we also apply those to the smaller projects under the same logic that given enough time, projects can hopefully adjust to this requirement. I want to go over the details, again, with some modifications from what you will see in either proposal for the schedule of annual increases. Both proposals had annual increases. Staff recommends that rather than increasing by 0.5 or 0.75% every year, that we simply increase by 1% every other year. This avoids sort of a lack of transparency by having a requirement that's 18.5%, which of course is really 19%, and so on and so forth. It also makes it so that we're only updating that document and that affidavit document for project sponsors every other year rather than more or less constantly. As you know, projects take many years to go through our process. We also would recommend that in order to keep with the controller's core recommendation here that projects be given enough time to adjust, that this increase not begin until at least 24 months after the effective date of whichever ordinance is ultimately passed by the Board of Supervisors. The maximum, the ramp should have a specified maximum ending point rather than to be continuing in perpetuity. That is our recommendation, to end those at the rates that you see before you here, 23% on-site for rental or 25% on-site for owner. That would be where you would end the ramp in about 10 years. Again, we also worked with our staff on the implementation side to say, well, when would we determine what your rate is and when would we determine how long that's good for? So here's the proposal from staff. When you submit your environmental application, that's when your rate would be determined. You would then have 3 years from your entitlement to your first construction document. If you have not pulled a construction document 3 years after entitlement, your rate would be reset to whatever the rate of the day is. All right, the income levels of the inclusionary units themselves. We've looked very closely at this. We've looked very closely at market data, at production data of housing, and at our existing housing programs to deliver the recommendations that are before you. First of all, it's important that when we write the ultimate language for the ordinance that the requirements apply to the price of the unit and not to the income of the household. That's how it's always been written, and that's the way that the Mayor's Office of Housing implements that. We as a planning department can only designate what a unit's maximum sale price or maximum rent price is. We really don't have the ability to be tracking in real time, constantly moving forward, what the income of every single household is and designate units accordingly. So that's just an important language tweak that should be incorporated no matter which direction we go. Secondly, staff recommends a proposal that is within both proposals, which is to have distinct income tiers and to widen the range of AMIs that are served by the program. We're recommending 3 distinct tiers, which I'll go over in a minute. And also, we recommend that the AMI levels themselves for the households be targeted at the households that are currently least served. If you'll recall from our informational presentation a few weeks ago, we looked at what we're producing currently and where we have resources to produce affordable units in the future. As I mentioned, there are no other programs to produce moderate income or low-income units above 60% AMI. So we recommend targeting units at that level with the inclusionary program. This is a unique opportunity. This is our only tool we have available to us now to serve units that are at that level. So what would the tiers look like? For smaller projects, we recommend a single income level, given that the projects are quite small, between 10 and 24 units. That would be 80% of area median income for rental projects, or 110% of area median income for ownership projects. For larger projects, we recommend having 3 tiers. First, starting at the low end for rental from 55, as we currently have, to 80% in the middle, up to 110. Why that range? The 55% level for rental would reinforce our current programs to serve low-income households. The top end of the range at 110 reflects essentially the level at which you could be a household making that much money, and we believe you should still be able to access market rate housing if you're above that level without paying more than half of your income. That's really the question at the top end of the range, is if you can't get a BMR unit, are you going to have the opportunity to participate in the market for housing in San Francisco? Once you get above 110, it is conceivable, it is feasible for households to participate in the market while paying a very significant amount of their household income, but not over half. That's why we've drawn that line. Excuse me. For the ownership projects, it's a little bit of a different question. The bottom end of the range we're suggesting is 90%. That really reflects household economics. No matter what your income is, if you're a buyer, you still have to qualify for a mortgage. You need to put together a down payment. In many cases, a much larger down payment as a percentage of the sale price when you're looking at trying to get a lower mortgage payment. And also, you need to pay HOA fees and all the other attendant costs of home ownership. So when we look at what the incomes are at the 90% level, anything below that, thank you, can be difficult for homeowners to actually attain. The top end of the range there at 140% AMI, we've looked at our data on what units we are producing that are below market rate. We've looked at our data on which households at which income levels we are losing. We don't see as much of an issue above 140% AMI, but we do see households being lost in San Francisco who are between the 120 AMI and the 140 AMI level. In other words, there is a supportable need to have affordable ownership units at 140% AMI. I would also point out that above that level, you start to get into the issue that was addressed by some of the commissioners in our last hearing, that you may see sales prices in other cities around the Bay Area that could be comparable to that, and you have to wonder whether or not folks would choose that BMR unit in San Francisco versus going to another location. I'm also going to invite Kate Hartley, Deputy Director of the Mayor's Office of Housing, to go into a little bit more detail about how in practice the Mayor's Office of Housing will serve households within these maximum levels. And the key point, I think, as you'll find, is that under these levels there would be no gap in coverage between a level significantly below 55% AMI up to 110. So let me bring up Kate.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kate Hartley, Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. So I'd like to start off by saying that our recommendations on income levels and eligibility for BMR units, as Jacob described, does offer an expansion of our current inclusionary program while still continuing to serve low-income and very low-income households. We sought to close the gap that currently exists in our inclusionary program, where many households were experiencing heartbreak. If they were at 56% of area median income instead of 55%, they were rejected, or 61% of area median income not only rejected from the BMR program because they made slightly more annually, but also they're not eligible for a tax credit unit. So that was a really big hole that we want to address, and we have through this expansion. Whoops. Okay, so I'm going to show you a graph that sort of lays it all out quite easily in a second. But in terms of the mechanics, we want to set a floor for eligibility that's not based on an AMI, for which if you made $1 more or $1 less, you could be denied eligibility. But it really goes to stable households. So we want at the lower end of our 3 income tiers that households have a minimum, for rental, households have a minimum income of 2 times the rent. For the upper end, we don't want to be over-subsidizing households. So we're looking to a HUD standard that they use in many of their programs, which is that the rent burden for that household, given the rent, should not be less than 25% of their incomes. This will really be a much more meaningful metric in terms of determining eligibility. It will reach a broader range of households, and it will also address both our desire not to over-subsidize and to make sure that households can be in units in a stable way. So here's the graph. So you'll see in the lower income tier, 55% AMI, we can reach very low-income households with these metrics. In the 30s for the 55% AMI tier, and then up to 63% for that tier, which creates this 25% rent burden. If you make 64% of area median income, you won't be denied. You'll have an opportunity to go up to the next tier. And you can see there's quite a lot of overlap. At the middle tier, 80% AMI rent, we can reach people at 50%, into the 50s of AMI, going all the way up to 93% of area median income. Similarly, if you make 94% of AMI, you won't be rejected, you won't be denied an opportunity. You can go into the upper tier, which will range in eligibility from about 70% of AMI to 130%. This offers opportunities to a broad range of households, all of whom cannot afford market rate rents. For a rental unit, an average 2-bedroom, as you know, I'm sure, is going for about $4,200 a month. That takes about almost 170% of AMI to afford that rent. Ownership is a little has more moving parts because to qualify for an ownership unit, you have to get a first mortgage from a bank. They have their own eligibility criteria. They'll look at a wide variety of things. So we have some different standards there, but again, we recommend 3 income tiers to really provide full coverage. Now, for ownership, it is important to note that we often reach very low-income households because they are able to bring to the transaction a large down payment, either through their own savings or through gift funds, which means that they qualify for a lower mortgage and can afford that home. On the other hand, some high-income households can't qualify for an inclusionary unit because they might have a very high amount of debt and they can't get a first mortgage. So there are some things that are out of our control, one of which, very importantly, is homeowners' dues. And that is something that, over the long term, we really don't have control over. And the lower your income, the more vulnerable you are to rising HOA dues. And we, again, don't want to see households in an unstable housing situation, and that is why we recommend the lower tier of 90% for the household inclusionary units. Here's the graph on that, but you'll see, again, we cover a very wide, we recommend these tiers to cover a very wide range of eligibility. For the lower tier, going into the 70s for AMI, up to 100% AMI affordability for that tier, from 90% to 120 for the middle tier, and then 120 to 150% of AMI could be eligible for the tier that has a price point set at 140%. Now, homeownership has some pretty extreme pricing in our city. As of March 31st, according to Zillow, the average new unit coming online is $1.167 million. That takes an AMI level of 253% to afford. So you can see, even at these higher income levels, typically in most neighborhoods, you're well below market. Okay. Moving on to the affordable housing fees. Because of changes to the AMI levels and the eligibility programming for inclusionary, we had to change the way that we assess fees in conformance with the Nexus requirements. So we are recommending that we go strictly to the cost of MoCD to construct an affordable unit. That's really what we're trying to get at. How much does it cost us, to produce a unit? Also, we want to value these fees in terms of the gross square foot applicable to the principal project, because that's going to create proportionality with respect to the fees. We also recommend against creating distinctions between different building typologies in terms of assessing fees, because per Nexus requirements, that would require us to segregate the different pots of fees and apply them to the similar typology units. That would take from us flexibility in putting resources where they're needed, when they're needed, and could cause delays in getting those funds out the door. So just for an example, currently the average cost of an affordable unit in the MoCD portfolio is around $600,000, $585,000. We can leverage about $300,000 in other funds, and that leaves a gap for us of about, on average, $285,000. At 28% for the recommended inclusionary fee, that translates to, for the market rate product, about a $78 per gross square foot over the entirety of the principal project. On a 100-unit building with a typical square footage, that would generate about $8 million in fees. Now, comparing that to where we are and what this gross square foot calculation achieves, under the old methodology, if you had a 100-unit building, 51 bedrooms, 52 bedrooms, it would have generated about $6.36 million in fees. At the higher fee level, under the proposed methodology, we're at 8, as we just saw. If you are a luxury housing producer and your unit size is 2,000 square feet per unit, which does occur in some places, the fee based on the gross square foot calculation would be $15.6 million. So this is really a value capture for the more expensive units, frankly, in the market rate portfolio. That's it for me. I'm going to turn it back to Jacob. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. This is the last couple of areas we'll be discussing today. First of all, the state density bonus law. As I mentioned, the controller study found that we cannot assume that every project will use the bonus law or would receive the maximum bonus, and therefore our recommendation is that the fee levels and the on-site levels should be set at a level that is feasible regardless of the use of the program. We are also recommending that if a bonus is to be requested, it should be requested through a local implementation of the state law that provides for a more tailored bonus to San Francisco's context. And there are some bullets summarizing that. There are a couple of particular provisions that we are recommending for you. The first is that the affordable housing fee be charged on units that are attained through the state density bonus as recommended by the controller study. In addition, there were some administrative conditions that were put forth in the proposal from Supervisors Kim and Peskin. We are recommending that 2 of those be included in final legislation. First, that we require reasonable documentation from project sponsors who are seeking to use the state bonus in a manner that's consistent with state law and consistent with local implementation of the state bonus law. We also recommend that the Planning Department be required to provide an annual report to the Planning Commission on the use of the state density bonus program by project sponsors. In addition, in the amendments proposed by Supervisors Kim and Peskin last week, there were some provisions related to requiring additional feasibility study in cases of significant upzonings. Our recommendation, as conveyed in the memo we provided earlier this week, is that feasibility studies are a good thing. We do them all the time. We plan on continuing to do them, and that we just make clear that if we're going to have a requirement for additional feasibility study, that it only apply to work where we haven't actually done that already. That would be our key takeaway there. Regarding the unit mix requirements that were provided in both proposals before you, the department hasn't had the opportunity to really exhaustively look at this and come up with particular recommendations for what the exact unit mix should be in a building or the exact requirement should be. However, we do have one concrete recommendation on this, which is that if there is going to be a dwelling unit mix requirement, it should apply to all the units in the building rather than only to the on-site inclusionary units or the off-site inclusionary units, so that we can still meet the requirements of Section 415 to provide below market rate units that are comparable in their distribution, size, and other features to the market rate units in the same building. We have a couple of considerations for you as you discuss this item. First of all, if there is to be a dwelling unit mix requirement that expands beyond existing requirements, it should be economically feasible for projects. Unfortunately, we haven't had a chance to study what exactly that looks like, but we can comment that from the controller study, which justified the rates we're talking about today, they did assume the area plan requirement we currently have, which was 40% 2 bedrooms. So we know that at least that is within the feasible envelope. Secondly, from our preliminary look at data of existing households and families in San Francisco, we feel that there is actually a need for 3-bedroom units that is supportable. We're not exactly sure what the right rate is. As we mentioned in our staff report, it seems to be in the area of 10%. So it would be a worthwhile consideration when looking at what the requirement is. How likely do we feel we'd be to get 3-bedroom units versus 2-bedroom units within that requirement? Finally, I want to touch on the grandfathering and area-specific provisions that were included in Proposition C. These are a little bit complicated, so bear with me for a second. Proposition C basically included incremental increases for projects that entered the pipeline between 2013 and 2016. So, for example, your on-site rate might be 13% or 13.5% or 14.5% as it builds up to the final rate. Our recommendation here is simply that whatever the rates are, they be within the maximum feasible level. So our recommendation is that the on-site rates from Proposition C for those pipeline projects be maintained. That's those 13, 13.5, 14.5%. However, the incremental increases from Proposition C for off-site and fee, those would actually exceed what the maximum feasible level is. And so we recommend that those be struck from Section 415. What would that mean? That would mean that the maximum rate that we're recommending, 23% on-site, or rather 23% fee for a rental or 28% fee for a condominium, that would be what would apply to all projects that have entered the pipeline since 2013. Regarding area-specific requirements, we have higher requirements that were set as part of the Eastern Neighborhoods rezoning in Section 419 of the Planning Code in our UMU districts, or urban mixed-use districts. Again, in most cases, these would exceed the maximum feasible amount, so we actually recommend removing the incremental increases on top of those UMU rates. Rather, our recommendation is to retain the original 419 rates for UMU districts, and that if and when they're superseded or exceeded by the citywide rate, that the higher of the two apply. So what you would find is, for example, for a smaller project in an UMU, you might have a rate of 17.6%. That's one of our numbers from Section 419. Well, that's greater than 12%, so that would be what's operable. Finally, Proposition C really only contemplated changes to the on-site and fee requirements themselves, the percent requirement. However, both proposals and our recommendations and the recommendations of the controller study went into a lot of other areas of 415, which are now changing. So we felt it was important to have clear guidance about what rules people are playing by across the board. Our recommendation is very simple here. If you're entitled, those are the rules that you're playing by in your conditions of approval. If you are not entitled, other than those provisions I just mentioned about the on-site rate, you would be subject to the rules of Section 415. So the 3 AMI tiers, for example, provisions related to a condominium conversion ordinance, those things you would be subject to. Let me just give a brief summary of those recommendations, and then we can move on to public comment and to our discussion as well. So in summary, there's no change proposed to the application of the program, so that's an easy one. The inclusionary requirements themselves, they should be feasible for typical projects. Those are the numbers that we're recommending. The income levels should expand so we can expand our reach. They should complement our existing programs, and we should have them structured so there's no gap in our coverage. As Kate was just describing, the numbers we put forward to you today would ensure there would be no gap in coverage from our inclusionary units. For the annual increases, our recommendations are to give projects time to adjust to increases so that we can support those increases over time. Regarding the state density bonus law, our recommendation is for reasonable documentation and reporting and to have a fee on the bonus units. And finally, regarding the unit mix requirements, it should be a total project requirement. It should be feasible and supportable. I believe I noticed Supervisor Peskin join us. I'd like to...
Supervisor Kim is here also.
Oh, and Supervisor Kim. Sorry. So I'd like to just point out to the Commission and welcome them up for any comments they may have before we get into public comment.
I think Supervisor Peskin may have left, but Supervisor Kim, do you want to speak? Welcome.
Thank you, President Hillis and Commissioners. I had a set of talking points, but you largely got the details of our ordinance as well as the competing ordinance. And you've also heard from me as well a few weeks ago when you first had a preliminary hearing on these two ordinances. I thought I would start with some what I believe are incorrect information that was presented by the Planning Department just now. One that was really striking to me was that the fiscal feasibility study stated that no more than 23% of off-site affordable housing fee was feasible, and that the maximum was 28% for home ownership. That is clearly wrong. That was what was stated if you want to do on-site affordable housing if you assuming that you got the density bonus. The maximum, assuming the density bonus, is actually what we have selected in the ordinance that is before us today. And we don't believe that we need to lower the grandfathering negotiated rates for affordable housing fee, which, by the way, was negotiated and agreed upon with our market rate developer community. And so I would be very disappointed if the commissioners not only took a step back from Proposition C, which was mandated by the voters, asking private market rate developers to build 25% on-site or 33% off-site, but to also lower what we already negotiated last year with developers on the grandfathering clause for those that began their EEA process in 2013, 14, and 15. A couple of points that I just wanted to make here today to the Commission. And wanting to note and quote actually the Planning Department staff's own statement is that either proposed ordinance would constitute, they said, quote, the most sweeping set of structural and material changes to our city's inclusionary housing program since the program's inception. And I think that that statement alone states why these two ordinances require a lot of thought and study and examination. And we would really encourage this Commission to give the Board of Supervisors your best set of recommendations on how we can build the most affordable, both working class and middle income housing possible here in San Francisco. I'm not going to say all the things you already know, that we're in the midst of a housing crisis, that people who make very good money can't afford to live here in the city, that that our vacancy lists at our public schools are growing because our teachers can't afford to live here. Here in this country, the federal government and government has largely gone out of the business of building housing. And we know at the time that they did that we were actually largely able to house our working class and middle class households and families. But we have now decided through a variety of policy decisions over the last 40 years that we will leave the production of housing to our market rate private developer community, that they are responsible for building housing for all of us. So when we build legislation, when we write and build legislation that determines what we build and who we build for, I think it is incredibly important that we ask our private market rate developer community to build as much housing as possible for working and middle class families. And so when we went to the voters in June of 2016, voters agreed that market rate developers could do more. Now, I had mentioned a number of deals that I'd negotiated over my time on the Board of Supervisors where with upzoning, we're able to achieve numbers like 33% and 40%. But we wanted to come with a number that was reasonable, assuming that most developments don't get upzoning. 25% was a number that we came, 15% for working class households and families, 10% for our middle class families, because we know the middle class is now getting squeezed out of San Francisco. And I think it is appropriate that as we move forward that we have an inclusionary housing policy that includes a wider set of income levels. We also thought it was incredibly important that we build for families, as was clearly articulated by both commissioners here and by the planning staff set of recommendations around housing, which is why we are mandating a mix of 2 and 3 bedrooms, not but both 2 and 3 bedrooms that are included in our inclusionary housing policy. I want to note that planning staff said that there wasn't enough time to study what the appropriate percentage would be of 2 and 3 bedrooms. And if we're going to set that policy here in the next couple of weeks, and it is the most sweeping set of structural changes that we're making to our inclusionary housing policies, I think we should get it right. And so if that requires a little bit more time to find out what the right mix of 2 and 3 bedroom is, then let's actually take the time to study that so we pass the right law moving forward, assuming that this is the law for at least a couple of years. And we know that at the time that we're building a number of housing projects, and we want to make sure that we get that number right. Maybe the proposal that Supervisor Peskin and I put forward is not the right unit mix, but I would like to know what it is before we get the final set of recommendations from the Planning Commission. The state density bonus program, I know that this is a bit of a point of contention about whether developers will take the state density bonus. Our inclusionary proposal assumes that developers will be taking the state density bonus program. I think at this point, much of the evidence is anecdotal. We don't actually know the direction that our developer community can take. In my experience, I've never had a developer walk into my office and say, I know I can build to 150, but I'm only going to build to 100. That has never happened to me. That is my own anecdotal stories that I will share with the Commission, is that I've never seen a developer not build as high as they can as of right. With the state density bonus program that was state law that was passed last year, we are now allocating an additional 35% of developable space for our market rate developers. Now, I know that we're hearing anecdotes that developers won't be taking this, but I haven't actually seen hard data that points to that. So assuming that they will take, as we've seen in the past, the height that they can build to, our ordinance takes into account that 35% increase. And so that is why we state 24% for inclusionary housing on-site and 27% for home ownership off-site. I think that is incredibly important, not just from a policy perspective, but from a real human life perspective, of which you will hear in public comment today. And you probably know, but I will warn you, we have hundreds of people that are here that are ready to speak at public comment about why this higher percentage is so important. I will end with this note, and before I give the floor to Supervisor Peskin if he has returned, and that is who will benefit from these dueling inclusionary housing proposals. One, and we can look at a number of different calculations, will benefit our developer community by anywhere from $30 million to $100 million. And I think it's incredibly important when we look at the percentage that we really think about what is the maximum that developers can build to house our teachers, our nurses, our hotel workers, and our restaurant workers. We believe that number is the number that we have set forth in the ordinance that Supervisor Peskin and I have introduced. We believe that developers will continue to build in San Francisco and be able to build at that level. And we will, even if it's 1 more unit or 5 more units or 10 more units, depending on the size of the project, has that many more households that will be able to continue to live here in San Francisco. I think it would be a mistake that from the outset that we would assume that anecdotal evidence should favor the developer's perspective, which is that they should build less affordable housing in order to move forward. I think the fiscal feasibility study has shown that they can. I don't think that there's a reason why we should assume that they will not take the state density bonus. In fact, I think they should take it so that we can build both more market rate housing and more middle income housing and more working class housing, and that is the proposal that we should be working with. But I think my final note is really just this. If this is the most sweeping set of changes that we're making to our inclusionary housing policy, which is one of the most important means by which we garner additional affordable housing units, then we got to get the percentages right, we have to get the AMI right, and we certainly get the bedroom unit mix right. And if that requires a little bit more time for us to study that, then I think it deserves that additional time, because I want to make sure that the Board of Supervisors passes the right legislation. I'm sorry, I will end with two more questions. One that I would love the Planning Commission to consider. And one is this, and we've heard this through the process even of refining our measure, which is, should we consider neighborhood AMI when we determine the maximum average median income that we allow market rate developers to build? There may be some neighborhoods where 110% AMI is just the market rate. And I think that it is incredibly important that we do not allow market rate developers to include as part of their obligation something that is just market rate units. So a suggestion that was made to us that's not even in our own ordinance is to consider the AMI of the neighborhood that they are building in and make sure that the maximum AMI that's allowed to be built and be considered as part of your inclusionary obligation to be maybe 10% or 15% less than what the median AMI of that neighborhood is. So I asked the Planning Commission to consider that. The second is a point that we also did not take on in our inclusionary housing ordinance, and that is the assumption that was agreed upon at the inception of the program, that if you build below market rate units, that you can build units that are smaller and that have makes and models and furnishings that are slightly less than those of the market rate units. While we did not sever that piece of the inclusionary housing program, I would love to hear the Planning Commission's thoughts on that. I think we've been hearing more and more from our constituents. Why is it that below market rate units are considered lesser than those of market rate units? Shouldn't we get the same sizes, the same unit mixes, and the same appliances and amenities that our market rate neighbors have? And I'm so sorry, I said two, but I have one more, and that is the maximum AMI that a studio or one bedroom should reach. It certainly makes sense for 2 and 3 bedroom inclusionary units to have higher AMI eligibility to be included under the inclusionary housing program, but I think it is a very good question whether it makes sense that we market studios at 110% average median income and how far that truly is from market rate. And should we set a minimum number of units before we allow the higher AMIs to kick in? So, Planning Commission, I do not envy your position. There's a lot of questions that are before us today. I do look forward to hearing your discussion, but most importantly, I do want to ask that we get this policy right and that we not rush through this process. We have time. Final note, we have 3 developments that have agreed to 25% affordable housing without any upzoning, and that is 1515 South Van Ness, 30 Van Ness, and most recently 550 O'Farrell. So we know that market rate developers without any upzoning can do 25%, and that was what was passed in Proposition C, and we hope that the ordinance that is recommended by this Planning Commission will come as close to that number as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. All right, so we're going to open it up to public comment. I will call names. There's many people who want to speak. If you hear your name called, you can line up on the screen side of the room, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. All right, Ace, you're first. George Wooding, and then Paul Weber, Ozzie Ram. Let me call some names, Ace.
Okay.
Anastasia Yavanopoulos, T.J. Bassa, Corey Smith, and Richard Ivanhoe. Go ahead. Your 3 minutes have started.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everybody watching the television station that I created some 15 years ago. Never got the credit, but that's okay. But what I'm here to say, first of all, I want to say, Commissioner Christine, you did a wonderful job making that presentation. You sure you're not a lawyer?
Sorry, Ace, just 1 second. Okay. Yeah, if you can line up on the screen side, it'll be good, and we'll keep the door
okay,
open.
watch the time. Hold the time now. My name is Ace, and I've been on this case. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say one thing for everybody watching. I hope the mayor and the world's watching. I'm not here just talking about this issue here. I'm here talking about you guys talk about all these new amendments and the inclusionary and the studies and all of these things are new. Let me tell you about the real deal. Let me tell you about the real Johannesville deal. You guys are talking about the future changing policies and all of this stuff, but let me make a notice, a public notice, make it official. I'm making a public notice to the city and county, the city by the bay, where everybody thinks everything's okay. But it's time for y'all to hear what Ace got to say. I've been here for 25, 30 years before all y'all. I was here when the real deal was going on, when all the black folks and everybody came down there. I look in the, I don't see us. Do you know why? Because our population is going down. And you know why? It's the San Francisco trend. That's what they want. And you go back to the urban renewal, which I call the Negro removal, but it's the black removal. Let me just say one thing, and let me calm down, because my doctor said, hey, slow down, because you can't get your, all these studies and all of these mandates, and these supervisors are battling each because they want this, they want that. But what about the blacks? The blacks that's been here open the doors for everybody, for every race, every sector in the city. But now, since the out-migration and then mayor, who is the lieutenant governor right now, and I'm going to knock on his door because he came back there and celebrated what he did for the gays. But what is he going to do for the people that have black faces? Excuse me for getting emotional, y'all, because I not only have an obligation like y'all have, I have a moral obligation. I may look like this, but I got kids. And their kids got kids, and my grandson got 3 kids. Well, damn it, I'm what they call in the Bible the 3 C's. My children's children. So I'm putting you notice out here in San Francisco. If you don't adhere to the recommendations that the soon governor did on the African-American out-migration, which is the black migration, you're in compliance. You're in violations. And I don't need no permission because I'm on a mission. And if I can't do what Ed Lee has been doing me for years, I'm going up to Sacramento. And if I got to go back, I go to Washington and tell Trump to come to Fillmore so he can tweet about what they done to the Fillmore Street. He talk about, well, y'all blacks got to lose. I want to tell him what we lost. So forgive me for being emotional. My name is Ace. I haven't finished what I'm saying, but all this what y'all doing is going to have to become under our clothes, because I'm not just a person. I'm speaking for the race of people. Our migration is the law, just like y'all talking about.
Thank you, Mr.
5 recommendations about housing. I close. All the stuff you talk about housing, it should be something set aside for the blacks. So I'm putting a recommendation that's going to be set aside for 500 families.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Everybody's got 3 minutes. Mr. Washington.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Mr. Wooding.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you, Ace. Okay.
I get emotional. I'm going to tell my great-grandkids. I've been community activist for 20 years, and nothing's been done. And all these new beginners coming in, and all these races getting the houses. Oh, no.
Thank you, Ace. Mr. Wooding.
I'm going down to Ed Lee's office right now and tell him, Olson Lee and all them Lees.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is George Wooding. I'm the president of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. I personally support the Peskin and Kim amendments. The voters in San Francisco do matter. Proposition C won by 68% of the vote, and its inclusionary housing rate of 24% required developers to make 25% of the units affordable. There should really be no cuts to affordable housing. The Peskin-Kim proposal requires that developers of big projects designate that 24% of the rental units are affordable, 15% for low income, and 9% for moderate income. The city should consider the public's vote as much as developers' profitability. I find it curious, too, that London Breed's proposal is the most perplexing, as she has often stated in public about her humble background growing up in D5 in affordable housing. Now she favors less affordable housing and more moderate income housing. So the mayor clearly wants the lower inclusionary housing levels as he favors developer profitability. It will not be surprising when the mayor's 4 appointees on your commission vote today for the Breed, Safaye, Tang amendment. So, okay. Further, the Planning Commission cannot even vote for Home SF, which this inclusionary housing will be stripped into, as it was placed on the Land Use Transportation Committee last year and has been severely amended by Supervisor Katie Tang. Surprisingly, the Planning Commission actually voted against AHBP last year. Few people remember that. When it went to the Land Use Transportation Committee, Scott Wiener called you an advisory body and took this in as part of the committee, and then they changed it. What they've done is they've changed all the zoning in the city, taking power from the Planning Commission. They're no longer going to be using zoning based on FAR, F-A-A-R. They're going to be using form density. So you'll have much less say in what is actually happening in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Don't we get 3 minutes?
That was 3 minutes.
That was 3 minutes.
Oh,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Weber.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Weber. I am a delegate of Telegraph Hill dwellers to the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. And I'm just going to hit some highlights, so please bear with me. Proposal B's means test, especially when coupled with Home SF, cuts out opportunities for affordable housing for families with even greater needs. Realistically, the whole concept of inclusionary housing is a zero-sum game. As you increase or spread the means test eligibility, somebody's going to be getting cut out. The means tests of both proposals are based upon 2 economically diverse geographic areas, and families living in very low-income neighborhoods are frozen out of housing under the inclusionary and Home SF programs. The Commission committed to a more neighborhood-centric means test for AHBP last year, but so far as I can tell, that was never implemented. I have the same concerns for inclusionary as well. Proposal B and the Controller's report contemplate a fee-out charge for on-site state law authorized bonus units. This appears to be of questionable validity. It provides a disincentive for using the state law programs, which of course trump local law. If there is a need to defer authorizing the maximum number of inclusionary units, the rationale for this seems questionable for a couple of reasons. Number one, the power of the Mayor's Commission to change eligible means groups from year to year, which it does have the power to do. That would seem to be much more disruptive to the value of property than, along with the observation that if there's a combined inclusionary plus home SF project, there's no incremental limit for home SF. In other words, it can go right up to 130%. It doesn't creep up there, it just gets there. If there's an issue with inclusionary, there seems to me to be the same issue with home SF. Finally, if there's a need for more market rate housing or below market rate housing, which is obviously very great, then feeing out a possible means to create it seems to be antithetical to providing housing. State law doesn't provide for any feeing out. Why are we doing it? We put money in a fund, it gets subject to administrative charges, and the value of a dollar goes down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Next speaker,
Excuse
please.
me, for those members of the public that are having secondary conversations in the room, if you could do so ever so gently and quietly or take the conversation outside, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ozzie Rome from Noe Neighborhood Council. I'm here in support of Kim Peskin's proposition ordinance for inclusionary and affordable housing, mostly based on a simple fact, and that is last year in June, the San Francisco residents voted for Prop C, which allocates 25% to affordable housing. Now, why is that? Almost a year later, we're here arguing over 25% versus 18%. I mean, that is, to me, democracy at its best. We show up, we vote for propositions, and we're supposed to enact them. So, as my colleague, Mr. Wooding, expressed, we voted for 25%, and I sure hope that the city would execute 25% and would uphold our vote. Also, I don't believe that the developers will not be able to make adequate profit from having the inclusionary at 25%. There is always enough profit, and at the rate that they're selling these homes, I am positive that they will be making enough money to sustain the program. I was visiting the developments at India Basin a couple of weeks ago, and I was stunned that 900 square foot unit goes for $899,000. That is basically brand new units. I'm sure you're familiar with Lennar projects. And they can sell those units, and of course, they're mostly full. Never mind the controversy about the soil testing, but basically that's what they're charging, and that's how much they could afford to make off of these projects. So basically, I'm here to express my concern about the inclusionary version B, and I'm speaking in support of inclusionary version A, that is going to be allocating more for low-income and affordable housing. Plus, I do not believe that taking away from the low-income to give it to the middle class is the correct policy. As I've said before, progressive governments are in the business of protecting the most vulnerable, and to me, the most vulnerable in this city happens to be low-income people. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. And I'll just call some additional names: Juvie Barbonio, Ryu Lee, Laura Clark, Sonia Traus, Marla Knight, and Teresa Imperial.
Waiting for the clock.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Commission President Hillis and fellow commissioners. Anastasia Yovanopoulos from Noe Neighborhood Council. I'm a member. As the outmigration of low and middle income San Franciscans rises, along with the urgency for solutions that will help people immediately in danger of displacement, the amount of subsidized low income housing being produced in the current market is insufficient compared to the need. It's critical to up affordable housing requirements from the status quo to lessen displacement pressure in our communities by imposing additional requirements on private sector market rate development to build affordable units on-site, off-site, or paying a compensatory fee to the city to fund affordable housing development. Prop C, as you know, was passed by 68% of voters to raise the initial percentage of BMR units for large 25-plus units market rate development to 25%. Inclusionary housing provides affordable units without the use of public subsidies and addresses the needs of low, moderate, and middle-income households that cannot be served by other affordable housing funding sources. It serves as an ameliorative measure to provide relief to families threatened by displacement. So now we have competing proposals on resetting BMR percentages as well as income thresholds at which BMR housing will be available. Proposals A and B differ significantly in units allocated for low middle versus high middle income tenants and homeowners. I support Proposal A. It builds more affordable housing overall for more people at all income levels, has real family-friendly requirements such as 40% two-bedroom and 20% three-bedroom requirements. Plus, it links the developer fees to the cost to construct for the city. Proposal A has more of everything. The mayor's proposal, B, has less. It's a giant developer giveaway. And that's not what the voters intended. Voters passed a 25% requirement. Proposal A has updated it to reflect the state density bonus recapture to decentivize fee outs. And also, I encourage you to look at the AMI levels for different areas of the city and take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Corey Smith on behalf of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. I also want to state out in June's Proposition C, one of the requirements in that ballot measure was for a technical advisory committee to convene and determine the highest economically feasible percentage. That committee found that 18% for rental properties. So that was also the wish of the voters. If I could get the overhead, please. A couple things I want to quickly point out here.
On the top, there you go.
So looking at this first, this is percentage of RHNA goals achieved over two different RHNA periods between 1999 and 2014. You can see that the city produced 69% of the very low allocation based on target, 34% of the low between 50 to 80% AMI, 15% for the moderate between 18 and 120% AMI, and 127 of the above moderate. So you can really see this gap in kind of that missing middle we refer to. I also then want to look at census numbers. So this is the income distribution in San Francisco, and the red in that middle is middle income, in this case defined by the census as 50% to 150% AMI. One of the things that we've always found very interesting here is that the percentage of low-income San Franciscans as a relative proportion of the total population has declined 2%, where the middle income has declined 11%. So that's really a lot of what's missing out. I also want to point out that the Technical Advisory Committee did find that 25% was economically infeasible, assuming no density applied to these projects. And I think that's really kind of one of the crux arguments here, is how many developers will actually use the density argument. There was an anecdotal proposal by Supervisor Kim earlier where she said, you know, most of the people that come, they don't go less than what they're allowed to. I think that's particularly applicable in District 6. Supervisor Kim has a history of making sure we maximize the value from these projects, but we do want to look at the data on this. And according to the data, about 60% of the projects have utilized between 90 and 100% of their total density availability. So this gives us the indication that we know every project will not be maxing out its density based on available density. To look at it another way, this is basically that same chart but applied to height limits. So just because an area has taller height limits, for example, they're not utilizing 100% of the density. So I think there's a number of reasons why a developer won't utilize their full density, even coming from the staff report, construction type changes, CEQA review, sunk time, sunk cost. And I think at the end of the day, a lot of this has to do with the fact that majority of people don't want 2 extra floors above current zoning in their neighborhood. We wish that were the case. We wish it could be mandated, but it's not. Please pass the Safi Breed proposal. We also oppose the fees on density units.
Thank you, sir.
And ask for metrics. Thank you.
Could we
Thank
get
you,
a copy of that?
Absolutely.
Next speaker, please.
Afternoon again, President Hillis, Commissioners. My name's Richard Ivanhoe, and I support the Kim and Peskin amendments to Planning Code Section 415. The Breed Safi Tang amendment is based primarily on the Controller's report. And I'd like to quote from the dissent on that report. On page 3 of the dissent letter, as noted repeatedly, when actual experience is different than a model predicts, it's the model that must be wrong, not the reality. As Supervisor Kim mentioned, it appears that what was passed as Proposition C has been feasible for developers. I was looking at the chart on the Controller's report, and it seems that that's based on the value of land sales, and it seems kind of inconsistent to me. On page 4 of that report, the land sales price per unit for entitled land increased from approximately $80,000 in 2010 to $163,000 in 2015. The table of land sale values on page 5 of that report maxes out at $140,400, which is less than the land sale value found in 2015. And as you know, the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development updated the AMI chart this week. So entry-level teacher, one-person household falls between 60 and 70% of AMI. Sometimes they're lumped together with police officers and firefighters who have much higher incomes. And this is entry level. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Ivanhoe. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is TJ Basa. I'm a San Francisco voter. I'm one of those voters who voted for Prop C last June that required a minimum of 25% affordable housing for market rate developers. And now I'm really confused as to why there's a debate over this. And I'm also puzzled as to why we're taking away low-income housing to supposedly build more middle-income housing. As moderate income, as a person from moderate income, lower middle-income household, yes, you know, I'm lucky because I'm able to. I was able to move into a unit before prices went up, and I have rent control. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford to live in the city. Of course, I would love to someday be able to own my own home in the city, but I think that this should not come on the backs of lower income residents who have the most pressing needs. So please don't fall for this divisive tactics. I support the Kim Peskin proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Basa. Next speaker, please.
大家好，我個名叫于伊利，我係代表省房家庭團結會同埋華人進步會今日發表關於包容性房屋兩個提議嘅意見。
Hi everyone, my name is Ray Yi Lee. I'm representing the SRO Families United Collaborative and the Chinese Progressive Association, and I'd like to share my thoughts about the two proposals in front of you about inclusionary housing.
我喺呢度用有限嘅時間，簡單咁介紹一下我自己個人嘅情況啦。我係一個新移民嚟到美國。好快就有3年，我係一個4口之家，我而家就喺華人進步會做 part time 做 organize， 然後我老公係一個廚師，我哋一家4口就住喺 Chinatown 唐人埠嗰度，大概5個平方大嘅棧房入邊。
So very quickly, I'm a new immigrant. I've been in San Francisco for almost 3 years, and I live with my husband and my 2 children in an SRO room in Chinatown. I work part time, and my husband is a cook. 我嘅情況咧，如果係要講咧，講好長嘅時間都講唔完。我簡單講下2件最尷尬嘅事。我屋企住嘅地方咧，都係5個平方，平均一個人1個平方島嘅位置。我哋屋企冇任何一件家私，只係有一張床，係1米嘅床，住4個人，上邊2個，下邊2個，同埋一張半米大嘅飯台。So I can talk forever about my story, but I just want to share that in my room we have no furniture. We have 1 bunk bed. 2 of us share the top bunk, 2 of us share the bottom bunk. There's no other furniture. We have like a tiny table to eat on.
我可以 show 張相片俾大家睇一睇，如果唔相信你都可以歡迎大家嚟我屋企做參觀嘅。呢度咧就係我平時住個屋企啦，因為我相信咧，大家好似市長啊、市參事啊，類似你哋嗰啲人咧住嗰個洗手間，佢哋去嘅洗手間比我而家住嗰間都仲要大。
So I just want to show you because, you know, I think for some of you, you know, you might never seen an SRO room before, and even your bathroom might be bigger than the room that me and my family are living in.
我平時我個女嘅生活空間就係活動空間，都係喺張床，我哋冇任何一張嗰啲凳嘅。我哋平時食飯做乜嘢都係喺床邊嗰度完成嘅啫。
So for my baby daughter, you know, she has nowhere to go. Everything that she does is on our bed, you know. There's nowhere else to sit. There's nowhere else to play.
我住喺呢啲地方，我最怕嘅2件事，一個咧就係屋企有人病。我哋如果有人病咧，相互之間肯定會傳染。還有一件事咧，就好似我女咁，你哋從來應該冇試過嘅。你哋喺度食飯，我女就喺隔離解決大小便。我哋用一個痰罐，你知道住省房全部啲廚房啊、沖涼房啊、洗手間全部都要共用排隊嘅。
So, you know, I'm the most concerned, you know, for my family is when one of us is sick, you know, because when one of us is sick, all of us get sick in such a small space. And you all might not have this experience, but when I eat, my daughter had to use the restroom with a potty, you know, right next to me.
作為一個低收入嘅打工仔嘅家庭，我係反對安世輝呢個提議嘅，因為佢係明顯咁向發展商送咗大禮，鼓勵咗佢哋要起好多豪宅，繼續咁去賺多啲嘅錢。
So as a low-income working family, I strongly oppose the Safai Britang proposal because this is obviously a developer giveaway. This is encouraging them to build more luxury housing to make every penny out of, you know, whatever that they're doing.
佢嘅提議係撕裂咗我哋嘅社區，讓唔同收入嘅家庭之間作為咗對立。呢啲係毫不必要嘅，因為咧解決房屋危機似我哋呢啲家庭所面對嘅問題一啲都冇幫助。佢咁嘅做法係非常之唔好嘅。
So his proposal really tears us apart and really pit, you know, families of different incomes against each other. This is completely unnecessary and it doesn't do anything to solve the housing crisis or solve the problems, you know, families face like my family.
我今日係一個省房代表企喺度，但係我哋今日有300多個省房家庭企喺市府嘅門口做集合，就希望規劃委員會同埋市參事能夠真正明白我哋嘅需要，唔好分化我哋嘅社區。
So I'm one person standing here right now, but today there's almost 300 people that's been gathering outside of City Hall to tell the Planning Commission and to tell our supervisors to really hear our needs and to not divide us.
我哋支持金晶賢同埋貝斯金嘅提議，要認清嘅目標，要發展商付出合理嘅代價，為我哋三藩市嘅家庭提供我哋有需要、必須要嘅房屋，因為我哋係需要房屋，而家就係好需要嘅房屋。
So we support the Kim and Peskin proposal. Let's get our targets really clear and ask the developers to pay their fair price and to provide more affordable housing, housing that we really need for every San Francisco family. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, folks. Please refrain from clapping.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Juvie Barbonio, and I am the United Families Coordinator of SUMCAN. Our organization provides support to low-income families and immigrant families who are in need of housing. The families we serve has a wide range of income that falls in the 20 to 80% AMI. All of them have applied over 4 times to different housing in the cities. All of them need access to affordable housing. We need you to protect and uphold what the voters voted on last June under the Prop C, so all these families can apply. They should not be pinned against each other, which is what the SAFI legislation is. Please support the Peskin-Lim legislation. We need housing for all, not pinned people with each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Laura Clark, YIMBY Action. I'll start with the Peskin-Kim proposal, which completely ignores the TAC. They were both advocates for having us have the Technical Advisory Committee that was supposed to make recommendations and decide what was feasible, and instead they have disregarded and thrown it out and completely ignored the fact that they are proposing that every project will take the state density bonus when we know that that is clearly not the case. And they have proposed what they know to be a completely infeasible high percentage inclusionary. 25 or 24% of zero is zero. If you raise the inclusionary percentage too high, we will lose affordable units. That is what the TAC says. And if they are going to throw out and disregard the TAC, then the only response is to throw out and disregard what is clearly not a fact-based proposal. Moving on to the Breed Safai proposal, I am extremely disappointed that they have proposed to put fees on our density bonus units. That is definitely probably illegal, and we will be fighting that in court. The city will lose money. This is a waste of time to put fees on density bonus units, and it is a waste of city money. They should never have done that, and I understand that the planning department did recommend that. I think that that is against the advice of sane legal counsel. Additionally, we are at 18% at the absolute top of the recommended inclusionary zoning. If we go any higher, we will lose units. That is what the statistics tell us. If we increase the percentage, we will lose units. That is less human beings living in subsidized affordable housing. If we want to do more to increase the amount of subsidized affordable housing, there are great proposals, like at the state level, AB 71, that is going to get more money to go to our subsidized affordable housing by increasing taxes on people's second homes. That's a great proposal. There should be Prop 13 reform and take the lion's share of that money and give it to subsidized affordable housing. We can come up, I'm sure in this room, with a lot of actual proposals to get much more money to our subsidized affordable housing developers. This project is, this inclusionary zoning, if we go any higher, is going to kill housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Marla Knight. I'm from the North Beach Tenants Committee. We support Supervisors Kim and Peskin's proposal, which is consistent with Prop C, passed easily by the voters in June. Reducing the low-income housing is a mistake for many reasons, but I will confine myself to 2. Studies show that the majority of people who are being evicted make under $50,000 a year. Thus, they would not be eligible for the mid-income affordable housing. On North Beach Tenants Committee, we hold monthly clinics, housing clinics at Telegraph Hill Neighborhood Center to advise, counsel people who are being evicted or under threat of eviction. And believe me, these people are still being evicted. My second reason is San Francisco, and I am looking in the future with this reason. San Francisco has a very high percentage of seniors. We have 120,000 seniors. Baby boomers are aging. As you know, that was a huge demographic. It's called the silver tsunami. And as people grow older, they retire, and when they retire, their incomes go down. I was a teacher at City College for many years, and as a teacher, I could afford the middle income bracket in inclusionary housing. However, now that I'm retired, my income has dropped precipitously with my teacher's pension. And I'm not alone. There are going to be many people in baby boomer demographic who are going to be retiring. And if we get evicted or something happens in that order, we're not going to be able to afford the middle income in inclusionary housing. So you do have to look to the future on this. As I said, we're getting older. Also, personally, I would kind of like to see the data on the costs and the profits that developers are putting forth to really see for myself. I mean, I was trained as a scientist, so I'm someone who believes in fact-based evidence. And I really would like to see the data and see the details of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Sonia Traus. I'm here from the YIMBY party today. I would like to echo something that Jane Kim said earlier, that both of these proposals need more study. And I would recommend you vote to continue discussion on these until a few more studies have been done. This is a very important and serious decision that we're making, and I don't think that there's any need to rush into anything. The reason that neither one of these are adequate right now is that both inclusionary proposals reduce the overall amount of housing. And so in particular, the 18% idea compared to 12%, this is from the TAC report. There's a table. Compared to 12%, 18% gets us 1,037 more below market rate units, but we lose 5,765 market rate units. So that's like spending 5 market rate units to buy 1 below market rate unit. Imagine tearing down an apartment building of 10 market rate units to build 2 subsidized units. And what we need to study is, where do those market rate people go if we don't build housing for them? The residential nexus analysis does not study this, and actually, on page 20 or 30 or something, pretty far in, it says specifically that its conclusions could be wrong, because it could be the case that when not building market rate housing, those people move into existing housing that used to be affordable and drive up the cost. And then the residential nexus analysis says we do not pursue this line of questioning. We don't investigate this. So there's a lot of people who think that market rate renters, when there's no housing produced for them, disappear. And I don't think that that's true. But if it is true, then there's no harm in doing a study. If we do a study, then we'll find out that that's true. What I think actually happens is that the people who would have lived in that market rate housing moves into existing housing, displacing low-income people and making our affordable crisis that much worse. So both of these proposals kill housing. Both of these proposals are going to do the opposite of what they're supposed to do. So please continue and do more study.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Navarrete.
Good afternoon, my name is Maria Navarrete.
Yo soy madre soltera y tengo 4 años sin vivienda. Lamentablemente me desalojaron del distrito de Excelsior.
I'm a single mother and I have been homeless for 4 years. Unfortunately, I was displaced from the Excelsior.
A pesar de que trabajo, mis ingresos no son suficientes para pagar una renta.
Although I have an income and I work, my income is not enough to afford rent.
Yo he aplicado a todas las loterías disponibles y lamentablemente no he sido favorecida.
I've been applying to all lotteries that have been available. Unfortunately, I have not been chosen.
Nosotros les pedimos que por favor no quiten las ayudas para las viviendas económicas.
We are asking to please do not cut the affordable housing units or BMR units.
Mis hijas lamentablemente han sido afectadas psicológicamente y emocionalmente porque paramos de un lugar para otro. Hemos estado en shelters, hay veces me tengo que quedar en mi carro, a veces voy y me quedo con unas amigas, pero no es un lugar estable para ellas.
Unfortunately, both of my daughters have been emotionally and physically affected by our housing situation. We have been in shelters. Sometimes we sleep in our car, and this has been a very hard situation for all of us.
Por favor, yo les pido de que traten de ayudarnos, no solamente tanto a mí, sino a muchas personas que estamos siendo desalojadas. Y en San Francisco hay muchas personas que viven en la calle, no solamente personas solteras, sino también con niños.
We ask you to please help all of us who are working, who have low income. Not only are people alone sleeping on the streets, but there are families who had nowhere to live.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Navarrete. Next speaker, please. And I'll call some more names. Teresita Naval, Mike Ng, Chris Durazo, Tony Robles, Tim Killikelly, and Marco Mexico. Go ahead, welcome.
Hello, my name is Teresa Imperial. I'm from the Veterans Equity Center Bill Soro Housing Program. So I just also want to bring up, I don't know if you've heard this, but there is this thing called HUD Market Fair, HUD Metro Fair Market Rent Area, or HMFA. This actually was being used by Mayor Office of Housing Community Development and also other nonprofit housing development when it comes to income eligibility and what can be the rent prices are. So if you have seen, in 2017, the income requirements or the maximum income are actually going up, okay? And you can also compare it from 2011 to 2017 now. So for 2017, the 55% area median income for 2-bedroom is $1,426. For 80% of median income is $2,075, and for 120% median income for 2-bedroom is $3,113. So as you can also notice, once the area median incomes are increasing, the rent also increase corresponding to that. So this inclusionary housing, we need to take in consideration the rent prices that are going to increase as well because the income eligibilities are going to increase as well. And then look into the jobs right now. According to the Department of Labor for San Francisco San Mateo, the two main job categories in San Francisco are office administration and food prep. So again, we go back 2 years ago, who are we trying to build for? Who are we trying to house? As we can see, we have people who are working in minimum wage that are $14 per hour, but may not be able to afford affordable housing if it's going to be increased. So we need to take that into consideration as well. And it's really disheartening that there is this language about let's create middle-income housing and then paying it off at the back of the low-income housing. And then let's also define what middle income housing is right now, because it looks like it's the upper middle income who are at the 20%, at 140%, it's about 174,300 for a family of 4 or 5. So yeah, we need to first look into what are the growth that's being, or job growth that's being produced, and then complement that with the rent that we're trying to propose. These are, our policies are really creating impact to these families who are applying. So we need to take more time.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Chris Durazo from Veterans Equity Center as well. I just want to give a face, or a different face, to who we serve. This is a list of the employers that our clients come from. I'm going to try to read it quickly. Kindred Rehab, KJ Restaurant, Kubo Hospitality, Lamar, Labor Ready Staffing, Lee's Sandwiches, Legion Corporation Hotel, LF Staffing Services, Liberty Mutual, Live In Caregiver, Long Bridge Pizza, Love Painting PC, Lucky Money, Lyft, Macy's, Maloney, Marin Montessori School, Marriott Hotel Services, Marriott Hotel, Marshall's, Matesy Management Company, Maxim Equity, McDonald's, Meridian Management Group, Metro PCS, Mexican Consulate, MG Restaurants, MG 252 Cal, LLC, Mission Bay Food Company, MGM Management, MJV Associates, Moore Marlowe, Moscone Center, Mosser Companies, Mosser Hotel, MSG Services, Museum of Modern Art, Music City, MXB Battery, My China, Nanny, Native American Health Center, New OSHA Thai Incorporated, RICO, Restaurant Baca, Guardsmark, H2O Group, Hawaii Hotel, Herald Staff, Health Guard, Healthy Breakfast, Hilton Hotel, HIS, Hog Island Oyster, Hog Wash, Home Care Staffing, Home Bridge, Home Care, Homeless Outreach Team, Homestead, Host International, Hotel Fusion, Hotel Isabel, House of Prime Rib, Ida Pucci, Ideal Restaurant, IHSS, Imperial Parking, In-N-Out Burger, Institute on Aging, Intercontinental Hotel, J&H Breakfastology, Janice Laurie, Janitor and Security, Janus Corporation, Jewish Family and Children's Services, Jewish Home, John Stewart Company, John's Grill Restaurant, Jose Chan, Junie Marble, Just For You Cafe, Kabuki Springs and Spa, Noe Valley Bakery, North County's Drywall. I have 1 minute left. This is just 100 businesses that we have helped their employees apply for the lottery process out of over 1,000. And we are the smallest of the 6 agencies that provide access to housing services for this AMI level. We support the Jane Kim, Aaron Peskin proposition, mostly because it incorporates our wish that the AMIs, the 55%, could be a range that spreads between 40 to 80% with an average of 55, because this will allow more flexibility for some of the families that don't quite fit in. But we absolutely support this. This is not a time to cut back on this housing. This is going to affect the bottom line of San Francisco's economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raza. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Rogi, and I am a voter. Last year, I voted for Prop C because this proposition not only raises the percentage of affordable housing in San Francisco, but also provides a wide range of AMI that will house low-income residents who work in formula retail and restaurants, or also our teachers, service providers, etc. As city leaders, you need to protect and uphold what the voters voted on and not pit people against each other, which is what the SAFI legislation is. It's not helping solve the housing crisis. It's segregating the haves and have-nots. Please support the Peskin-Kim legislation. We need housing for all instead of pitting people against each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. My name is Claire Mobley, and I'm here today representing SOMCAN. I'm a born and raised San Francisco native that currently lives in a low-income affordable housing complex. But before then, I was born and raised in the Tenderloin, and I grew up in a studio apartment with 7 people where all of the kitchen appliances, the living room, and the bedrooms were all in the same place. And that's kind of like the reality of many low-income Filipino people as well here in San Francisco. So the housing crisis is not new here in San Francisco, and in response to the housing crisis, folks from low-income and middle-income communities voted for Proposition C because this proposition is supposed to raise the affordable housing, the percentage of affordable housing here in San Francisco. So we're kind of just asking you to respect what San Francisco voters voted for, because 6% of low-income housing is not inclusionary and it's not enough. Everyone here giving public comment on behalf of low-income communities, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. So everyone here that is giving public comment on behalf of low-income communities can agree that there needs to be an increase in affordable housing opportunities, including the middle-income community, but this should not come at the expense of low-income earners. It's not fair to pit low-income and middle-income folks against each other when what you should be doing is finding solutions for both parties. We shouldn't have to fight each other in order for housing. I work with low-income youth and families every day, and I've had so many friends and families priced out of this city, and it's sad. If any of you have ever lived or applied for affordable housing, you know how much of a struggle it is to get your application through, to get through the lottery, and you know that 6% is not inclusionary. I don't expect any of you to know how it feels like to be evicted from your homes, but if you do, you know that it sucks. So as our city leaders, we need you to protect and uphold what the voters voted on and what the city passed with Proposition C. The last thing that I want to say in regards to this is that the Planning Commission and the city in general need to do a better job in incorporating youth when it comes to issues like this, because housing is something that affects children and youth, like in general, you know. So having these meetings at like a regular time where youth are out of school would definitely help, because I'm like one of the only two like youth in this room. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mobley. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Eng. I'm a tenant counselor at SomCan, and I did my training at HRC at Geary. So the span of tenants that I deal with is pretty large. In the last supervisors meeting, they introduced Peter and Paul. And the saying, rob Peter to pay Paul, is in regards to the two proposals that are being brought here that has to be decided. And San Francisco is Peter, Paul, and I'll even throw in Mary, because it's what makes the city great, its uniqueness, its heart, and that is what the city is hoping from this board, how they decide for more affordable housing, for our future. I mean, Peter and Paul, they survived the earthquake. They could survive, and they're still fighters. And we hope to see Peter and Paul and Mary 10, 20 years from now, still living in the city, still being a part of our seniors, our youth, our middle-income, our families that are made up of our children. And I hope you can lean towards the Peskin and Kim proposal. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And come on up, Mr. Killikelly. I'll call some other names: Curtis Bradford, Peter Papadopoulos, C.W. Johnson, Ligia Montano, Kathy Lipscomb, and Teresa Flanrick. Welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Tim Killikelly. I'm the president of AFT 2121, representing the faculty at City College of San Francisco. In 2016, the voters voted overwhelmingly for Prop C. It is a clear sign and direction that we need more affordable housing here in the city, and that the voters of San Francisco support that and want the city leaders to understand that and to do what is necessary to make that occur. The affordability crisis that is in our city and the inequality crisis all across our country is really at the heart of what is going on here. The city is right now is really threatened to become maybe the first completely gentrified city. And that is not a feasible living arrangement, where our teachers, nurses, firefighters, all different kind of workers here in the city, where are they going to live? They just have to keep moving further and further away. It's really important that you take your time and that you study all the different feasible aspects of making this happen. We support the Kim Peskin proposal, but I don't think that's just the end of it. I think there needs to be more study on this, of how this can go forward. And it's really critical that the Planning Commission and then the board itself, the Board of Supervisors, really decides that it's going to make the right decisions to make this a truly livable city for all of the people who live here now and for other folks who are going to want to move here from all the different income groups. The people of the city who live here now, who voted for Prop C, they may not understand all about AMIs and the percentages and all this, but they understand that they're getting squeezed. They understand that they can't afford to buy a home, and they expect the city leaders to take their time to come up with proposals that deal with the heart of what the problems really are. So please take your time. Make sure you are making the right decisions. Don't do anything too hasty, and move forward with affordability and affordable housing for the people who live here in San Francisco. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Killikelly. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Marco Mojica, and I am a faculty member at the City College of San Francisco. And I am one of those folks who has to commute every day, an hour, to and from my home to teach at the city, which I actually grew up in. I went to schools here in the city, middle school, high school, City College, which I'm also proudly a former student. I went to state, so I've been born, raised. I wasn't born here; I was born in Nicaragua. But I was, pretty much most of my life I've lived in San Francisco, and suddenly, because of the affordability crisis, I'd had to move and seek housing outside of the community in which I work, and furthermore, I truly, truly feel a strong love for. So I definitely urge this Planning Commission to support the legislation proposed by Peskin and Kim, and that, let's make sure that there is affordable housing for San Francisco residents and for those of us who wish to continue to make San Francisco our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mojica. Next speaker, please. Mr. Robles.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tony Robles. I am a resident of San Francisco and a voter in District 5. I work with Senior and Disability Action. In my work, I've seen seniors suffer, and I've seen seniors suffer from the onslaught of speculators and unscrupulous landlords and people looking to make a fast buck. The overall health of our city is directly tied to the overall health of our seniors. If the city does right by our seniors, the overall health of our city improves. It does not improve by having seniors that are frightened, who are scared, who are living on edge, who feel like they could have the chair pulled out from under them at any given time. The Peskin-Kim proposal is reasonable. The 10% and the 15% split. The voters voted on this by a 67% share of the electorate, which is a majority. As the gentleman said, we're getting squeezed. We're hearing a lot of numbers, a lot of number crunching. We're hearing a lot of lingo, but at the same time, there are people whose lives are being severely impacted. And I know seniors and people with disabilities, it's a life and death situation. The city prides itself on being a city where seniors can age in place. Well, if there's no place to age in place, and we know that place and life expectancy and health are intermingled or intertwined, We have to address that, and we'd be ill-advised to pit higher income people against lower income people. It just makes for a very unhealthy situation of the city. I urge you to vote yes or look favorably on the Kim Peskin proposal on inclusionary housing on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Curtis Bradford, and I'm from the Tenderloin Resident Action Committee, also the Tenderloin People's Congress, Market Street for the Masses Coalition, the Tenderloin Neighborhood Development Corporation, the largest affordable housing developer in the Bay Area, and the Tenderloin Development Without Displacement Initiative. So you get the idea. I'm a busy guy. So I'm here today to talk to you. Well, frankly, I'm a little upset. I'm kind of angry. I'm angry that we even have to be here to have this discussion. It seems that we had this debate just last June, and it was a robust debate. People weighed in on both sides. We had a very healthy and robust conversation about it, and then we had an election, and we made our choice. Overwhelmingly, San Francisco residents voted yes for Prop C, and overwhelmingly, San Francisco residents rejected Props P and U. So I would like to look today at our two proposals. So we have the, Mayor Lee's proposal by Safi and Breed, who is just another re-envisioning of PU, and PU by any other name still stinks just as bad, I gotta say. So. And then we have Prop C version, the Peskin-Kim version. And this is what San Francisco residents overwhelmingly approved. And we're asking our public servants to honor that. This is a democracy. So and the reason why, and I say the reason why people overwhelmingly rejected PU, the Mayor Lee version, is because they don't want to take their housing, firemen, policemen, teachers, they don't want to earn their housing by kicking somebody less fortunate than themselves to the street, which is essentially what that plan does. By lumping them all together and raising the AMI, it basically means that, yes, a fireman might be able to shorten his commute to come and serve the city, but at the expense of someone less fortunate than him who doesn't have the option of moving to another location and commuting, who now has to move to a tent under the bridge, at least until Mayor Lee's people come and sweep the tent off the sidewalk. So I just want to say that it's very clear where we should go with this. We need to build more affordable housing. I disagree with the notion that raising the affordability level to 25% is going to actually reduce the overall housing. It might reduce some of the market rate housing, but it will still increase the number of affordable units, and that's what we need. We've already built higher percentage of market rate housing than our target. We need more affordable housing. So, and then it's a very clear option. So I would ask that you lean favorably towards the Kim Peskin option. And then finally, I wasn't here to hear Commissioner Johnson's comments, so I may be speaking out of turn. I'm not really sure, but all legal concerns aside, there's also the matter of public trust, and public trust is a very fragile thing. And I would ask, with all due admiration and respect, that Commissioner Johnson recuse herself. It's simply the right and ethical thing to do.
Mr. Bradford.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Next speaker, please.
Excuse me, folks. No disruption or outbursts, please.
Go ahead. Next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I appreciate you guys hanging in there. I know this is a long and horrible process. My name is C.W. Johnson. I'm with the Mental Health Association, and I'm an outreach specialist. However, I'm not speaking on behalf of them. I'm speaking on behalf of a citizen. I have been in this city for 30 years, and 15 of that years I've spent homeless and living in shelters. I just want to kind of kick some statistics for you. I'm basically not a statistic person. I usually leave that for people that are way smarter than me. The average person on general assistance makes $4,200 a year. The average person on disability makes $11,700 a year. An average person working 40 hours a week at $15 an hour makes $28,800 a year. I make, for the last year and a half, $40,000 a year, yet I can only afford a studio in this city. It took me 11 years to get below market rate housing. That's ridiculous. If you're going to talk about affordable housing, really look at this and go across the board. I'm not for or against. I just say thank and get the most people in housing that you can with the best deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. First of all, I would like to see my face. And why I'm saying this is because this is the face of a person that was living for 6 years in a small place, infected with mice and cockroaches. And I was living with my daughter in a tiny room that I rented from another family. So this was 3 families living under the same roof. Sharing all the facilities, everything. And now I'm in this position that I don't qualify for either low-income housing or the other housing. And so, but I still feel that I wanted to support the affordable housing proposal for the inclusionary that Kim and Peskin are saying, because this is for the best for everybody else. And it doesn't matter that I don't qualify for it. What it matters is that many, many people that are living in the situation that I lived before will come out of that situation and live in better conditions. And I know as a young person that passed before, say that you guys cannot really relate to that. I can see it, the way you dress up, your mannerism. You probably never experienced that level of poverty, but it's a reality in San Francisco, so please consider the voters' decision and do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Papadopoulos, and I'm here today on behalf of Mission Economic Development Agency. I wanted to pick up on a few points that we've heard and actually highlight a few things. We think it's critical that we hold the line on the 25%, and that is, as you're hearing, what the voters asked for. But I think that I want to talk directly about something that you've also heard, which is that this 18%, which underpins a lot of this idea about where the Safi Breed proposal is headed, is clearly fatally flawed. It doesn't stand up to reality on the ground. And we would like to see us treat this like any business would, that if we had a product line, we're seeing numbers come in the high 20s right now regularly in the Mission. If we were a Costco and we saw that our stores were getting 27% on a product line profit, we wouldn't say, well, our computer model says 18%, so slash our prices. We would probably keep the prices where they are, maximizing the benefit, in this case community benefit, while we looked deeply into what is not matching up. And I think that we should be working backwards from how are we getting near 30% on a number of projects. In the Mission, most recently, the Lennar project, as Supervisor Kim mentioned, on 1515 South Van Ness. Holding the AMI ranges, I think, is also critical. We've heard a lot of different reasons for that. I want to highlight one in particular, which is that the impacts, as you're hearing, the folks who are working with people on the ground, the impacts, I think we want to acknowledge, are different for a low-income family of 4 who is not eligible for housing and is facing displacement than a middle-class family who is facing displacement. So it's all things aren't created equal. And it's true, we do need more middle-class housing, and the Peskin-Kim proposal does provide more of that, and Meta also thinks it wouldn't be a bad idea to look into is the correct solution to create separate legislation that looks to address this problem individually instead of taking from one area of housing, our low-income folks, and redistributing it to middle-income folks, which really creates an economic windfall for developers right now, especially when you look at the density bonus. As Supervisor Kim said also, we're also seeing in the Mission very much anecdotal evidence that the developers are all now consistently in all recently, I would say, the main projects I'm looking at, including, I just saw Bob Tillman is here. His project is, from what I know, utilizing the density bonus program, as well as the new 1500 15th Street, who we just met with, is utilizing the density bonus program. So we're seeing that all around coming in the Mission, and we think it should be a fair assumption and recapture that if we're really looking to raise our numbers. Similarly, for home ownership, I think you're going to hear from Home Ownership SF. I think that there's some clear lending concerns related to raising these AMIs that Meta is concerned about with regard to their clients. And lastly, sensitive neighborhoods, which has been mentioned, we'd be very encouraging of some sort of threshold for how we create a measure of income differential to look at higher numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Lipscomb, and I work with Senior Disability Action as well as the Anti-Displacement Coalition. And I'd like to say that I associate myself with the remarks made by the women from the Noe Valley Neighborhood Council. I agree with them, and I live in Noe Valley. In preparation for this testimony, I glanced really at your housing element on your website. And it says that most of the job openings between 2010 and 2020 will be in low to medium skilled jobs such as wait staff, retail sales personnel, care aide, janitors, cleaners, food prep workers, with approximate annual pay between $22,000 and $26,000 a year. The city housing element in 2014 admits San Francisco did not meet its fair share of regional housing needs production, especially for low and moderate income housing. It's noteworthy that thousands of San Franciscans worked and voted for Prop C, which won by a big majority, as so many people have said today. People overwhelmingly voted for raising inclusionary standards by setting aside 15% of new housing for low and moderate households and 10% for middle-class people. Life is just harder for the $30,000 earners than it is for the $100,000, and people instinctively knew that. Reversing the formula now is in defiance of Prop C and the voters who voted for it. And it's in defiance of your own housing element. And it is infuriating, as one speaker has said, that we even have to be here today to fight for this and to beg you, practically, to do the right thing. Moreover, this past November, a developer's proposal, Prop U, would have overturned Prop C to reset housing levels to better benefit middle income at the expense of lower income. It was overwhelmingly rejected. Now this persistent reformulation is the politics of division, and it's disgusting. Our goals, if we follow the housing element mandate, must be more inclusionary housing for those with the fewest resources, and of course, greater expansion of other than luxury market rate housing, which has overwhelmed us and is drowning us and throwing us out of the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll call some additional speakers. Michelle Houston, Eliza Lipkins, Raylene Valbrenis, Fernando Marti, Shannon Way, and Carolyn Calderon.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Flandrick, and I work at Senior and Disability Action, as well as I am an LSC, meaning I was evicted from my home. It is now a building of 6 units that is empty. As I see the streetcar packed with people coming from the East Bay to the wharf to their minimum wage jobs, I really worry about our workforce. I think back, well, not that I was there, but with the 1906 earthquake, that after the gold rush, it was a level playing field in just trying to build, to house all of the workers and all of the people who lived there right at that time, housing all workforces. And today, with this proposal, inclusionary housing should be exactly that, including, not excluding, the lower income earners. That is not right. That's not what we voted for back in June. As you heard others say, I want you to please try to think of staying as close to what we voted for, as well as in terms of ratio, also, yes, to include some moderate income earners. But again, those who have the least options, who earn the least amount of money, who have been waiting to get even onto a wait list, the thousands of people who had been evicted over the past 5 years with the current gold rush, are still waiting for housing, thousands. So if you stop building affordable housing for the lower income brackets, what's going to happen? Where are these people going to go? Others have choices, those if you make enough money. But right now I'm even getting into the pitting one against the other, trying to defend one. But yes, I am trying to defend the workers, the San Franciscans, those who have been evicted and are still waiting to find a home again, the families that have disappeared from my neighborhood because they can't live there. So please take your time. Get whatever studies, look at whatever numbers you need to make this decision for today and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Elisa Lipkins, and these two girls right here are with me from a program that we're in. I'm 51 years old. I've been living in the Bay all my life, and I'm not ashamed to say, excuse me, that I was away in prison, and I did 12 years, and I'm back home. And San Francisco is all I know. I've been here all my life. I've been on a waiting list since I've been gone and come back, and I'm still on the same waiting list. That's a long time to be on a waiting list for Housing Authority, 12 years. And I try to find out my status, and I'm still at the same status that I was when I left. And I'm on a fixed income now, of Social Security, and that income wouldn't even help me pay the rent here. I would have to add her in order to be able to apply for an application for housing just to get a one-bedroom, So with that, the struggle is real out here in trying to find housing. I represent the struggle. I represent the people that's here in the city that's trying to get affordable housing. Affordable housing came, as I've known it to be, was Housing Authority. They're not even going to have Housing Authority anymore. They're booting Housing Authority away. So with that, there's no low income. How can you call it low income when you can't afford it? So with that, I just want to stress, my struggle and the struggle of a lot of people that's here in 360 Health Right programs. And I got put in a program because I don't have no housing, and that's the only way that I can be able to still stay here in the city unless I get my probation officer to pay for my housing for a program, and that's up on the 2nd. So what am I going to do next? I've been applying with Bill Swarms and the mayor's office for over a year and a half now, and still the lottery is a joke. They put the lottery out there, you get picked for a lottery, but then your number's like 2,000-3,000 because they go by the qualifications, and I don't understand how I don't fit the criteria of the qualifications for the application when I'm low income. I don't have an income, barely have an income. I have to take a part-time job or work the 30 hours that I can work on being on a fixed income just to increase my income so that I can still qualify for a housing. And it's just, it's a lot of us that's in that situation. I go to this place every Tuesday or every week to fill out applications just so I can, get on the lottery, hoping that, the lottery helped me get, you think you got picked for the lottery, you think you got a, place, and you don't, it's a whole different story, So I just want to stress that to you guys and let you know that the struggle's real for housing out here, and to please, have compassion in your heart to try to fix it to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lipkins. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Michelle Houston. How do you do? So on October 14, 2014, due to mental health issues, my daughter presented with schizophrenia, and we lost our home in District 11. We were in Crocker Park. And I was able to, at the time, I had a Section 8 choice voucher. Because of the mental health issues that she had, the building started becoming more and more volatile. So when the landlord asked us to turn around and move out, I decided to go ahead and do that it was the right thing to do. Because of Avalos's inability to oversee his constituents, I wasn't able to get the people at the Housing Authority to actually help me to find a new place. We ended up losing our voucher and have been homeless ever since. And so now that my daughter is now currently stable, because I had to be on the street to follow her around to get services for her. I had to 5150 her 17 times out of that house in 2013. My sister actually works for, she's a developer in San Francisco, works for Invest SF. And actually, it's been a major struggle. Now that we have 3 working incomes in San Francisco right now, we still can't afford to find a place. The owner of the property, when we left, turned around and it went from $26,000 a month. In 2014, he raised it to $36,000 a month. So then 7 people moved into that home, a 3-bedroom house in Crocker Park. And then now that we have the income, we've actually been on a waiting list since 2015, my partner and myself, for the SRO vouchers that Section 8 put out in 2015. Those haven't come due yet. And we've been homeless, like I said, ever since. And even though that we have income and are looking, we can't find anything. So, I really think that it's very important that I have only heard it touched on slightly, the mental health issue. And also, when I turned around, and even though we couldn't port that because there was no porter in the position, because we tried to move out of San Francisco, and I've been here most of my life since I was 7 years old, raised 2 children, and have people that work, friends that work on the fire department, people that works for the police department. All of them are out of county, and so now I'm saying we really need to take a look at where we're taking up our hearts.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shannon Way. I'm Executive Director of Homeownership San Francisco. I don't think I even need a microphone, but whatever. We are the 5 HUD-approved counseling agencies that serve the Mayor's Office of Housing programs with their homebuyer education. We also provide rental housing counseling, education, and application assistance, as well as technical assistance for the Dahlia program. I had actually sent out an email this morning, and just in case, well, actually it was this afternoon, so just in case you didn't get it, and because I know I can't sum up everything I have to say in 3 minutes, I did bring copies, if I could pass those forward to you guys. So, I want to comment really quickly on the staff report talking about the eligibility ranges, because I think that there's a lot of potential there. And I would really like to explore that option and have the opportunity to go back to my housing counseling agencies and look at what that would mean for our constituencies. I also think that in terms of the way that pricing is established, they are assuming 2 people per household, and so there's already sort of skewing to the high side, and sometimes a higher household size than actually is in the unit. And so I think we need to take that into consideration as well. We definitely would support keeping the area median income ranges as they are. There are, Homeownership SF is a huge proponent for middle income housing that does, extend beyond 120% AMI. There are a lot of people who are suffering in that range, but inclusionary, there's different tools for different area price ranges, and inclusionary has really been historically for people where gap financing like down payment assistance and things won't work, and so I think we should really prioritize that. And I think we also need to look at how we have historically underserved the 60 to 80% range within that 55 to 120% AMI range, because the reality is that we've not served that equally, and that we've had a huge underserved population there. The time is just flying by, my gosh. I want to comment on the rentals, particularly with the Breed Safai proposal that would raise that upper income tier to really what is market rate. I think we need more research into how far below the market that our market rate needs to be. I think that we risk having less competition for the higher AMI units in a way that unfairly skews the advantage towards higher income people when we still have our 60, 80% AMI homeowners, 55% AMI homeowners experiencing thousands of people in their lotteries. And also, I want to bring up the idea or the concerns that some of our lenders have been bringing to me. I have 2 letters here from 2 of our BMR lenders that I would also like to submit for your proposal so that they can talk about the importance of 80% AMI. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Way. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, Lorraine Petty here. I'm a District 5 senior. I was lucky enough to get into low-income housing, and I want to make sure that the thousands and thousands who are waiting will get a chance to get in. I'm also one of the voters of the 67% who voted for Proposition C. You know, it was a mandate for 25% affordable rental units in large new construction. We voters set the guidelines. We included middle-income units, and we directed the supervisors to establish a balance. That balance is 3 low-income units to 2 middle-income units. With feasibility in mind, I support the Kim Peskin Proposal A. I believe it's closest in spirit and in principle and in law to voters' wishes for Proposition C. I also urge the commissioners not to specifically tie Proposition C to any specific density bonus program. Any density bonus program for rezoning should be considered in separate legislation with full analysis and full public scrutiny. Lately, I've heard people say, oh, we're building plenty of low-income housing, and regional housing plan goals should show that we need more middle-income housing. Well, the voters loudly declared that public benefits derived from allowing developers greater profits should be weighted on the side of those who suffer the most and have the least options. To not listen would be a colossal betrayal. More middle-income housing, yes, but don't do it by subtracting from the mandate. Recommend, if you will, an extra program. Also, I think it'd be a false and harmful path to rigidly adhere to regional goals, which ignore documented and mandated needs. Those in San Francisco with the lowest incomes are deprived of their housing at the highest rates. If you think now's the time to cut low-income housing, take heed of the vanishing federal support. Show San Francisco voters that you will abide by their wishes. And please show that San Francisco stands up for lower-income people when the White House and the Congress will not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While Mr. Marti is making his way up, let me call additional names. Scott Weaver, Matthias Morimo, Shanti Singh, Layla Stanley, Jen Fujioka, Jennifer Fiber, Camilo Zamora. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Fernando Marti with the Council of Community Housing Organizations. To begin with, I want to just be clear. When planning staff tells you that we are, in what is before you, looking at the maximum feasible amount that was studied by the controller, that may be true, but it ceases to be true when you start to change the income levels, when you start to lower the income levels, when you start to change the bedroom mix that was analyzed by the controller, when you no longer take into account the density bonus, or when you do not look at what the controller said in terms of the fees. This is, in fact, a giveaway. What is before you as the Safai Breed Tang proposal compared to what was studied by the city controller leaves on the table somewhere between $30 million and $60 million a year. And that study is what I passed to you just now. One other comment I want to make. You heard earlier that increasing our inclusionary housing could kill all housing development. You will hear that from developers over and over again. There's probably a developer who's going to come up and speak to you, and he's going to say that our new inclusionary will kill his project. All we have to do is look back at history. And you've got planning staff here who, if you don't remember how many units we produced each year, they can tell you. In 2002, we first passed our inclusionary program from 0 to 12%. Did our production of housing go down? Did the approvals go down? In 2002, we were approving 1,400 units. In 2003, we were approving 1,800 units. In 2004, we approved 2,300 units. In 2005, we approved 5,500 units. By that logic, we should be increasing our inclusionary every year so that we produce more housing every year. This isn't to say that there's no impact. It's to say that the economy is really what creates the greatest impact. One of the biggest things that has not been discussed today, and I'm sure a lot of discussion will happen about the actual percentage and what AMI levels, is how we set the fees. And how what I sent to you all this morning and is included in the attachment was the controller's own study that for every project above 65 feet, if we do not change the fee structure, all of those condo projects will fee out. You will not see any condos on projects above 65 feet. Similarly, for all rental projects above 85 feet. And that is why the Kim Peskin ordinance sets a tiered system that attaches to that particular construction type a particular fee. Because if you want to see continued on-site units, you have to deal with the giveaway on fees that is before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I used to call this city my home. The streets were filled with love. But now where's my home? All I see are condo lights. Speculators want one thing: money to rule everything. Developers want one thing: power to rule everything. Welcome to the SF Housing Games, where we pit the districts against each other for survival, where tributes live and work for survival. So may the odds be ever in your favor. In the SF Housing Games, some tributes have more resources than others because they got sponsors that will make their success in the games more likely. Some tributes come from poor districts, others come equipped with resources. And here in these games, resources are power. Power is everything. But metaphors aside, what do you want on the headlines? A commission who will cut access to inclusionary housing for our low-income individuals and families to make room for others? Or a commission who is willing to expand access for all? A commission who will recognize the people who have been applying and applying, waiting in line, frustrated with the lottery process, who have been historically displaced. You can acknowledge their existence and still welcome others to navigate through this system. Don't pit us against each other. My name is Caroline Calderon, and I support the Kim Peskin proposal and the 25% that the voters passed last election.
You can clap for that. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Raylene Vallebrenes, and I have a handout to give you guys. This is the maximum income per household. Hello?
I'll get it.
Okay. And it also contains on the other side the fixed income of what the AMI is going to be for rent for people applying for housing. So I work in supporting people in the Dahlia process of applying for housing. We just saw last week one of the first market rate units, or the BMR units at 120, which is in the Tenderloin 351 Turk, which is about $2,500. People can't even afford $55. If you are in a fixed income, if you are in Social Security, if you have disability, you can't even enter. Which means, and then once you enter, then again, you are put in a lottery. You're put in a lottery for housing that you have to apply once or twice or 3 times a month. It's completely inaccessible to people at the bottom. So right now, what you're looking at is, this is for 2016, 2017, you're looking at, for an SRO, 833. You're looking at, and this is under Safai, Breed, and Tang's legislation, and you're looking at 1210 for an SRO. You're looking at 120 median, AMI 1816. People cannot afford that. Like, people are under the bridge. I am now seeing clients that I've seen in other capacities in direct services where they are still with possibly an abusive partner or whatever, because people can't make enough income. And that's a reality. This is what happens when you're trying to change the percentages. Yes, I understand that even SF Unified School District, it's pinned against itself because you have paras which make $30,000 and you have teachers which make $70,000. It's pinning two classes against each other, where and even inclusionary is like kind of a shitty deal because it continues to propagate that we have to continue to use market rate, which means that for 70 or 80% of households, then you get 20 for low income that they then have to fight for the lottery. And they can be disqualified for many things for being over. Like, for example, if you would be over 55 AMI if you make $44,000, which $44,000 is not really a lot. For a family, if there's 5 people, it doesn't include that there are people in the household that don't work, that are children. It doesn't include any of that. The accessibility is very hard, and now even so much so that Dahlia is not even translated into Spanish or Chinese or Tagalog. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Scott Weaver. I'm with the San Francisco Tenants Union and United to Save the Mission. I look at this as, when you're approving projects, you look at what you're approving, where it is, and who's going to live there. And right now we're talking about the who. We talked a little bit earlier about democracy, how the 25% was by a 2-to-1 margin approved by the voters. But let's also look at it from the standpoint of who San Franciscans are. 34% of San Franciscans are eligible for affordable housing at 55% AMI or below. 32% of San Franciscans are over 150,000. They are more or less your market rate tenants. So in what universe is it saying to reserve only 6% of your housing for 34% of your population? Or to produce somewhere between 75 and 80% of your housing for 32% of your population, especially when we've already overbuilt luxury housing, especially since now luxury units are often vacant or underutilized. And at the same time, let's not forget we have a problem with homelessness. And I know it's a complicated problem, but one of the causes of it is people don't have homes. And there were 3,500 eviction lawsuits filed in San Francisco last year. That's the tip of the iceberg for displacement. There are many others, probably 2 to 4 times that number, were actually displaced. And when they're displaced, there's nowhere to go in this city. So when is this sane? We need a higher level of inclusionary just to protect people who are at risk of becoming homeless, not to mention the homeless. Now, developers are telling us, they sound Trump-esque. Believe me, that we can only afford 18% affordable. Believe me. Mark Twain said there are lies. There are damn lies, and there are statistics. And this is all 3. They have their motives. Let's be honest. They have their motives for saying what they say. They want to make money. They want to make millions and millions of dollars. That's okay. But when you're listening to what they're telling you, you have to understand that there's a reason why they're saying what they're saying. And every time we ask for the pro forma for these developments, they don't show it to us. So what are they hiding? Lennar told us they could only afford 12%. That was all that was required. That's it. The Lennar project's at 25% with substantial community benefits. Axis told us we can't do more than 14%. We can't do more than 20%. And now they're talking about 27% with substantial community developments. So I don't think, given the track record, there's any reason to believe this 18% that we've been hearing from the developers. Thank you.
Hello, Planning Commission. My name is Shanti Singh. I've been here before. I think it's my second time, and I'm proud to have supported Proposition C before it was even on the ballot. In that process, I spent some time knocking on doors all over Northeast San Francisco, where I live. I had literally thousands of doors slammed in my face, but so many other people welcomed me into their homes and told me their stories. I heard from a gay couple that came to San Francisco together 45 years ago and were scared that they would be evicted when the tiny studio down the hall from them was renting for $3,000. I met a 75-year-old former actress in the community theater who gave me a glass of wine and remembered hobnobbing with Hollywood stars in North Beach, who had barely managed to hold on to our SRO in the face of landlord harassment with some help from local community organizations. I quickly came to understand what Martin Luther King Jr. meant when he said that every condition exists because someone profits off its existence. I agree that a solution must try to bring everybody to the table, but we are also living through a time when our Secretary for Housing and Urban Development doesn't believe in funding housing and urban development. Faced with an unprecedented threat to affordable housing, we, one of the most privileged and purportedly progressive cities on this earth, must be the city on a hill for the very same kinds of people who let a perfect stranger like me into their home, the people who came here seeking sanctuary and still do, the people who made San Francisco what it is. This is not a time to kowtow to the status quo, and for that reason alone, I would urge you to support the proposal put forward by Supervisors Paskin and Kim. I will leave you with this from someone much smarter than me, Columbia University Emeritus Urban Planning Professor Peter Marcuse. When so-called affordable housing programs are producing apartments at levels virtually identical to what developers would demand without the affordability requirement, it is clear that the term affordable is not so much descriptive as ideological. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Fieber with the Tenants Union. So we did a survey of tenants who are facing eviction in our offices. We're definitely on the front lines of displacement. And we found that 69% of them earn less than $55,000 a year. So inclusionary has been this sort of carrot that's been dangled before us, as the solution. And meanwhile, the city's done very little to do things that could have actually helped. Like there were already laws on the books against short-term rentals, but they're not being enforced. There's already laws against fraudulent owner move-ins, but they're not being enforced. Everyone knows that the Ellis Act shouldn't be used for speculation, but we've done nothing about it. And our mayor didn't support any of the solutions that could have stopped those things. But now we get inclusionary housing. And now we're told there's just not actually a need at the lowest level. And so I'm here to tell you, you've already heard it, there is absolutely a need for low-income housing. And just to echo everyone else, we already voted for this. It's very frustrating to be here, to come to City Hall when there's laws on the books, there's propositions on the books, and it just seems like it doesn't matter. So just to be clear, I am against the Breed proposition.
Thank you, Ms. Fieber. Next speaker, please.
Members of the Commission, Gen Fujioka. I'm here speaking on behalf of the San Francisco Anti-Displacement Coalition. Earlier, we presented at the last hearing a statement of principles on inclusionary housing signed by a number of organizations. I wanted to present an update of that. 27 organizations, all urging this commission to adopt an inclusionary housing program that preserves the standards for low-income housing and not pit that against the needs of middle class. And I want to raise a technical, and so I'll present this. I have additional copies. This is an update of what was presented before. But I wanted to focus actually on what's the record before you as a commission. And I wanted to raise some concerns. First off, in your the draft findings, there's a recommendation that you are that proposed for you to recommend the adoption of Home SF. There was no hearing before this commission that I was present on that was about Home SF. And I don't see how this commission rightfully can make a recommendation at this point, number 7 and 8, on Home SF. But moreover, let me get to the issues on the facts. There is an absence of information, data, or presentation by the staff on what is the logic for cutting the low-income housing as a percentage of inclusionary from 15% to 6%. What is the factual basis for that? The purported evidence for this is that there are sufficient affordable housing opportunities provided by other programs. That is ignoring everything that has been said here today and other hearings, and it's inconsistent with the extensive waiting list for the housing that is not meeting existing need. The RHNA doesn't address need in terms of what that's unmet need in our communities. That's addressing how much additional units of housing we need to produce to address expanding jobs. That's not addressing needs in our community. That's not a substitute for finding of needs. The only logic that you have before you is that you need to evenly distribute the allocation across different percentage categories. That's not a calculation of need. That's an arbitrary mathematical calculation. That's like saying, people who are earning $40,000 a year need, the people at $120,000 when they're displaced are in the same condition as people who are $40,000. That is factually false. Everything you've heard before this commission indicates that is false. So I urge the commission not to make a finding that there has been sufficient evidence before you, presented by staff or anybody in the public, that there's a logic to reduce low-income housing from 15% inclusionary to 6%. So with that, we'll leave these documents for the commission.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, Matias Mormino from Chinatown Community Development Center. Just started there, but I want to tell you a little bit about my history. 10 years ago, I came to San Francisco and I started working at the SRO Families Collaborative. Today, I was reunited with the organizers and the families that for many, many years have lived in a 10-by-10 room with shared bathrooms and shared kitchens. And I was reminded of one specific assumption that we make when we talk about middle-income housing and how we have failed middle-income housing. When we say we failed middle-income housing and middle-income housing households, we are also saying that we're doing great for lower-income households. Now, when I started the SRO Families Collaborative, SROs in the Tenderloin were $300 a month. Today, if you want an SRO in Chinatown, they're $1,400 a month. When I started, 400 SRO families were counted in our first census. Today, 650 families live with their kids, sometimes their grandparents, in a 10-by-10 room. So really what the choice that is in front of you is, yes, do something about middle-income housing and how the city isn't providing that. But don't forget that that comes at an expense, and the expense is a lower threshold for working class, working families that in Chinatown, in the Mission, on 6th Street, live in a 10-by-10 room and are unable to access a lot of affordable housing. And when they qualify, not only do they struggle to know about the city's programs, but they struggle to meet the income levels. And so in the Kim Peskin legislation, there is a range that goes as low as 40% of area median income for rental property. When I was talking to the families this morning at our training, they didn't know what to think of a policy proposal that proposes to state that we should build affordable housing when those same affordable housing units are going to go for $3,000 in rent for a two-bedroom. These are folks that pay a little over $1,000 for a 10-by-10 room, and there is no way that they will be able to ever afford $3,000 a month for rent. So let's not forget that, by fulfilling our promise to middle-income families, we are also saying that's because we did great in the last 10 years for working class and poor families, and I don't think that's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Yesenia Muñoz.
Good afternoon. My name is Yesenia Muñoz.
Soy madre soltera y orgullosa. Tengo dos hijos, uno de 10 y uno de 11, una niña y un niño. Vivo en un estudio porque no puedo pagar uno de un cuarto. Pago $1,400.
I'm a proud single mother of two kids, a boy and a girl. They're 10 and 11 years old. I live in a studio with the two of them, and I cannot afford to pay something with a one-bedroom. I paid $1,400 for rent.
Hay padres de familia que trabajan doble turno y no pueden pagar uno de 2 cuartos o uno. Los años pasan y las rentas son muy caras.
I know some parents that work even 2 jobs and they can still afford to pay the rent. The rents are going more and more expensive every year.
No disfrutamos el tiempo con nuestros hijos.
We don't enjoy time with our children
Porque trabajamos tanto.
because we're working a lot.
Para darles algo mejor, pero estamos lejos de darles sus espacios.
We work a lot, but we are far from being able to give them their own space because it's too expensive.
Llegamos de noche y ellos durmiendo. Nos vamos y ellos durmiendo.
We come home at night and they're already sleeping. When we leave in the morning, it's too early. They're sleeping.
Tanta gente en la calle y sin hogar. Es triste y pensar que podemos estar en la calle también.
It's sad. I feel sad for the people that I see on the street, and I also feel sad that it could be one of us can be also on the street.
Podemos trabajar tanto, pero nunca alcanzar los precios de las rentas.
No matter how hard we work, we can't never pay the high rents.
Estoy en una lotería y anhelo con el corazón salir en la lotería y tener la comodidad para mis hijos.
I've been applying for the lotteries, and I hope with all my heart that I will be chosen so that my children can have some comfort.
Y saber que no me desalojarán porque me faltó completar un poco para la renta.
I hope I will not be displaced because I can barely afford my rent every month.
Mi ingreso al mes son $1,600. Mi renta son $1,400. Me sobra $200 al mes para las necesidades de mis hijos.
My income is $1,600 a month, and my rent is $1,400. So I only have $200 left to cover my children's expenses.
Por favor, ayúdenos y no recorten las viviendas, así como yo necesito, así muchas personas más.
Please help us and do not cut the affordable units for us. Just like me, many other people out there need this housing.
Y muchas gracias por escucharme este día.
Thanks so much for listening to me today.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, and I'll call some additional names: Andrew Reggae, Claire Amable, Eric Marcoux, Jim Salinas, Gabriel Medina, and Robert Tillman.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Ako si Marlena Meneses.
I am Marlena Meneses.
Nag-migrate dito sa US noong 1978.
I migrated to US in 1978.
Sa Newport News, Virginia.
In Newport, Virginia.
Na-transfer kami dito sa San Francisco noong 1982.
We transferred to San Francisco in 1982.
Kasi yung kuya kong Coast Guard na station dito pero namatay na siya ngayon.
Because our brother stationed here in San Francisco, but now he has passed away.
Ang family ko ay siyam kami lahat. Single mom ako at
Our family consists of 9 members, and I'm a single mom.
At 8 ang anak ko.
And I have 8 children.
5 babae at 3 lalaki.
5 girls and 3 boys.
Nag-aaral yung 5 sa City College.
The 5 are studying in City College.
Kumukuha ng accounting, radiologist.
They're studying accounting and radiology.
Business. Ang age nila ay nasa 28 to 22.
And their ages are from 28 to 22.
Kailangan namin ng housing.
We need we need housing.
Kasi para sa pangangailangan namin ng pamilya ko.
Because we need, our family need housing.
Para sa kinabukasan namin ng mga bata.
Also for the future of our family and our children.
Sa ngayon, kami ay namumuhay na watak-watak.
And right now, we are living separately.
Ang affordable housing ay natutuwa na kami kung magkasama kami kasi matagal ko na hindi kasama yung mga anak ko.
We need affordable housing so we can live together because I have not been living with my children.
Malaking tulong sa pagtatagumpay namin dito sa Amerika bilang immigrant.
We need that in order to establish ourselves successfully here in the United States as immigrants.
At saka, the best investment is investment on your people. Thank you.
Salamat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meneses. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Eric Marcoux. I'm with Tenderloin People's Congress, the Anti-Displacement Coalition, and Tenderloin Development Without Displacement. I'm also a 4th-generation native and the last of my family that's still in the city. It's unfortunate that middle-class and upper-income people are finally feeling the pinch that many others have been feeling for years, but it's ludicrous to come to their aid at the expense of people who are already suffering, only to ensure higher profits for developers and real estate speculators. The voters of San Francisco have voted to do one thing, and the mayor and the president of the Board of Supervisors have decided, based on the Comptroller's report and probably Ron Conway's advice, to do another. This is just an excuse based on their preconceived ideas, which are to accommodate developers to the detriment of an already marginalized population. I urge you to adopt Supervisor Kim and Peskin's proposal and listen to the voice of the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Eric Arguello. I'm with Calle 24, and I'm here in support of the Jane and Peskin proposal. And I actually think that we should actually increase the inclusionary to 27% because that's what we're seeing in the mission. It's not that they can't do it, it's that they won't. They don't want to cut into their profits. So I think we need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just call some additional names. Joseph Schmook, Otto Duffy, Tess Wellborn, Caroline Calderon, Lori Leiterman, and Dennis Moscovian. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Gabriel Medina. I'm with MEDA, Mission Economic Development Agency, and I'm here to express, of course, reinforce our support for the Kim Peskin proposal. Voters supported a 25% inclusionary rate. A lower percentage is a voting contract with the voters and their intents. Also, it's important to keep the 15% very low income baseline. We're seeing according to our Mission Promise Neighborhood Survey 2016, 584 mission households that included 1,308 children. we have about 61% of those residents pay more than half their income in rent, and we're looking at 90% of those households make less than $50,000 a year. Now, given those children projections with those households, that's less than 45% AMI with the new AMIs. So how are we taking away from those families that need housing and building for other housing that actually the AMIs would work for, other markets that are naturally affordable on the market? Also, I want to make sure that we've had this false narrative about, the moderate income housing not being built enough. And I just want to point out the numbers from the end of Q4 2014 from the last Regional Housing Needs Assessment. You have to not look at the percentages, you have to look at the actual unit rates. The shortfall of units in the low income rates below 80% AMI was 6,343 units, not built to meet the Regional Housing Needs Assessment goals. For the moderate 80 to 120 AMI, 5,471 units not built. We certainly need to build more of those two levels, but the deficit for low income is much higher on a unit by unit basis than the moderate income. Also, look at the above moderate, over 120% AMI. We've built more, 1,076 more units for the very, very above moderate, which is 120 AMI and above. So we have a real deficit for where we're building and who we're building for. I want to ask a few things that I think you should consider for the proposal going forward. First, we need a higher rate for projects located in vulnerable neighborhoods facing very severe gentrification. For the mission, that means since 2000, we've lost a third of our family households, from 42% to 28% of our households. That means we need to also look at a higher rate for super luxury projects. The income inequality between our population, where over 30% of our population is below the federal poverty rate, and what's being built by these very, very high market rates is too stark. We should look at a higher rate of inclusionary for the super, that include those super luxury units. Also, the application to small projects. We need an annual increase for those small projects. More than half of the some 40 projects proposed, 2,000 units for the mission, are below 25 units. If we don't step those up, we'll continue to have the deficit of not meeting the Regional Housing Needs Assessment goals for our neighborhood, which basically creates an enclave of wealth and not an immigrant gateway for low-income families. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Hillis and Commissioners. I'm Jim Salinas, Sr., native San Franciscan, born and raised in the Mission District. I've raised 4 kids in the Mission District. Commissioners, I'm here trying to lend a little perspective. Back in 2004, I and a handful of Latino community leaders sat down with Armax Development, a Latino developer who was doing the old Roche printing manufacturing plant at 15th and Mission, which they thought would be the gateway to the Mission. At that time, without a lot of push and pull, Armax Development agreed to 25% inclusionary housing at a time when the inclusionary housing was 10%. So he wasn't worried about making a profit. He was worried about making sure that the community was well served and that they could still make a profit. At the time, they also decided to use Rubicon Builders, a young brother that grew up in the Mission District off the streets, probably one of the greatest success stories in the city and county of San Francisco. His union contracting firm was at 70%. They had agreed to 50% local hire, 50%, although Reuben was doing 70%. They agreed to allow the courtyard to be used as a memorial for Stan Warren, the head of the San Francisco Building and Construction Trades Council, who died prematurely. He also set aside a space for Mission Hiring Hall, a nonprofit, to allow for folks to go in and continue to improve their lives. So there are those that would be willing to give up a little bit of the profit, not kill the lion altogether and eat without sharing with the community. So you're always in a position to make a difference. Please know that members of my organization earn over $70,000, and they're still in a position to purchase homes here. We've proven that over the years. Even in the year 2017, we have sisters, single moms, journey-level carpenters who have purchased homes in the Bayview Hunters Point. So it's doable. So it's the lowest income folks that are the most vulnerable. Those are the people that you're going to impact here today. So I'm hoping that you volunteer citizens will rise to the occasion and do what is in the good conscience of this city. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas. Next speaker, please.
As I am sure you're probably all tired of hearing by now, my name is Bob Tillman, and I'm an owner of a density bonus project in the Mission. And my project has been in the pipeline for over 3 years. And if you pass an in lieu fee on the density bonus units on my project, it will cost me an incremental $1.6 million, for which I have not planned. Now, earlier this week, my attorney, David Blackwell, who is a recognized expert on the state density bonus and was part of the litigation against Encinitas on the density bonus, sent you all a very detailed 4-page legal analysis explaining why an in lieu inclusionary fee on density bonus is completely illegal. And Laura Clark earlier mentioned that there would likely be litigation on such a fee. I'm the plaintiff. You're looking at him, if I need to be. I've done a little research into exactly what that means. So let me explain the process. This isn't like litigation, what you normally think of as litigation. It takes about 6 months to get it to trial. It's not a judge and a jury and a big circus. It's just a judge and a couple lawyers. Okay, there's no discovery. There's no depositions. There's no witnesses. Okay, it's the process. And I was to want a density bonus lawsuit against Los Gatos about 2 weeks ago. The entire process on a much more complicated issue took about 3.5 hours. So I will submit, oh, and by the way, here's the part I like the best. If I win, I get attorney's fees from you. Now, I will respectfully submit to you, in considering your inclusionary legislation, whichever way you go, that if you think you can count on an in lieu fee on density bonus units, then I respectfully submit to you that you are partaking excessively of California's most popular agricultural product. Thank you. Oh, but by the way, Dennis Richards knows me. I'm a restructuring and turnaround guy. Okay? I live in the world of litigation. I'm very comfortable doing this. And as Dennis will tell you, I do exactly what I say I'm going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners and staff, my name's Otto Duffy. I'm on the Tom Waddell Urban Health Clinic Community Advisory Board. I support whatever comes out that has the highest percentage of inclusionary housing at the lowest income level, which I guess is the Kim proposal, something like that. I see all these activists out here jotting down their talking points, and here I'm talking about Supervisor Kim. If we're going to rearrange the deck chairs, I think we have to do the best job we can. And you know what? If you spend 10 seconds at Spur, 10 seconds with Spur, you know that we're facing billions of dollars of seawall construction over the next 10, 20 years, maybe even tens of billions. And so if we're going to tilt the scales in favor of the wealthiest the wealthiest residents, which de facto, ineluctably, are the highest emitters, I'm sure that's all stowed away. You know, at Tom Waddell, we're not strangers to studies. We get best practices studies, patient satisfaction studies, or actual outcome studies. We have a tsunami of studies that we face, every month at our meetings. So, let me just suggest a few shortcomings in the controller's study. First of all, they state that 60 to 120% of housing has no federal or state program subsidizing them, that's a little bit crazy. You got the federal tax deduction for homeowners. In fact, you have an entire bureaucracy from FDIC to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to support home buyers. You have a first-time home buyer program. And locally, if you look at rent stabilization, who does that benefit? It benefits, the sweet spot is 60 to 100%, 120% of AMI. There's a lot of subsidies for that group. That's one thing. The second thing, it fails to account that as you get to more slightly higher levels, you have more choices. You can go to the commuter areas where the rents are lower, the cost of buying a house is lower. And third, and this is really unacceptable, it fails to account for the harm, where the harm is in our housing shortcoming. And if you looked at harm, that has to be homeless and the very lowest income people. And perhaps that is why we are having an slight increase in percentage of our lowest income residents, because people are accounting for that. I just think that if this goes to the board and it winds up of supervisors and it winds up being a 6-5 vote in favor of getting rid of lowering the inclusionary levels and a higher population, I think that just speaks about whether or not Supervisor Breed has a consensus board or not.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, Tess Wellborn, I'd like to expand on some of those points because it has been said that middle-income households do not traditionally benefit from public subsidies. Nationally, 75% of federal housing subsidies go to high and middle-income households by way of the mortgage interest deduction and other homeowner tax benefits. Nationally, in 2012, that deduction totaled $68 billion. This is bigger than the HUD entire budget for that year. Also, over 52% of households granted the mortgage interest deduction in 2012 made up to $200,000 a year. In California that year, the deduction averaged about $3,000 per household. In addition, middle income and homeowners get to deduct 100% of local property taxes from their federal taxes. Here in San Francisco, the city has a down payment assistance program that provides over $100 million in local funding to help first-time home buyers. And those are with households up to 200% of AMI. The largest affordable housing program in the San Francisco are the 173,000 apartments that are under the rent control. And those rent-controlled units have no income requirements. And at least 30% of those housing units are occupied by people earning 150% of the AMI or higher. San Francisco is currently producing over 180% of ABAG's defined need for housing for households earning over 120% of the AMI, which ABAG calls middle income. So it's really hard to understand why we need to provide additional bonuses and lower low-income housing for the benefit of developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wellborn. Next speaker, please. And if there's any additional public speakers, I don't have any more cards, but you are welcome to speak. You want to line up on the screen side of the room. Mr. Moscovian.
Mr. President, Commissioners, my name is Dennis Moscovian. I'm a native San Franciscan and a lifetime blue-collar worker. Despite nice words, even the really excellent words from Director Rahm on family housing, this particular proposal lacks the elements for family housing, as do a lot of projects. And despite the fact that we know that San Francisco only has 18% of the households with children, we still don't really focus on that. And this proposal doesn't actually identify unit mix or unit size in a way that would confirm that there's a commitment to family housing. The income levels that would be required based on what we've heard and what we know for family housing, that unless the affordability and inclusionary rates are as high as possible, not as low as possible, there won't be any possibility for people who either want to have families or have families to live in San Francisco. I have 3 children. They don't live here anymore. One lives in Texas. That's how far I got to go to see my granddaughter. I'm tired also. I'm a D5 resident, and I've been a D5 resident for more than 50 years, and I'm tired of my own supervisor proclaiming her public housing poor background when my father was homeless in the 30s. My parents were extremely poor. But in 1939, they lived on $19 a month, and they still helped feed the other tenant in the building because that guy didn't have enough to feed himself. My family never started to give up their soul because they gradually increased their income, and I find that I'm really fed up with the idea that we should, in somehow or another, cut down the amount of housing we're going to provide for working class people. Now, I'm a blue-collar worker all my life, and I was a journeyman making decent money, I thought, and I never exceeded $50,000 a year. And yet, my experience in this city is that the majority of the people I know and knew all made less than $50,000 or $60,000 a year, even teachers that I know. So the idea that we should be maybe doing what Mark Benioff proposed in an op-ed a week and a half ago, concerned with the folks, the particular guy he was pointing out, who made $150,000 a year, and he left San Francisco because it was too costly. And I'm thinking, this is absurd. But this is this new Orwellian way of twisting things around, and I want to say this one thing. When I look at the way we are in our history, I think that the policies that have been created actually wanted to create the situation we really have today. No children and very few working people and a lot more higher income people. Thank you. I urge you to support at least the Peskin and Kim proposal. Thank you, but do more work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lori Lederman. I support the Peskin-Kim proposal, or more affordability, and I echo the previous speaker and Supervisor Kim in recommending that we not only need to maximize affordable units, but we need to get the number of 2 and 3 bedrooms right. We need to bring 2 and 3 bedrooms to levels that begin to balance the current unrestrained development of small 1-bedroom and studio units. And if AMI is the tool we use to determine pricing of affordable units, then we need to seriously look at neighborhood AMI as a more reality-based tool. Market rate units continue to seriously outstrip both competing proposals by 3 to 1 or more. If the number of affordable units at the lowest range is reduced, as in Proposal B, that is a policy choice to further shrink the ability of low-income residents to stay in the city. Along with the proliferation of market-rate housing, as the affordability floor is raised, the median income floor also goes up as there are fewer people left at the lower end. So this becomes a self-perpetuating gentrification policy. We love to tout our San Francisco values, which proudly and vocally include caring for our most vulnerable residents. In this new era of a federal government of billionaires, by billionaires, and for billionaires, we must do more than broadcast our values. We must enact and enforce policies that make our residents and small business owners safe from the ravages of a predatory system. Let's not abdicate responsibility for low-income housing based on an assumption that this federal government will take care of it. Feasibility. Feasibility seems like the guiding principle of planning, but feasibility for whom? Of course, we need housing for moderate-income families, but in addition to, not at the expense of low-income earners. Let's not pit vital service providers, seniors, the disabled, and hardworking families against each other while we protect as sacrosanct the profit margins of real estate developers and speculators. I've heard a lot of numbers today, but utter silence about what the city considers to be a feasible rate of profit. Let's start enacting policies that tax vacant units, that constrain flipping, that tighten and enforce limits for short-term rentals. Let's shed light on the profits of investors, developers, and the real estate industry. Let's adopt housing policies that prevent displacement, not ones that accelerate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Laura Sinai, Board of Supervisors. I'm in TL Votes, also volunteered for TNDC and Tenderloin People's Congress. I reject the proposal by Supervisors Safrai, Breed, and Tang that will raise the rents and cut the percentage of affordable housing units the developers are required to build. The Safrai, Breed, and Tang bill would cut the affordable housing shares to 18%, and this is an outrage. I reject policies that put the middle class against low-income San Franciscans. I'm sick and tired of seeing giveaways to developers and tax breaks to corporations. These policies hurt the people of San Francisco who need inclusionary, low-income housing the most. The corporations and developers get a break. When do the people of San Francisco get a break? I support the Kim Peskin Housing for All amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinai. Next speaker, please, Ms. Hester.
Sue Hester, I have 4 points. One, this is context. We all live in the real world. And I deal with low-income people, and I see the ads in the paper for how much housing is selling for. One of the things that we're forgetting about is that we don't supply housing in the city for lower-income workers. They are creating an environmental impact. That should be a concern to the planning department, because every worker who's displaced, who can't afford housing, if they decide they keep their job, they're going to look for housing in the far reaches of the Bay Area, at the end of BART, or they're going to drive. So where are we going to get our people to sell us groceries, to man the coffee shops, to do all of those kinds of work that needs to be done? Secondly, San Francisco did groundbreaking work in the 1980s, creating a housing fee to support the expanded workforce. And that level came from the community. It didn't come from the planning department. It came from the unions. It came from neighborhood associations. It came from community organizations. It came from people who build housing now. And that struggle went on for 5 long years. And at the end, we got the very first law in San Francisco requiring developers to build housing. That law was not replicated in San Jose, Santa Clara County, San Mateo County. Why not? Those few people that are here supporting the other side should use their efforts to go down and tell people in Cupertino, Mountain View, San Mateo County, Facebook headquarters, all those places, to not skim the taxes off by taking commercial property taxes. They should be building affordable housing instead of putting their people on Google buses and dumping them into the Mission and Noe Valley. We have a housing crisis in San Francisco in large measure because other counties are dumping their problems on here and creaming off the taxes. And you should be saying that. Secondly, you need to impose on your department monitoring prices of housing. Right now, you collect all kinds of data about the process up to the approval, but you don't take the last step. When a condo is sold, when a housing unit is sold, what is the price? You should have that data. You shouldn't be going to the controller who comes up with bogus data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hester.
We can get that phone to get turned off. That would be great.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Dasa, and I'm one of the housing case managers for the Bill Sorrow Housing Program at the Veterans Equity Center. So today I just want to remind everyone that the BMR and the Inclusionary Housing Program is the only affordable housing option that our families have in San Francisco. If you are displaced, you cannot there's no way you're going to find market rate that you can afford. So this is the only hope that families have to give their kids a decent home where they go to school, where they have a community. So to cut or reduce the percentage that the city is offering for affordable housing is, in one of my clients' words, a crime. We should not be reducing the percentage of affordable housing that we're providing for the lower income families. I have here some statistics from the last, some recent applications that have been out for 90% AMI, Eviva, 893 households applied for Argenta, only one unit, 329 households apply at 100% AMI. When we compare to the low-income families applying, for 480 Potrero, 3,548 households applied. For L7, 4,115 households applied. Alice Griffith, 2,782%. All of these are 55% AMI. So yes, we recognize that there is a need for middle income or moderate income households to have a chance to get affordable housing, but this is all about equity, not equality. We have collected about 100 postcards from our clients who oppose the Safai breed and tank legislation. I'm going to try to read some of them as much as I can. So my family has been here in San Francisco for 12 years. We have moved to Modesto, but our kids still go to school here. We were displaced from District 11 on Ocean Avenue. I've been homeless for 3 years, and I live in a church in the Sunset District. The supervisor is Katie Tang. I live in San Francisco for 29 years, and I have never been able to find affordable housing. I'm couch surfing on my daughter's couch, and my income is 45 AMI. Families settled in this city generations ago, along with people hoping to build a new life. We're being pushed out. No one cares to take action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public, any additional public comment on this item? Nope. Did you want to speak, sir? Just, you're more than welcome to speak if you didn't fill out a card.
My name's Alan Loretz. I'm also a native. I'm a fourth generation. In 2003, I graduated high school from Galileo, joined the Army. I've been in the Army for 13 years. Now I'm a volunteer with the VEC, trying to give back to other veterans. My father left the city along with my sister when I was active duty military because he's a fisherman. Couldn't afford to live here anymore. And so I got out of the Army, came back home, joined the National Guard, and I couldn't afford a place to live either. It took me 4 years to finally find a place to live here in the city. And even then, it's a small studio in-law apartment in the Sunset. But when I finally felt like I had things set, I had a daughter. She's 4 now. She goes to St. Thomas in Richmond. And everything is going good. And now I found out I'm deploying again. I'm going to the Middle East in August. And so now I don't know what's going to happen when I get back home. I'm now the wrestling coach for Galileo High School down the street. I've committed my life to serve the public, like you guys have, and I just don't see how we're serving the public, because helping people that don't need help, it's not really serving anybody. We need to help the people that need help. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will close public comment. I did want to give staff, Ms. Hartley and Mr. Benliff, Mr. Ram, just if there's any kind of pressing issues that came about as of public comment or questions that were raised that you want to answer briefly, it would be good, and then we'll move to commissioner comments and questions.
I think Anne Marie can cover it. I wanted to request that you give staff a couple minutes to actually do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Anne Marie Rogers, Planning Department staff. You've heard a lot of really touching personal stories about how difficult the housing crisis is and how we must do what we can to take immediate action. So you've got a very big decision, and I did want to correct the record on a few items before you undertake that decision. First and foremost, staff stands firmly behind our characterization of the controller study and the assessment of feasibility. We described that the maximum feasible amount for inclusionary is between 14 and 18% for rental housing. And that's what the controller's work said. The controller's work with the TAC found that the city should not expect the use of the density bonus with every project because it just does not work with every project. It doesn't make sense, and the controller felt that. So it said specifically that the rate should not demand use of the density bonus project. The crisis demands that we find a feasible requirement so that we do continue to see housing produced and so we do get additional affordable housing. Everybody agrees with that. Both proposals seek that. For the public, some folks wondered why we are here today, and I think it's true that the voters did vote on Prop C last year, but also as a precursor to that, the Board of Supervisors unanimously agreed that there should be a study of feasibility for the inclusionary, and they asked the city to set up a TAC, and they asked for Planning Department to work with the Controller's Office on that feasibility study, and then come back with recommendations to the board about what would be a feasible amount. So that's what you're about to do. The TAC study is concluded, and you're going to make recommendations to the board on what is a feasible requirement to maximize the production of affordable housing. I'd also like to correct the record about the statement that the federal government does not produce below market rate housing anymore. That's just not true. Mr. Bentliff showed a slide. It was a pie chart, and it showed about 75% of the existing housing in San Francisco has been produced from low-income housing tax credits. These are funded by the federal government, and we currently have about 6,900 tax credit units that are in our pipeline, and we expect them to be built. We also expect that we will see the same percentage, about 75% of the units, coming from these federally funding sources. So again, there's a lot of different funding options out there, and we all agree that there's a real big need for low-income housing. We also agree that there is also, what's new in the dialogue is that now there is also a critical need for housing for people that are above low-income housing. So no one's disputing that there is need. And we agree in our support for the need for family-friendly housing. We don't agree that we need to wait to settle this question until we fix the inclusionary program. The city has already engaged in an extensive process to try to figure out a feasible amount. We've gone through the 6-month controller study with the technical advisory group. This is the third Planning Commission hearing on the subject. And unit mix is not currently even a part of the inclusionary requirement. And if you don't feel comfortable with it, it doesn't have to be part of your recommendation. It is actually very complicated to understand what the right amount of 2 and 3 bedrooms are. We need to understand not only the demographics, which we have a good handle on the demographics, but we also need to understand how our existing housing contributes to family housing or not. And that's something that no one in the city or in the private sector understands. We are engaging in a 1-year effort to try to understand our existing housing stock so we can begin to relate that to policy questions, but we just don't know it now. We do know enough now to give you some parameters for your decision. We do know enough now to say it is important to have both 2 and 3 bedroom units produced in new housing. It is important that you set a requirement that doesn't undermine the feasibility so we continue to see housing produced. And we know that the controller looked at a 40% 2-bedroom requirement. So those are the parameters. It's your decision to make a recommendation. If this decision is delayed, then we're going to be stuck with an amount that the Controller's Office has said is infeasible for future housing production. So that is, again, the controller's analysis through the technical advisory committee that was set up by the Board of Supervisors. I think it's important that we really spend more time hearing from the city's expert on the idea of what happens to low-income units and are we going to be able to produce for them. So I'd like to invite Kate Hartley from the Mayor's Office of Housing up to address that question.
Thank you. I do want to address something that many speakers alluded to or suggested or just said outright, that the recommendations will reduce the opportunities for low-income households at 55% and below. That is simply not accurate when you consider that right now, today, we have in construction or in pre-development 6,900 units of housing that will be funded with low-income housing tax credits. These units are serving homeless households. They're serving extremely low-income households. They're serving public housing residents whose average income is at 20% and below, and they're serving working families. Of the 6,900 units, there are interspersed in those some units at 80 to 120% of AMI. It's 172. So the city puts the vast majority of its resources into housing for 60% and below. And through those sources, virtually no housing is available for middle-income people. Now, with respect to the inclusionary program and the recommendations, there is a category of people that we currently do not serve, and that is households from 56% AMI to 70% AMI. Our goal in recommending the 3 tiers is to close that gap. Because if you make 61% of area median income and you are a household of 4, you make about $70,000. You do not qualify for low-income housing tax credits, and you do not a unit funded with that source, and you do not qualify right now for an inclusionary unit. But that is typically a family where there's 2 earners making $35,000 a year with 2 children. That's the gap we tried to close. That is the reason we've set forth 3 tiers. And among the 3 tiers, we are serving people at 50% of area median income in the lowest tier, in the middle tier, and we even reach people at 70% of area median income, also a cohort in great need at the highest tier. So we strongly recommend these 3 tiers in order to reach as many households in need who currently have no assistance whatsoever. And we're moving forward with this very large number of units in development as we speak for households at 60% of AMI and below. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ram, did you want?
I just wanted to clarify one thing. The perception is that the difference between the 2 proposals is 18 and 24%. That is actually not correct. As you heard Supervisor Kim say, the 24% proposal that she and Supervisor Peskin have put forward assumes the use of the state density bonus. The second proposal actually says it's 18%, and if the developer uses the state density bonus, the fee would be on top of that 18%. So the 2 proposals are actually quite similar in the respect of how they perceive for projects that would use the state density bonus. They're, in fact, almost the same, which is the analysis that we did a few weeks ago showing a very small difference in the number of units produced. It is not really the difference between 18 and 24%. It is the difference between 24% and 18% plus a fee. And that is the distinction between the 2.
Great, thank you. So we'll open it up to Commissioner comments or questions. First, I just want to thank also the members of the public who came out and testified. I mean, we hear every week about the housing crisis. We face it in our lives every day, but it's always important to hear from you all and people who are on the front lines affected by it in serving folks who are. So thank you for all of the public comment. Ms. Hartley, if I can ask you just some questions on the city's priorities, because obviously inclusionary is a piece of our overall housing production and housing strategy. And so, if you Does MOHCD set goals on how much or what percent of units it wants to provide for what income levels, kind of as we look forward? I mean, we get the charts on what's has been produced, which I think by virtue of the funding mechanisms available tend to be at the lower AMI levels. But as you look forward and program bond proceeds and fees, as well as inclusionary, are there targets as to what AMI levels you want to hit in future production?
We are very much limited in our ability to finance affordable housing by the cost of producing that housing, which is high in San Francisco, and by the other funds that we can leverage. So the reason that there's two reasons why the vast majority of our housing is for households at 60% AMI and below. That's because we can leverage funds at that income level and make our dollars go farther, and because it is the group of people in the city in greatest need. So that sort of defines, in terms of setting metrics, it doesn't really make sense for us to set metrics without acknowledging that our ability to serve households is defined in part by other funding that we have available to us. We want the maximum number of affordable units in market rate developments, but we do turn to the feasibility analysis because should market rate housing drop off, and in times when it has dropped off and our fees are reduced to very low levels, and there's not market rate housing being produced, not only do we lose inclusionary units, but we lose the affordable housing fees that we need to build new housing. So I don't have a percentage number to give you. I mean, I would turn back to our historical production numbers, which are 75% and more for the lowest income tiers. But we know that the need for middle-income housing is growing. Pre-recession, middle-income families were able to survive in the market much better than they can now. And so we believe that filling that gap, that donut hole in the inclusionary housing program, is really important because of the displacement that's happening for those households and the fact that there's no other funds at the state or federal level to serve them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. So I have a number of comments, but first I want to ask through the chair, how did you want to structure today's conversation? Because I could just talk for an hour myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think
let's
get through questions and kind of where the commission or individual commissioners may have issues with either pieces of legislation or where the recommendations are coming from the planning staff, and then I think we can kind of decide how to take on our recommendations. I mean, I think there's two alternatives. We can kind of key off the planning department's recommendations and kind of accept or reject them or make modifications to them. But if there's consensus here, we could try to kind of advance one recommendation. So let's go through and kind of get a lay of the land for comments and where there may be disagreement.
If I may, through the chair, it would be easier, at least for me, to track the conversation if after clarifying questions, and if there is consensus, fantastic, but I'm assuming there will be some deliberation on the issues, that you take up the issues one by one, and then we can kind of go down the list.
Okay.
How that might work.
So I think what I'll do then is ask some questions, couple comments, and then reserve my specific line by line yes or no, whatever we're doing later.
Right.
For later. Okay.
But I think if you have general areas where you'd like to see changes, you might want to state those now after questions so we know where we're headed.
Yes. Okay. I shall do that. All right. So where are we? I mean, this is the third hearing or so that we've had about inclusionary housing policy specifically, and the millionth hearing that we've had talking about it in the context of either other legislation or other projects, or just asking questions from staff or others. So we've talked about this topic a lot. And despite that, though, I think because we have two competing proposals that, unlike some of the other inclusionary housing policies we've seen have just so many different moving parts. I think it's important for me at least, to like set some context, and then I do have a few questions, and then I'll answer from my perspective my thoughts on some of the questions that actually Supervisor Kim brought up before she left the room. So one of the things is, it's not just today. I mentioned in my statement before this hearing that myself and other commissioners, there are lots of different pieces of information that we take into account when we're talking about what our questions are and what do we think. And in particular, I think it's important that I mention a couple. So the SB 375 passed a few years ago. As part of that, there was sustainable community strategies. As part of that, there was a requirement to sort of look into the impacts of transit-oriented development. And the California Air Resources Board commissioned the University of California, Berkeley to write a report on displacement caused by transit-oriented development. Now, some of the report is all about specifically what does rail lines, fixed rail lines, and bus rapid transit do to communities. But more generally, the report was really, really good in giving some data about anti-displacement policies, where they are, somewhat have they worked or have they not. There's a reason why they don't have a lot of where have they not worked. And I just want to highlight a couple things and then go off of also the controller's report and the earlier displacement study that was used as part of our work on a temporary mission moratorium that the Planning Commission passed. So in addition to that and the controller's report, there's a lot of information that is coming into the Planning Commission for us to look at. Specifically with the CARB report, I think we should recognize where we are today in terms of how far we've come about looking at all the different strategies to try to be inclusive of how we provide housing for all. So there's like a million different production strategies that are on here. You can have fiscal strategies such as having impact fees, which we're talking about today, jobs, housing balance, community benefits agreements, the housing trust fund, which passed an ordinance, land use controls, including inclusionary housing and accessory dwelling units, and sort of list goes down. When we think about ourselves in comparison to other Bay Area cities, we have 12 different policies that are all sort of in the bucket of how do you have anti-displacement policies focused on housing. And the next one down on the list is Alameda County, which among their cities have an average of 6 policies. And maybe you can't do an equivalency, one policy is better than the other, but the fact that we're trying so many different approaches is a really good thing, and not everyone else is doing that. Solano County, 2 policies per city, right? So we're doing pretty good. But the question today is how can we do better with limited resources? I think if we had our druthers, we would not be comparing one deficit of housing for a certain population to another deficit of housing for this population. We would just provide for everyone. We would just build as much as we needed to provide housing for everyone. But for a lot of reasons, that's not where we're here today. So what are the parameters in terms of where at least I'm looking at my decision? And there's a few different things. So I'm going to start by, so there's a couple things. So one is the economic feasibility, which people have focused on a lot, and I have a couple questions about that today. The impact of state density bonus, and then the impact of changes to projected market rate units sold, because it's all a chicken and egg problem. The fewer market rate units you get, the fewer inclusionary on-site units you get, because it's based on a percentage of what you're building. And more importantly, the less in lieu fees you get, which funds the housing that comes from OCD and goes across the rest of the city. So there's no magic bucket of money that's coming from somewhere. The way that inclusionary housing in particular works as an anti-displacement strategy is the more you build, the more you get. And then the question is making sure that what you build is something that works for everyone. And I'm not sure. I think we have some ways of figuring out if we got the solution right here. I think of all of the factors that we're thinking about, the economic feasibility is kind of, I think, what we keep coming back to, and I think staff might have said this at some point in their report. And, when I look at the TAC report, the controller study, it boils down economic feasibility to residual land value. And I don't know if people remember this, but in the controller's report, there was a color-coded table that essentially said the lower the inclusionary rate, the more green you got, because the higher the residual land value after you build a building, which presumably means more return, right? More return, more profit, more residual land value. And I think the way that was calculated, frankly, because it came from a table that came from a model based on different development typographies, is a little bit of a black box to me. So I'd like to ask staff. I know we don't have Ted Egan here, but I'd like to ask staff if your understanding of how we got to the residual land value, because it seems like the conversation has not included actual landowners and the lenders who lend the money to buy said land. And I'd like to understand, your guys' understanding of how that works. And if you don't get it, we can see if Ted Egan is in the building.
Absolutely. Jacob Bentliff with the Planning Department. So the basic approach that the consultants took for the feasibility study was to look at 4 prototype projects and then run pro formas on those. So they locked in a lot of assumptions, including construction costs for the different types and including rents. And the rents that they looked at for market rate were like $4,000 a unit for 2-bedroom, some of those really high rents we've been hearing about. The assumption about return on cost that they assumed, that they locked in as an assumption, was 5.05% yield on cost for rental projects. Many members of the TAC felt that was very tight for them, and others felt like it was worth pushing it to that level. That was the number that the TAC agreed was appropriate for them to assume. That number simply represents the amount of profit that a developer is looking for in order to be able to pay back their debt. That's what that number represents. The thing that they solved for, the dependent variable, was, okay, after I pay for construction cost, I pay for my operating cost, I pay for that amount, that I get that return so that I can pay off my debt, what's left in my pocket? That's what the residual land value is. And the reason that's important is because that amount of money is what you have available to go and buy a piece of land. And that's really the key question. The TAC was very clear, unanimously, the consultants agreed that this is the fundamental question. The value will come out of the land. So we should target our analysis there. And that's actually why they directed the consultants to solve for the land value, so we could then say, okay, let's take all these assumptions, maybe right, maybe wrong, best guess, and ultimately we figure out what's the residual land value. We can compare to what kind of values we're seeing land actually sell for. So they said that if it's under $100,000 a door, there's no way that's happening. Very, very unlikely that anybody's going to sell their land in San Francisco for below that value, and that was the red zone on that chart. 18% was the cutoff. As their weighted average across prototypes, I should remind everybody, not some prototypes that will work and some it won't work. They said if it was above $120,000 a door, I think, that it was probably good. The things in between that range was the yellow zone. That was the 14 to 18% for the rental projects. So in other words, they use that approach to get at the fact that this is the hardest thing to pin down because every site is different and every deal is different. And that was the way that they were able to kind of get the TAC to feel like they could talk about a number that was meaningful because everybody kind of had a sense of what land did and didn't trade for. So, there were 8 meetings over, probably about as many months. I attended all of them. There were very robust discussions. And it was honestly remarkable to me from my experience working on these things that group was able to come to agreement about that range. And that was due to the fact that they took that approach and solved for the residual land value.
Okay, thank you very much. I understood everything you just said, and I think we've had, again, Ted Egan, our chief economist here, to explain the methodology before. But I bring it up because, to me, there's still something about it that we're not getting the direct, from the horse's mouth, information from the right people. The lending community is the one who are saying, developer, put $4,000 per unit for monthly rent in your pro forma. You need to put that in there. The developers aren't saying that. They're just wanting to get a project done. And so I just question whether or not we have the right information from the right stakeholders. And I just say that up front because I think it impacts the rest of the conversation. So let me let me not take up too much more time, and let me get to some of my specific questions so that other people can ask specific questions. And let's open up my computer. Let's do it. Here we go. So, question number 1. So, and this is just to clarify some things about the proposal. Supervisors Kim and Peskin's proposal has certain AMI averages and then ranges around those numbers. So, for example, for rental for low income is 55% AMI with a range of from 40 to 80. So I'm going to start with this question. Is that structure the same as what the department is proposing of having an income level that is tied to the price of the unit and then the means testing being arranged around that? Is that representative?
So both proposals are structured a bit differently. And functionally speaking, when you're talking about a range and an average in the middle, it could be boiled down to, let's do it at 3 tiers, basically. The key difference in the way that the language, I apologize, the way that that translates is that, or the issue we had with the language around saying, let's have an average, and then let's talk about what the average household is in the building, is that if the way it's written is actually that you should serve as low as a household earning 40% of area median income. As we heard from the Mayor's Office of Housing, with a unit that is priced at 55% of AMI, we can actually serve as low as a 35% income household. So our concern was that that proposal might actually hem us in and prevent us from reaching as low as we might. By keeping the language in the code the way that it's always been and the way that it typically is for inclusionary programs as governing the maximum price of the unit, it retains the full flexibility of the administrating agency, in this case our Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development, to place households in those units as they come up in the lottery to the absolute maximum level that's going to be affordable for that household. That's how we can get down as low as 35% AMI. I will say that in the other proposal, the language was not entirely consistent every time it was written in each section, and so we still had concerns there. That's why the way we framed that recommendation, which I believe is the first of the recommendations in that income level section, was that no matter what happens, we would advise or suggest that the Planning Commission give a recommendation that we look at the language and make sure we're writing it so that it governs the maximum price of the unit and leaves the ability to put households in those units to the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development through their procedures manual, which I should note will also be coming before this commission when it's updated in a few months.
Okay, so I think that answers my question, because I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. It wasn't clear to me whether both proposals set the maximum price and then had a band with which and you could do the means testing for who's going to go in there. Is that, so it sounds like Proposal A is structured that way, and the question is the band correct? And Proposal B is not structured that way, and the recommendation is to structure it that way?
Proposal A generally talked about what's the income of the household, and that was our concern. In Proposal B, in some cases, it seemed to be written that way. So we're saying that in either case, it should be written about what the unit is. So B, the proposal from Sefai, Breed, and Tang is a little bit closer, but we weren't even really concerned about which proposal or that. This was just sort of a fundamental baseline. This is the way it's always been written. Let's just make sure that nothing gets lost in the shuffle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think my clear recommendation then, and then I guess we're going to vote on it, is it should be set by the price of the unit. So if you're saying that the level is 55% AMI, it should be look at the table from OCD.
That's right.
Look at in the table what is 55% AMI. That is 25%, 30% of that number is the rent, and then you can find people who within a band can afford that rent.
That's
correct? Right. Okay. Second question. I noted in your presentation and also in the staff report, I just mixed it up myself, that the affordability, the rent burden was set at 25% of the AMI. But for years, I have been repeating the HUD metric of 30% rent burden is sort of the national sort of average level they're trying to get to. So why is that number down to 25%?
Thank you.
Yes, so we typically use 30% rent burden in our affordable developments. In order to close that gap, we wanted to expand for inclusionary the range of affordability so that we could reach more people without somewhat arbitrarily just saying, no, you cannot qualify for this unit because you make 55% of AMI with the rent set at 30% of income plus $1. That's what it is. That's the way it is now. If you make 55% of AMI, which is 30, and the rent is set at 30% of that income level, and you make $1 over, then you are denied a unit. So by going to 25%, a 25% rent burden, we expand the number of eligible households up to a point at which is still used by HUD. It's still an acceptable metric, that's not an over-subsidization. So the bands that we've set have on the low end, you have to earn at least 2 times the rent. On the high end, you can't make more money than what would be a 25% rent burden, with the rent itself set at the income tier marker, 55% for the low end, and the rent is set at 30% affordability for the 55% AMI household.
Okay, I understand that. I haven't done the math. Is that logically equivalent to saying that the rent is 30% rent burden of, I'm just picking a number, 55% AMI, but you can make from 35% AMI up to 70%
63% AMI.
63, and then you round it up to 65, I guess, because you got to look at a number in a table. So that's logically equivalent to saying that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, next question I have. Let me keep it quick. I'm going to skip down to the affordable housing fee quickly. Just a quick question. What is MoCD's thought on how they would, the method of calibrating the actual fee? The department's recommendation, and I think that this comes up in both proposals as well, is to change the fee to match the actual cost of construction for the city. How often will that be calibrated?
We have looked at our pipeline costs. We've determined what our average gap is, and we will be looking at that annually.
Annually. Okay. Okay, thank you. Cool. I guess, I'm sorry. Sorry, Kate, can I ask you another question about that? So one of the department's recommendations about the step increase for the inclusionary rate was to make it not 0.5% a year, but 1% every year, because projects take 2 years. The stepping it every year would be challenging administratively, and also if you think about it just in a project, if a project takes a couple 2-3 years to get through, the department would constantly be redoing numbers. So do you think that having the fee, in lieu fee level set from OCD changing every year, should that also fit in that same model of calibration?
I want to separate the two issues. The schedule of increases refers to what % of the project's units will the fee be then assessed on. And then the issue we were just discussing with how often does MoCD recalibrate the dollar amount of the fee is a separate amount. So it actually wouldn't affect how often MoCD looks at the dollar amount of the fee. It just says that the % requirement for your project that gets stamped on your plans would only change once every 2 years.
I understand. I understand the difference.
I'm
saying that it's all money. And one of the points was if you change that percentage every year, right, going back to the inclusionary percentage, like the number of units, that can be administratively burdensome for the staff and also challenging for projects that take more than 1 year to go through the pipeline. And I'm wondering, is it not the same argument when talking about the actual gross in lieu fee, that changing it annually doesn't necessarily match markets, and also could provide an administrative burden because it means that you are going to have to more than once probably have to go back and recalculate what the affordable housing fee is, which we've actually seen with projects here that over time we've had to go back and change numbers. I'm wondering if we're not baking that in, that's what's going to be happening in the future.
If I'm not mistaken, on the implementation side, what we do is we actually charge the fee dollar amount at the very end of the process when they get to their first construction document, whereas the fee amount that they expect, the percentage amount that they expect to be going in on traditionally has been something that's been known all along. So that was the big change in all these proposals about having a schedule of annual increases. You know what I mean? People have always known that the fee amount, and in fact, all of our impact fees are indexed annually based on the Capital Planning Committee. And folks know that that's going to be the dollar amount that they'll be looking at, but that it's not, it more or less tracks a level that's similar to inflation. So it's a very manageable amount, like 5% or 4% or something like that. Whereas it was a new concept that, it would be kind of the equivalent of saying, we're going to start charging our fees on your gross square footage plus some other factor, right? We're actually changing the benchmark each year in addition to the dollar figure. So we were just trying to look at that and say, how can we make that as digestible as possible? And I will say, I think the key point with the schedule of annual increases, no matter how frequently you do it, is really how much time do you give people to adjust to this new reality. So that's I think, the most important point from our side.
Okay. I think if we're going to have, I'll just move on to my next question, but I will come back to this. I do think that if you're going to have the fees fluctuate with the market, and so, labor, material, all those things go into what is the cost to build a door, and you're going to make the argument that how many units, so the inclusionary percentage shouldn't calibrate every year because it's too hard to go back and forth. I think we should make the same argument for the associated fee with that percentage. It just sort of, I don't know. I'm having a hard time understanding why they would be decoupled. But okay, we'll go on. And then let's see. 2 more questions. In terms of the state density bonus, so I understand, obviously Supervisor Kim was here and was explicit in saying that she expected that projects would take advantage of the density bonus if it made sense to do so, and if you have a legislative proposal that incentivizes, is a good word, them to make the density bonus make sense, then they should do it. But I'd like to ask staff to just one more time go over what are the factors behind why a project, big picture, why a density bonus project would or would not be a good idea, both from the aspect of penciling out and also getting through the process.
There were a number of this was obviously a big topic of conversation at the Technical Advisory Committee, and there were a number of reasons that were explored and discussed in those meetings. One of them was, of course, you might be at a certain height where the density bonus, you could only achieve that maximum density bonus by going to another height category that would then increase your per square footage costs and thus might not be attractive. I recently worked on a PPA for a 100% affordable project where they could have gone up from 65 to 95 feet with our affordable housing bonus for 100% projects, and they chose to only go to 85 feet, for example. Also, your environmental review. The environmental review is based on the project description, no matter how you got there, density bonus or otherwise. And so that might be another reason why a project sponsor would choose not to go for additional height for any number of reasons, shadow, bulk, what have you. The sunk cost and time working in the community, of course, is another consideration. I just saw in the news, actually, the CPMC campus out there, I believe it's off of Geary. There were about, 15 or 20 different buildings in that couple block project. The entire area was, I believe, zoned for 85 foot in height, and only one of those buildings went up to that height level. And it had a lot to do, as I understand it, with the conversations that they had with the community and trying to fit into the community context. The consultants also mentioned, in particular for the condo projects, that there's sort of a certain absolute to the amount, the absorption rate is what they call it, right? Is how many units you're going to be able to sell in a year or a month. And there was some consideration that maybe, you may not want to increase an already large project, if that's the case, to an even larger amount because you might be nervous it would extend the time of your holding cost. Those were the key reasons that come to mind. I also have a slide in here as well. I think they might have a couple more.
Commissioner, if I might just add to that, we've been trying to keep closer tabs on projects that are proposing the use of the bonus. As you know, you approved one. In the current several hundred projects that are proposed in the office, there are 8 projects that are proposing to use the state density bonus out of, I don't know how many hundred we have in the office right now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think when we get back to comments on state density bonus, sort of things, we'll have questions. I'm going to leave alone the unit mix for right now. I'm undecided at this point without further deliberation with fellow commissioners as to whether that needs further study or if we have enough to be able to make a recommendation here. My full support is for having more 2- and 3-bedroom units in all of our housing. I think it's important. We definitely need. It's almost as important as the income levels, because the lower the income, usually the larger your family, which is some of the research that I've read and what I've lived on the street. One other question that I'll ask right at this point, or not question, but I want to add in another element. Ms. Hartley brought this up, and it's something that I have mentioned numerous times up here in the commission. When we look at ownership opportunities, the cost burden is not just the price of the unit, it's also the ancillary fees, such as homeowners association fees. If we're going to have a higher inclusionary rate for ownership properties, which makes sense for a lot of different reasons. When we look at projects that take the on-site option, we need to consider how households will afford those other ancillary costs. Right now, I don't see it. One way that we've been dealing with it is by raising the AMI levels for ownership BMR units, presumably saying if you have a higher income, then you have enough income to support those ancillary costs like HOA fees. But I'm not sure that that's the case. Up on your commission, I've highlighted a couple projects from downtown, which I keep referencing, where we had to change the projects, CCNRs, from on-site to off-site because the HOA fees were more than the mortgage. So we need to find a way to deal with that. I think it needs to be explicitly taken care of in inclusionary housing proposals if we're going to continue to have higher on-site inclusionary ownership BMR requirements than for rental. So that's my last thing, and then I guess we'll come back around at some point.
Commissioner Richards, thank you.
Okay, there's an awful lot here, as there always is when we talk about these kinds of subjects. I guess where I'm coming from would be people talked about Prop C and what the voters said to us, and what I'm reading that Prop C said was they want to include moderate or middle income in the program, BMR program. That was clear. We voted on it, and I voted for it at a 60-40 ratio. It was 15% low, 10% moderate, so that's my yardstick. What do these proposals do in terms of that kind of a ratio? Is one more or less than the other? There were some statistics that were, not only did the voters speak, but Corey Smith got up and gave some statistics on the lower income bracket of residents lost 2% during the time that it was measured. In the middle, actually lost 11. So it's clear. And I know a lot of people in both categories that actually don't live in the city anymore. Also in the RHNA targets, when you expand it that one additional category, the very lows got 69% being met, the lows 34% being met against RHNA target, the moderates 15, and then the above moderates 127. I think that was 1990 to 2015. It's a long period of time. My criteria when we actually vote on this is at a high level, how much housing are we going to get? What's going to do to the production cost? And then from a soft thing point of view, when look at the most flexible, I keep hearing about somebody making $1 more and they don't qualify, which is just crazy. I'd go to my boss and say, cut my salary $10 so I can actually get into a unit, which is, again, silly. What's the most coverage? So most flexible, most coverage, and we're going to stress the feasibility but not endanger production. So those are my criteria for what's the best way forward here. Now, given that, we've got a kind of a problem here that's got 3 different components that are related, and we can't really talk about any type of solution without talking about all 3 at once, and that's the BMR percent, the AMI levels, and the mix. So that actually tells you exactly what you're getting in return for voting on this. So I look in my other yardstick, and it says this is a real hard and fast yardstick, is the controller's maximum range said 14 to 18. We talked about residual land value, 100, 120, which was all good. Theirs was at the Prop C numbers that I mentioned, 15 and 10. So when we look at what we're getting here, that's what I want to use it against. So did we look at the controller study and use the same criteria to get these percentages with these different AMI levels, and what does that mean? The other thing that planning staff, Mr. Bitliff, did a great job in the March meeting was there was a line in here, housing production has not kept pace with changes across a range of income groups. San Francisco added 31,000 market units between 1990 and 2015. Because households earning over 140% of AMI increased by 76,000, the majority of higher income households actually pushed people out that were living in the existing housing. So that's a big thing for me. You also modeled Proposal A and B in that same report. Proposal A was going to increase 2,100 inclusionary affordable units, but decrease 10,000 market rate units for a net reduction of 7,900 housing units. Proposal B was increase between 1,000 and 1,400 affordable and a reduction of approximately 5,700 to 7,000 market rate, so a net reduction of between 4,700 and 5,700. All really good stuff. Now, what I wanted to see, and the light bulb went on up here, and I probably should have told you this when we had the review when I was on the phone, our proposal from the department, where does it fit in with terms of those numbers? How many affordable are you going to get? How many market units are going to go down? I'd love to see how it's positioned against that. So that all being said, some specifics. That was just the high-level stuff. There's a lot here. A couple of things jumped out. First, the small projects. So today I remember Sean Keegren getting up here in March and saying, I didn't ask for this windfall, don't give it to me, and we're still giving it to him. Why? It's, they absorbed it at 55 and 80 for their couple of units per project between 10 and 24. Why not just leave it there? Why make it 80 and 120, or expand the number that we're going to ask them to give us back to reflect the money that we give back through value recapture. And then value recapture is a big thing for me as well. It's against stress, getting the most we can get without actually endangering production. Let me keep going. I want to seem like I'm jumping around here. Actual cost of the units to be constructed, does that include the tax credit leverage or the actual hard cost? It does. So that was one of the things that we kept seeing why people were feeing out. So the percentage that we're charging people to fee out because it's much higher, does that close that gap between what they would have to build it at and what we could build it at with the tax credit leverage? Are we incenting them to fee out like we are today?
No, we are trying to, we've recommended something that's an equivalency between the on-site construction and a feeing out. The MoCD's GAP does assume low-income housing tax credits at average pay-in, not a high or low over time. It does change year to year, as well as a minimal amount of debt, because at 50 to 60% AMI rents, you can leverage a first mortgage.
Okay.
And then we come up with our typical GAP, and that's what we need to build from the inclusionary program to build new affordable housing.
And if I were to fee out, and it would cost me much more than that because of the things you said, you'd kind of equivalency it. I'd have to pay what I'd normally pay. Is that, if I had to build it on site and it cost me $600,000 a door, but you could build it for $4 million, would I pay the $600,000? I mean, all these percents, was there an equivalency there that was kind of neutral between not encouraging one or the other, but just making it the same?
Well, we were trying to look at what is the maximum feasible fee value, 23 and 28%, that would not inhibit production and also not create a disincentive.
So that would probably,
other.
maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that would maybe be between what they actually would cost them to build it on site versus what we would be with our leverage.
It's about the same.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes.
That's exactly what I'm glad. That's fantastic. 1 second. so much paper up here. So the feasibility of the return for the developer was 5.05, I think, on a rental that you said. But we heard people get up here and say Lennar and Axis and another one on O'Farrell did 25% with no bonus, no expansion of the AMI income levels. How did that happen? I mean, people keep saying developers can do more, they can do more. These are the three projects that are poster children for why they can do more, but we're asking for less. Any idea on the background on how they did more?
Who did more in the study, or
1515 South Van Ness projects? Yeah.
Right. So there's a big difference in projects that are already have land and are already in the process, and projects who have not yet decided whether or not to begin the development process. The universe of study for the controller study was the future. Will projects choose to move forward or not? When you've already purchased land, for example, 3 years ago, I believe in the case, or two or 3 years ago in the case of the 1515 South Van Ness project, and have been working on it for multiple years, it's just a different scenario. You're already there, you've already got sunk cost, and so the decisions you might make, you may indeed take a lower return. It's possible.
Okay. So one other question. We had somebody get up and give us this developer scenarios. They did all these numbers, and they translated it into dollars. And I guess they looked at both proposals. Do we know what our recommendation could be? Should we ask them to run those numbers for us as well to see where we come in terms of windfall or not? It's just an idea. I mean, this is pretty specific, and it's kind of what I was like, wow, these are actual numbers here, and you got to go back and really look at them because it came in this morning at 7:48. It's hard to really sink your teeth in. Have you had a chance to look at these?
I'm not exactly sure which
numbers.
This is the CCHO
analysis?
I believe that's a comparison of where we were with Prop C and where the staff recommendations are, or actually where the proposal from Supervisors Safai, Breed, and Tang was. It skips the step of comparing the two ordinances that are before you. They're very, very close.
Right, and then to us, to our recommendation.
Yeah, and what the recommendation from the TAC was basically took into account a lot of factors. The TAC basically had different levels of comfort with that range. Some felt like 14% was very appropriate, and some felt like 18% was very appropriate. So I think the important thing to reemphasize is that we're at the top end of what that range was, and economic conditions have already changed from that point in time. Interest rates are starting to go up, so on and so forth. And many TAC members mentioned that was part of the risk of being at the top end of the range.
Okay, another question. Home SF is in our motion to recommend moving it forward. We sat here last year with lots of different hearings, and we finally said to the board, I believe, we support AHPB at the time, then named AHPB, on the opportunity sites, gas stations and parking lots, and that covered about 270 or 300 parcels. I haven't really, I know President Hillis and I met with Supervisor Tang, and we talked about some of our concerns, and she got back to us, and I think she answered a lot of the questions we had. Is Home SF pretty much AHPB? I mean, were there any big changes?
Yes, there were a number of changes that happened at the Land Use Committee. We reported those to you as part of the weekly board report. I think I was filling in for Mr. Starr at that time. So,
do you remember them?
Somewhat, probably not totally reliably.
Okay.
It was adding in family-friendly housing requirements, so there's some options to try to get, and we feel very strongly that Home SF actually is a very good approach that would actually result in both 2 and 3 bedroom units. One thing that we see in the eastern neighborhoods where there's a 2 bedroom requirement and an alternative for a 3 bedroom requirement, we don't actually see the production of 3 bedrooms. So they tried to add something that would make it attractive to do either 2 or 3 bedrooms. Small business protections, which is something that would not happen through the use of just a plain state density bonus or with a normal development project, but is this whole combination of OEWD providing services and outreach to work with developers and then making that explicit when the project is before you. What were the businesses that were part of this, and what sort of packages are going to be happening? What's the prognosis for the business going forward? Will they be relocated in the same spot?
Got it. Okay, thanks. Regarding one other question, maybe you or Ms. Hart can answer. In the Nexus study, of which I haven't gotten all the way through it, it's really thick, did it talk about the need for both low and moderate or middle income people, or was it just BMR units for the low? Do anybody recall that?
Commissioner Richards, Sarah Dennis Phillips. So I'm going to take this because I've worked on Nexus studies, unfortunately, my entire career here, and I had to guide that one. So the way we did the Nexus study looked at households from 0 to 120% of median income, but we did do an appendix that looked at the 120 to 150 and how it would increase if we were to incorporate households up to 150.
Did it follow that 60-40 split in terms of what's demand created for those?
No, and the Nexus study doesn't spit out exactly 3 households at 10% of AMI and 4 households. It actually isn't tiered that way. It's just chunked together.
Okay.
So it
Great.
covers all those households.
Thank you. Regarding the state density bonus, it's a 1979 law, and as far as I'm concerned, it's a clunker. It's outdated at best. I call it the state density windfall. Created a long time ago in a land far, far away when we didn't even have a program for BMRs, and something needs to be done with it. And again, like I analyzed it as a bad employee that you keep trying to work around and come up with these, contortions that we're going to charge you a fee, we're going to charge you a higher percent on the base. It just needs to be changed, and I hope Assemblyman Ting's bill passes so that we can just stop with all this kind of silliness and just charge the same BMR percent to the density bonus itself. I think Director Ram really answered my question. Of the hundreds of projects we have, there's only 8 that are asking for it. So I wanted to keep it when I talked about this at the beginning, flexible as possible. So, hey, if a person wants to use a state density bonus, they pay the fee on top of the units. If they don't, it's just normal. And so I think that gives us the flexibility. Somebody mentioned, and this was an interesting one, I think the woman there with the white hair, I think she's a nurse. She said a self-perpetuating gentrification machine. When you keep setting the AMI levels higher and higher, it keeps pushing people out, and you keep having a floor. I don't know, behind that where that all came from, but is that something that could be an unintended consequence here? I know that's one out of left field.
No, I think it's really important to emphasize that the AMI levels that we're talking about in our proposal are still 2/3 low income, below 80% of AMI. And that is, and there's a reason that we've recommended those. As I said, with the 3 tiers, and as Kate has pointed out in a couple different ways, there was this huge gap between the low and the moderate. And that was what was really distressing from the folks who actually implement this program, because they see those people who are at 56% and over. And so that's why we're looking at 5580 and 110.
Great.
And all of those, if you look at the rent numbers associated with those, they are all significantly below what the market rent is.
And at 60, at 2/3, 1/3, that's close to what Prop C is, so I can absolutely get my mind wrapped around it and support it. One last question or comment is, considering neighborhood AMIs, it's interesting as I looked at that list of all the AMIs and all the percents and the incomes in the household somebody handed in, there are median incomes in certain neighborhoods in the city that don't even reach where what we'd be charging or targeting. So I would really like to consider some type of a study on would a neighborhood AMI actually be a good idea or not. Thank you. Oh, okay, please.
If I could, it's MoCD's intent to ensure that at the upper end, that the rents or sales prices are always 20% below market rate, so that there will be some neighborhoods where we know that it's close, and we intend in our procedures manual to, in those cases, require a market study to make sure that we're not setting inclusionary pricing or rents at market. So that's part of our plan for implementation.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. So I'll just start with a general of sort of where we're at and where we agree and disagree, and then some specific additions to the recommendations that I'd like to put forward. So first, I think that we all come and look at statistics and facts colored by our personal stories and experiences. And so before I went to planning school, I was a community organizer, organizing on the first inclusionary housing requirement in the redevelopment areas in Stamford, Connecticut, working for the AFL-CIO. And as a baby organizer, I remember sitting in a room with a bunch of developers. It was all guys, and they were saying how, 25% inclusionary was way too high. It wouldn't be supported. And the way we calculated was same thing. Residual land value is the same. but interestingly enough, what it took to pay off your construction loan in Stamford, Connecticut was very different than in San Francisco. The return for the investment was very different, and what was expected by the lenders, and what you paid for mezz debt and everything was very different in Connecticut than it is in San Francisco. So I'm wondering, I had a really great briefing from the staff and really appreciate all the work that went in. But then I went back and reread that report by the controller, and I actually am not convinced, by the methodology. And so I actually think that more can be supported. I have a lot of questions about the density bonus. I wasn't on the commission when, you guys considered what is now home SF. So, I think I'm at a disadvantage there. But I would want to see us push the percentages higher. I've worked for, Prop C, and a lot of folks in the room were mobilized and worked for that. So I, would, be in that direction. So the other thing that I want to say is about the banding. I actually think that it is a good idea. I really appreciated that. Because having worked in affordable housing, I know how frustrating it is for a household who makes $5 more to then be told you don't qualify for a unit. So that being said, though, and I've said this before in the commission, I do not believe that equity restricted BMR housing is the appropriate tool for higher income households. And I understand that, houses keep going up, but I also know that when folks have more choices, the ability to build equity as you're paying down your mortgage, the ability to leave your assets to your children when you pass away. There's all of these things that also become important. And given the choice to just go over the border to Daly City or to Oakland, is just not we pretend that we have this one tool, like having, a hammer to build a house and not, use, nails and screwdrivers or whatever. And so I do think that, we do need housing for middle-income folks. I remember Supervisor Breed's speech, and it was very moving, and I actually agree with her, everything she said. And I also remember being part of the African American Outmigration Task Force that was facilitated by Fred Blackwell at the Redevelopment Agency years ago, and we did in fact find that the most of the folks who were leaving the city were middle-income folks. It was not low-income folks, which was what among African Americans, and that sort of was supported by what Corey put up. Nevertheless, I also know that it is the BMR program is one of the programs that is least used by African Americans, and there's a reason for that. And I want us to not pretend that we're solving a problem with a tool that is not appropriate for the problem. So with that, there's a couple things that I would like to add to the recommendations that we should look at. So number one is something about the sort of reporting requirements from the Mayor's Office of Housing in terms of like who is buying BMR units. If we're going to be changing this, I want to have data, on a regular and timely basis about who is going into the program, who's not going into the program, or is it, is it working as intended? And have this commission or at least the supervisors have a way to, just reset some of the things that were not working as intended. And with that, I'm specifically worried about racial equality as it comes to, accessing affordable housing. And I would also like us to consider financing it properly. And what I mean is that, it's true, as Ms. Hartley said, that there's some things that we have no control over, but there are some things that we do have control over. So, this country has a long history of redlining by lenders. And I don't want us to exacerbate that problem by then just pretending that it's neutral. There are some communities that do need a little more in terms of access, homeownership counseling. They need credit repair. They need, a bunch of stuff. And so I think that if we're truly wanting to have inclusionary housing be meeting the needs of those communities, being able to put money into homeownership counseling and all of that stuff is actually really cheap in comparison to subsidizing a unit. So I would also add that as a recommendation. And then, let's see. And then lastly, I think that we do need to look at the marketing requirements, along with my last point, that along with counseling and credit repair and all of that stuff, the way people hear information is different. We have gone back and forth on this issue in the city and, are more hands-off than I think we should be in that mandating marketing requirements and then relying on folks in the community who already have relationships with those communities that we want to reach the most should be mandated. So, thank you.
Just a couple questions on the issue. CCHO Choo Choo did that report, Mr. Binliff, and you talked about it a little bit. And I think you were talking about a comparison between both of the proposals that are before us. But I think if we look at Proposal B, and what was done in the controller's report was looking at kind of the feasibility at the Prop C levels. And so if we look at AMI levels that are higher than that, and I know Chooch's come up with their own calculation in a fairly basic way, like looking at rents and taking the difference in rents and annualizing them and applying a cap rate. Have we done that? I mean, I know you've told me we're at kind of the highest 18%, and I think we want to be at the highest, right? We want to push on this. I mean, I think for most of us, we want to maximize the amount of inclusionary affordable housing we're getting. And I know the controller said you can get up to 18 at the Prop C rates. What you've proposed in the staff recommendation is the props is the 18%, but at rates that are higher than the Prop C rates. And do you have a sense of what that value differential is? I mean, obviously, some have portrayed it as a giveaway to the developers, but I think I think it'd be good to know or to make a recommendation to, if that's ultimately where we want to land on the AMI levels, and I believe I'm supportive of the AMI levels that are being recommended by staff, and mostly because we've got to look at how we produce affordable housing everywhere, not just inclusionary. Inclusionary is one part of it, and as Ms. Hartley said, we're getting at lower income levels, which we should. I mean, it's not only because that's what is financeable. I mean, the reason it's financeable with tax credits is that's where we actually should be putting most of our funding, and it is where we do. I mean, so I think it's important to realize that's where the city puts most of its resources at the lower income levels, and I agree with that. But I think the inclusionary gives us an opportunity to provide some level of housing at the middle income levels, which I think everybody acknowledges we're seeing people in the city leave at those levels, whether it's the preschool teacher or the firefighter. And we should do something at that level. Should it be the overall greater percentage of things we do? No. But we should do something, and I think inclusionary is a good tool to do that. So that's a long-winded way of saying to my question, what is that value differential? And have you looked at it, and what could that get us? If you looked at it and analyzed it, what does that translate into kind of perhaps a higher percentage or two on the AMI level?
I do not have that percentage off the top of my head. What I do know is that in general, a project is significantly more sensitive to the percent of units that are required to be below market rate than the difference between, for example, 100 or 110 AMI within the same percentage of units. That's because that difference in revenue is relatively minor compared to the difference in revenue between a market rate unit and that BMR unit, whatever level it's at. As we mentioned, we have market rate rents up at like 170, 80, 90 AMI equivalent, and we're talking about BMR units that are much lower.
But you would still, I get that, but I think that's the calculation you would make, right? If you're saying, just for ease, everything's at 100% AMI. Obviously, that's a big difference than everything being at 50% of AMI. And so you take that difference for the same number of units and then translate that and look at kind of the difference between a market rate and a.
And I guess, right. So exactly. So what I'm trying to say is that if you look at, you kind of got two bars, right? You've got what's the percentage requirement and what are the AMIs that go into that, right? And we're talking about the controller study did its analysis, and then subsequently we looked at what's the policy for why we should be setting AMIs where we should be setting them. We've talked about that. And so we've been turning that dial. Now, that's not going to be a 1-to-1 or even a 0.5 to, you know what I mean, turn on what the on-site number is going to be. So when we look at whether or not changing those AMIs the way we've seen, which are still pretty close to Prop C, for example, under Prop C, we have the average being served for rental projects, for example, at 73 AMI. We're at an average of 80% AMI.
And so if they're close to Prop C, that analysis shouldn't show a huge value differential.
I mean, like I said, I haven't run the numbers, but I would be skeptical to believe that it would be significant enough to go an entire percentage point up.
Got it. So I know you know these numbers well. Certainly, Choo-Choo has come up with numbers that are higher than that. So I just think as part of this analysis and next steps, and part of the recommendation is kind of to quantify that to see if there is. Are we leaving something on the table? Because I agree. I mean, we should be pushing the envelope on affordable housing, but we shouldn't be doing it at the cost of making projects infeasible, and then we get no housing at market rate, and no inclusionary housing. So, I mean, as time comes to make recommendations, I'd like to see just that analysis done for the board, ultimately by the controller, to either verify your assertion that it's not, given that the average isn't that much different than Prop C, that it's not significant in kind of running the numbers that Choo-Choo did. And then the as far as the fee, I know that's kind of pegged, from a policy standpoint. I don't necessarily we can't, state law trumps the ability to have a policy around this. We often want to see units on site instead of a fee. We tend to see fees in kind of larger, more higher priced units downtown or in Rincon Hill. I think we've seen projects where we've kind of, from a policy standpoint, don't mind a fee because of the HOA dues and whatnot that would come into play. So is the fee, where do you think the fee is pegged? Is it pegged at a place where your typical 5-story residential building would kind of, it's a coin toss between the fee and running the numbers because we're setting a fee that's not necessarily, it doesn't vary by product type.
Right. Our staff recommendations go with the numbers in the controller study at the top end of the range, which are equivalent. So in other words, the economic, the way it feels in a pro forma, whether you pay the fee at 23% or you do an on-site at 18%, is equivalent. And that was the way that they looked at it. However,
and that's equivalent over building types. It's not, you didn't just select a building type.
Right, so that's their weighted average across prototypes. And so when you look at the prototypes, what we generally see is that for the smaller projects, they will tend to prefer on-site under those conditions. And for larger projects, they will tend to prefer the fee just because of the project economics getting so much more expensive to do the actual hard construction work once you get into those higher building types. But the controller study didn't parse it out that way and change their recommendation. They said these are the equivalent amounts, and we've set them at the equivalent amount that's at the top end of the range for what's feasible, either as a fee or as the on-site alternative.
But at this kind of theoretical building type. I mean, at an average building.
Right, exactly, as the average across those prototypes.
I mean, what if the fee was set at the kind of more high-rise level building type? which I would imagine is a higher fee.
I do want to jump in and just remind you commissioners that we have built, although it's an equivalency, what you see before you, but it's an equivalency based on a typical unit. So there are luxury units that are built in the city with very large footprints for the units. Those, because of the move to the gross square foot analysis as opposed to the per unit, will now pay significantly more. And so we may not be distinguishing between building typologies and assessing the fee, which we don't recommend because that will really restrict MoCD in the way in which we can use our fees. But by the gross square foot calculation is going to capture that higher end, which tends to be in the high rises. So I think we may have achieved the goal
All right.
in a different way.
Okay. Well, while you're up there, the issue you brought up about kind of pegging, this issue of neighborhood AMI came up.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in the legislation about, and you talked about it as it'll be part of kind of the procedures.
Uh-huh.
But can we? Was it not recommended to include something like that in the legislation?
Personally, I think it's fine to be in the legislation because
Yeah.
that's very clear. We don't want inclusionary units at market, so we would plan to do the 20% below market analysis when appropriate. It doesn't need to be done in every neighborhood. That's the thing.
Right.
Because we know if the average sales price of a unit is 1.1 million and you're in Transbay or wherever, or in a high an affluent neighborhood, that our prices will be well below. But that's not true in every neighborhood. So in those, we do want to see the market data.
But is that difficult for you to define kind of, or do you already have the tools to be able to define kind of?
We know. It's not difficult.
Yeah. I think that I'd like to see that. I believe, that's the intention of this to get at this, but I think it would be important because we heard a lot of those comments that, it could be at a level that exceeds a market rate unit. In that case, I think we do need to lower it kind of 20% below that.
Mm-hmm.
But including that in legislation, I think would be a good idea.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Fong.
I don't know how you guys feel, but the more I hear and the more data, the more confusing and difficult this becomes. However, I'm not sure if there's an absolute right answer for any of us here. There are tough choices. For the most part, I am supportive of staff's recommendations, but open to hear any tweaks that we might have. I am and always have been a big supporter of middle-income San Francisco families. These, to me, are the bread and butter of San Francisco and of San Francisco's history. I think, not to be a doomsdayer, but I always am concerned about an earthquake and where our first responders are, where our firefighters are, where our PG&E employees. They don't have to be just public employees. PG&E folks, UPS drivers, and sort of my peers, how they can afford to continue to live in San Francisco. I think, and I appreciate every single word from many of the folks who came out and spoke today about difficult, dire situations. I understand that and have friends and folks in those similar situations. But I also don't think that the middle-income sector is necessarily represented or have advocacy groups to speak for them. And I think they are leaving the city just as quickly as other categories of San Franciscans. And so I think it's fair for us to try to fight for them this particular time. We are limited with our resources and with our options, but I think it's important. As far as state density bonus the state program, I think your question was, why won't everybody take advantage of it? And I think there's some clear construction reasons why you wouldn't do it, and it just doesn't pencil out as you move from wood construction to steel or concrete, and that's the stopper there. The numbers and some of the high bars that were set as far as inclusionary at 1515 South Van Ness, I think that situation is one where it's a big developer. The land was purchased a while ago, and let's see if it gets built. There's no promise that it's going to ever break ground there. The Giants and Mission Rock I mean, that was a very high bar set, but that's also a DA, correct? And there are office buildings as part of that DA, which help offset some of that. So I'm not sure if it's quite fair to take those big, high, affordable numbers and assume that every Joe developer can do that. Also, I think it's a little bit unfair to lump all developers in the same boat because, as staff mentioned, folks who have ownership of land long ago or have controlled that long ago are in a much better position. I am respectful and like the idea that the TAC really looked at future housing, and you have to make the assumption that someone's going to have to buy land or acquire land or figure out how to obtain land tomorrow, not 50 years ago, to build housing. So I am supportive of staff's recommendation. I also have respect for what Prop C was, and we all voted for that. That to me gave a pretty clear path that we're going to look at the controller's report. We're going to take a time out, look back and see where we are. The controller has done that and made a recommendation, and I think we should honor that recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Yes, I had a couple other questions that I forgot to ask, but I want to echo Commissioner Fong's comments. We were focusing on inclusionary today, so I tried really hard not to muddle the conversation, but when we talk about the in lieu fees, those go to MoCD, who does build low-income housing with a low-income housing tax credit and other tax credit financed projects and 80/20s and a bunch of other things that we do not have for middle-income housing. And historically, I agree with Commissioner Fong. I've also been a voice and a supporter for middle-income housing because we don't have those resources. And unfortunately, in a process where we have, the public comment as a way to get a sense of anecdotally what is going on in the neighborhoods and what's going on in their city, the middle-income people are not taking off from work to come here and say that, that they are having trouble making ends meet, and that even with higher incomes, they are also paycheck to paycheck. And we just don't hear as many of those voices. So it's not to say that one is more important, one type is more important than the other, but we sit up here, we've had multiple hearings, we have hundreds of people come, and the numbers of middle income housing people who have these higher income salaries, we just don't see them lining up in the numbers that we see with other people. And it's not to say one is more important than the other, but again, that's just not what we hear. So one other question I have is Supervisor Kim mentioned that she wanted to hear the Commission's comments on neighborhood AMI. And we've talked about neighborhood AMI here before as something that could be great because there are differences in relative levels across the city, but that, like everything else, when you're talking about affordable housing policies, there are multiple levers, and so when you touch one thing, 10 other things change. And I'm wondering if shifting the discussion from neighborhood AMI to talking about bands within which you have one potential price for a unit that's set at sort of an average, but the band of which who can apply and get into that unit, does that help answer that question or not? And I'm looking at Ms. Hartley because there's been some conversation about neighborhood AMI levels over the course of the years in front of the Commission and with MoCD. Or are they two different conversations? I'm wondering if the fact that we're now more seriously discussing bands of income sort of means testing around, one or a few different price points for units, does that get at what having a neighborhood level AMI would try to solve?
Well, I think I'm not sure about the answer to your question, but okay. What I can say is that we do support the recommendations goal of reaching a wide range of people who, for the most part, in most all neighborhoods, are fully in need, from 35% AMI to 130% on the rental. Now, I don't think there's any question about the 55% AMI band and the 80% band for rental serving all neighborhoods in the city. I mean, we know that those rents are well below market. As I said earlier, if the market rate 2-bedroom is $4,200, and Jacobs tells me that might be low, it takes an AMI of 168% of area median income to afford that rent. So 110% rent is well below market. We will, however, in some neighborhoods, if there's any question at all that 110% AMI rent is close to market, we will do a market study and drop that rent if 20% below market to make sure we are serving people who cannot compete in the marketplace. That's where we believe those bands to be.
So it sounds like sorry to interrupt you, but it sounds like the MoCD policies that are coming before this commission, later in the year, approach the concept of a neighborhood AMI by looking at what is the market needs in different neighborhoods for specific projects.
Yes. And I think it's only relevant in some neighborhoods at the highest income tiers. So right. it's really a limited analysis.
Okay, thank you. So I think that answers a question. Now Supervisor Kim's staff is watching. I think that kind of gets at, should we consider specifically a neighborhood MI? I think there's other tools that are getting at the same question. And then I just want to ask a question about state density bonus. So my recollection from the one project that did pass through us, where we had a rather complicated conversation about how state density bonus works, was that because of the way the state law is written, you don't have total flexibility in what AMI levels are supported in a density bonus project. That if you declare the state density bonus, the units, if you have on site, have to be certain AMI levels, and those are sort of at what we're considering the lower end. Is that correct?
Anne Marie Rogers again. There's a lot of flexibility in there, but what happens is that you get a different amount of bonus depending on how deeply affordable your units are. And so when you have very deeply affordable units, you can get the full 35% density bonus. But what we've seen in the proposals is that the state density bonus law would not enable you to get the full bonus with the AMIs that are currently proposed in either A or B.
Got it. And getting back to Supervisor Kim's suggestion that their proposal sort of assumes that projects will take the density bonus, are they assuming that all of those projects will find a way to get the maximum bonus by having the maximum level of deeply affordable units?
That's a good question for the supervisor or her office. But they could, in fact, get the full bonus if they drop the AMIs and provided them at all of the lower income levels instead of doing the mix that is currently proposed, which is allowed under our inclusionary. We could, if they were doing the state density bonus, they could choose to serve the lower AMIs, but then we would not be getting the middle income housing.
Got it. Okay. So I don't know. I think that's I mean, I kind of gather that from our discussion about the previous one state density bonus program that project that we've seen thus far. I think it remains to be seen whether or not that's in keeping with the policies that are espoused in the income levels. So, for example, I think that's something that I want to support, but I'm finding inconsistent. That if a project, and I guess we'd have to ask a question to staff what they wanted, right? But if it's true that the assumption is that projects would take the state density bonus, you're presuming the maximum level, but the state law says that to get the maximum level, you have to provide the units that are the most deeply affordable, then it seems you are not going to get the AMI levels that are presented in the income levels for the proposal. You're going to get the lowest end. You're not going to get the ones that are 100% AMI. You're not going to get the ones that are 120% AMI for an ownership project, if that were the case. Does that sound right? Yeah.
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
As the hours go by, any question which involves numbers are getting more complex and are getting harder to understand. I'm at least speaking for myself. As a general comment and listening through 6 hours of discussion and testimony, I am finding myself, as I have before, looking for where is Prop C most strongly captured. That is the original mission by which I entered in this discussion, and I see myself seeing the majority of answers trending towards Prop C and the intent of it in the Kim Peskin solutions for the items A through H. What is clear to me is that it makes the strongest commitment to holding the 15% low income as a baseline. And that is, I think, something which has throughout the years been extremely important, and layering up on it is what we have been doing for a number of years now. The second point that gives me more confidence is to hear, without having Supervisor Kim or Peskin being here, there is a strong presentation that the controller study supports the numbers and the findings that they are bringing forward. What, on a more emotional level, the testimony by 99% of the people who spoke today is that what Peskin and Kim are proposing includes but not excludes. And that is, I think, the biggest shift that kept me wanting to see that the Kim Peskin proposal is consistent as it has been brought to us now a number of times. There are various issues in A through H that hold the principles, and I want to just pick a couple. Many commissioners have already talked about it, and the ones which are clear is the basic on-site inclusionary requirements holding as 24% rental and 27% condo. They're same as the income levels proposed in Proposition C. For off-site, the requirements are 30% rental, 33% condo. The schedule of increases per year, including projects of the size of 10 to 24 units, is 0.75% per year. All of those things seem simple and supportive. The sunshine provision is kind of interesting. Safai Bui Tang proposed 3 years. Kim Peskin proposed 24 months, 2 years from project approval. I would suggest that the shorter time frame is a more realistic time frame, given that even then you have years before you realize a project. So I do believe that the sunset provision puts a little bit more urgency into people needing to realize their projects. Interesting is a discussion led by Ms. Hartley on in lieu baseline and reworking in lieu baseline fees to discourage off-site to feeing out of projects. The two proposals speak to different methodologies. Kim Peskin talk about taking building typology, low, mid-rise, high-rise, something which seems to make sense to me on a certain level. Safai Bui Tang speak about square footage. I've talked with people who raise the question, could those two methodologies be combined? And I would ask Ms. Hartley perhaps to comment on that.
Commissioner Moore, if you could just repeat the question, can we combine the
Peskin Kim legislation proposes 3 fee tiers to equalize the on-site inclusionary based on housing types. The Wade Safai proposal speaks about calculating fees, dollars per square foot. I've heard people suggest that combining the two methodologies would perhaps create another additional lever for more exact fees.
You could certainly combine them, but I strongly caution against going to a different fee based on different building typologies. And the reason is that our understanding from advice from the city attorney is that if you set different fees per different building typologies, then those fees must be used for a similar building typology. And that would mean that MOCD, when a project is coming up that doesn't meet with the building typology from which those funds came, we could not use those fees for that building. That would severely restrict our ability to fund projects. We'd have some projects waiting in the wings. We'd have some pots of money for which we had to go out and we couldn't spend it immediately. And the need is too great and the costs are too high, and we need as much flexibility as we can because all of our sources of funds, every single one, has certain restrictions on them already. So to further restrict our inclusionary housing fees beyond just you have to use that for new construction would be very difficult for us.
You're basically talking about it's difficult to manage, but it's very clear that in those 3 tiers of building types, that the fee per BMR units are different.
No, I actually want to go farther than that. It's not that it's just difficult to manage. It's that we do not build high-rises because it's too expensive. And what it would mean is if we had $10 million and we had to build a high-rise development, we could maybe get we would get a much smaller number of units than we would if we built a Type 5 building. And we don't want to reduce the unit count just because the source of funds coming from that building is pegged to a typology that we don't want to build.
When it comes just to talking to my fellow commissioners, when it comes to these types of arguments, I wish that a representative, an economist, or somebody with your knowledge would be speaking for the Peskin Kim proposal as well, because your answer obviously supports the findings of the department, but for myself to be fully informed, I would like to hear both sides of the story. And I'm not saying that in criticism to what you're saying or undercutting the credibility of your argument, but I would very much like to hear the other side and how they came up with their argument. That's
Commissioner, if I may,
of real interest to me.
It's a legal issue. When Ms. Hartley is saying it's a legal issue,
yeah.
If the fees come from a high-rise market rate development, we are told they have to be used to build a high-rise affordable housing building, and which we all know are more expensive on a per-unit basis.
But that is not to say that that could not happen, correct?
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, this is based on a legal issue, and it's related to the nexus requirement. We need to base the fees on the cost of the city to build the housing, not on the cost of the developer to build the housing.
I don't want to belabor that point. I'm only really expressing that I would like to have another advisory in order to really ground myself in the right decision. I do see that there are different costs. I'm not as familiar with the ability of for you to use the funds and when. Thank you. The next point is low income, middle income housing split. I am trending more towards the Peskin Kim proposal because it indeed maintains 15% lower income and somewhat restores or keeps to not robbing Peter to pay Paul in a simplistic way of expressing that point. There are a number of other points. I'm at this moment only at item F, density bonus provision. No comment. Unit mix requirement. I am interested to see a further expression of if and at what levels we can define the proper ratio of 2 and 3 bedroom units. I think that is very important. The comment I have made in the past and the comment I like to repeat is that if we do that, I would like to see qualitative requirements attached when we start to express this, because to only have 2 or 3 bedroom units at the quality of life with nested bedrooms with no access to light and air would be for me a deal killer. I can accept that we may have to deal with smaller size units, HUD type standards for smaller units, but they still would have to follow exposure requirements and quality of life issues like as we do with everything else. On item H, these are interesting interesting points of site acquisition. I assume this would require extra study. It's an interesting proposal to consider. I don't think it is vetted enough to have a position that is already mature enough to be included. The AMI and vulnerable neighborhoods that Commissioner Johnson mentioned is something I would like to very much hear more on. I think it is very difficult to do at a time when there's such a flux even within those neighborhoods. It's very, very hard to establish a baseline in which there is an averaging of what the AMI really is in vulnerable neighborhoods. I already said multifamily bedroom, family housing, yes. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think, just to address the Prop C question, because I think it came up a lot, and to me, when the voters passed Prop C, and I was a supporter and voted for it, I think we're hearing a lot about Prop C from all sides. To me, it said maximize the amount of inclusionary housing we can get. And I don't think it made necessarily a distinction between a preschool teacher or a dishwasher at minimum wage. I mean, I think our hope is to serve everybody at those levels. I mean, it said AMIs, and I think we should be, I think Mr. Fujioka said, we should prioritize people at those lower income levels, and I think we should as a city. But I think we're talking about a pretty small subset of the amount of housing, and really the only affordable housing program that could get at that middle income level. And that's why I'm not as wed to the Prop C percentages and AMI percentages as some others are or have urged us to be. Because I think if we maximize the units, if we maximize kind of the feasibility, what we can get for a feasible project, then the question is at what AMI do we go to? And I think citywide and with all of our programs, we should target the homeless population and the low-income housed population, but I don't think we should ignore that middle-income population. Should it be a smaller subset of what we do? Yes, and I think this is kind of the only way to get at that population. And so that's why I'm supportive of the AMI percentages, as long as they're maximizing what we can get from it. And so if we're asking for increased AMI levels from what was studied in the controller's report, I say we just make sure we're getting the maximum from that. Commissioner Koppel.
Thanks, President. Big thanks go out to Jacob Bentliff and Kate Hartley and all the departments involved. This is definitely a thorough and intense topic, and I'm not trying to underestimate or not acknowledge how important this really is. The first hearing involving this topic was a little rowdier. I thought there was some more people in attendance. It was a little more vibrant and vocal. During that hearing, there were leaders from the Labor Council, San Francisco Labor Council, which represents over 150 service unions, hotel workers, food service employees, janitors, Teamsters, and also leaders from the Building and Construction Trades Council, which is a subset of the Labor Council. That they represent 32 of the trade construction unions here in the city, so their voices have been here. They made their points. I between now and then met with some of those leaders and tried to get some more information and see how the displacement is for their members. So their members that live in the city, at times on a yearly basis, up to 15 or 20% of their members have to leave the city because they can't afford to live here. A couple of things. I'm very in favor of moving this forward today. I'm not in favor of a continuance. I'm definitely in favor of staff's recommendations. I think my metric that I use is twofold. I look at what's going to help all income levels be able to stay here in the city, live here in the city, raise a family here in the city, send their kids to public schools here in the city, and also which subset of these percentages is going to create the most amount of total units of housing, market rate, and affordable. With those two things, that's how I base my opinion. So I'm in support of moving this forward today with staff's recommendations, but also along with any other inputs from the other commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Richards.
Okay, I guess I go back to my 2/3, 1/3, which was Prop C, and I'm not wedded to 15% as a hard number, but clearly intent was a little more for the lower, that's 55 and 80, than the upper. And so how, on your tiers, would we achieve that? I mean, do you plan to do 2/3 at 55-90 and then 1/3 of the remaining?
Well, our recommendation basically is still at 2/3 low income and 1/3 upper income within the 18%, with the additional policy innovation that we want to close the gap that Kate Hartley's been talking about. Our concern was always that Prop C, it was important that it introduced the concept that we should have moderate income, but they were so far apart. And so all we've done is to say within the low income, which is below 80%, we'll have some at 55 and some at 80% so that we are closing the gap. The remaining 1/3 would be at what is considered moderate income at 110%.
So the argument for people that say we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, for me, doesn't ring. It rings more hollow because we're actually taking what the voter said and saying, look, we're doing the same percent, we're applying the same percentage within what's feasible. So I could support that.
That's right.
So one other question I have before I have actually several questions. So we talked about getting the fee on square footage. Have we looked at, and I know this is probably a too deep level question, what is the throw off of the implementation of that in terms of additional BMR units created for the more money that we get versus charging on a per unit basis? I mean, how substantial is that? Do we know?
I mean, I think it's a question of what's the total revenue we'd be seeing from the fee. And my understanding is that the total revenue is not vastly different.
Well, it's really a function of how many of these very large bedroom-sized units are built in the city.
Okay.
Because if you go back, if you return to that example I had, at a typical average 1,000 square feet per unit, the fee under the new the recommended proposal for a homeownership deal would be about $8 million. If the unit square footage size of the principal building jumped up to 2,000 square feet, the fee would essentially double. Okay. So we would take that fee and we would build our affordable housing units at our standard gap, $285,000 per unit. So it would be substantially more fee for those buildings.
Okay, so the staff's recommendation, and that's fantastic because that actually it goes to we're giving away something on one end, but also getting it back on another end. So, and that's an interesting thing. Maybe that's on our scorecard of what the windfall for the developers plus the takeaway from the developers would be kind of en masse. So we heard somebody talk about the 2 and 3 bedrooms that they're not being built. The 3 bedrooms aren't being built if they were given a choice. So in the staff recommendation, are we saying we want a certain percent 2 and a certain percent 3?
We're not exactly sure what the certain percentages should be, but in our preliminary looking at just the demographics of our current households, it does seem like it's supportable that there should be some amount of 3-bedroom units. And as we put in our staff report, it seems like it's in the 10 to 15% range. It depends on who you're trying to target and serve. Are we talking about only families with children? Are we talking about all families? Are we talking about all households that have that are large households? So there's just a lot of kind of policy choices and considerations that haven't been fully fleshed out in that. What we were trying to point out, I suppose, is that if it is true that we would want to see 3-bedroom units, you have to make sure that you get your mix and your and/or requirement to a level that you think actually would produce those 3-bedroom units. We're not necessarily sure that that's the direction that we need to go. We're just pointing out that you may not get it depending on how it's structured. And it's just, there's some numbers to be run there.
Given all, I have a couple more questions. Given all the family housing talk we've had the past couple of months, I'd support a floor in the number of 3-bedroom units, whether it's 5 or 10%, and a number of 2-bedroom that's still feasible, market rate feasible, rather than a choice, because we might not get those 3-bedroom units and those additional fees that come from that additional square footage. On the condominium conversion, I'd like to see a right of first refusal if we do have them flip over, that the person living in them actually gets a chance to buy their home. 3 years after project entitlement for use it or lose it, what is typical between entitlement and building permit pull? And I know we've got entitlement banking, we've got financing issues. If somebody's serious that they're going to get this thing built, is 2 years better than 3? I mean, got a crisis going on. Why don't we make it faster?
I'm not totally sure, how to answer that question, but we did look at the pipeline, or not the pipeline, but it's the post-pipeline of after entitlement, into trying to understand how many of those were sitting around but yet to be built. In 2 years, looks like most of them had actually moved into some level of construction. That said, we're looking at if the numbers are changing and the ramp is going up during that time where they're in the process, it could affect their feasibility to such an extent that then they would fall out of the project.
Okay.
And since they lock in early in the process, and they may have a very long time before they get to entitlement, it could be a big and significant difference that would affect their feasibility if it changed at the end. So what we're recommending with the 3 years is that they would re-up the feasibility. I'm sorry.
It would be subject to the new feasibility.
That they would be subject to the new requirement for.
Okay. I mean, the purpose of this is to get units built,
Right.
not to get them entitled and bank them.
Right.
So, okay, I get that. One last question. One last question. We're moving incremental increase in requirements from UMU districts where we've density decontrolled, and I know there's some other districts that were covered under Plan B that we've had recently where we've decontrolled density, and we went from a capacity to build so many units to a lot more units, which is kind of two moving pieces when you actually add this on top of it. Why wouldn't we want to leave the UMU districts in?
We are leaving them in. So what happened was with Prop C, it added on top of what the UMU districts were.
Oh, okay.
What they had always been since Eastern Neighborhoods in 419, and we're just saying that in most cases that was going to exceed the feasible amount. So we should take it to what 419 says today, and then depending on whether the citywide rate is lower or higher, because it depends, there's the tiers in Eastern Neighborhoods, that the higher of the two would apply. And that's consistent with the basic logic of that.
I misunderstood. I apologize.
No problem. And if I may, I wanted to also just touch on the condo conversion provision, because actually we did not mention that in our presentation and it hasn't gotten much attention. In terms of the right of first refusal, all we're saying here is that all the existing regulations we have around condo conversions stay as is. None of those are actually in Section 415. We're adding an additional provision to deal with the fact that we are now having different requirements depending on the tenure. And we simply want to deal with the potential outcome that somebody might change, and we want to make sure they're being assessed the correct fee. I've looked into and talked to our folks and looked at the procedures manual from MOHCD, and it does state very clearly that if you are in a BMR rental unit and your building is being converted to condominiums, that you have the right of first refusal to buy that unit actually at the AMI that you were renting it at. So that would be a 55% purchase. Now, we also asked then how often does that happen? It doesn't happen very often, and historically it hasn't happened very often, but we just wanted to be sure we were covered in case somebody did that we wouldn't be letting anybody essentially be getting a rental rate when they're really running it as a condo project. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. So I move that we take each one of these by category and just vote on them or ask for changes. So starting with category 1, the application, there's no change, so I move that we approve that.
Okay. I mean, we can go by section. I think that could work.
That's this.
I have a couple other questions.
Oh.
We can go by section and we can just bring
Okay.
it up.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
okay.
At that point.
When it's 6 o'clock. So I move we approve application section.
Maybe we could see where we have consensus, yes?
Okay.
Because we're not taking a motion on each of these, are we?
Well, that's what he's proposing.
Are we?
You may want to lump in a couple of these,
Yeah.
like 6 and 7. There may be no, I haven't heard
Sure.
any comments of
Sure.
schedule of annual increases, the
Rich, I
fee on
cannot
square.
hear you.
Sorry. So I may suggest number 1, the recommendations under number 1, application, the recommendations under number 6, schedule of annual increases, and 5, condominium conversion fee.
Where are you working off of?
Working off the
Oh, so you're working
Oh,
on
okay,
Exhibit
I'm off
B.
of the resolution here.
All right.
Okay.
For ease of reference, we may want to, we have the draft resolution in the case report.
I would suggest we work off of the draft resolution.
If you speak into the mic, because it's impossible to hear what you just said.
I recommend we work off of the draft resolution.
So it would be section A. A and,
No, it's in the resolution, not the staff report.
Oh, no.
You know, it may be easier to go off the staff report. Would that be?
Sorry?
The staff report?
That resolution.
Yes, it's the final exhibit in the staff report is your draft resolution, and if
Yeah.
you flip through our findings to page 13 of that, yeah, you'll see at the very bottom there is where it starts, A, application, and then from there it proceeds with each of the recommendations. In some cases, it's stating that there's no action is needed, but in most cases, there's a
Could you
recommendation.
go to the page number, please?
13
13 of
13.
Exhibit C.
of the resolution.
It's of the actual resolution, though.
so I move that we approve A, application, off-site, which is,
No, go ahead.
off-site, which is it in here? No.
What do you mean off-site?
So I'm just looking at the table. I was working off the table. So I see Commissioner President Hillis said 1, 5, and 6, which is application, off-site alternative, and if there's a corresponding number, future increases.
Could we just do them one by one? It's impossible to go back and forth.
Yeah.
with all
Okay.
this paperwork.
And
Go
I could put the resolution on the overhead too, if that's.
That would be helpful. Let's start with it.
Okay.
SF Gov, thank you.
We're starting just down here at the very.
A, application.
Yeah.
I think we have
A.
consensus on
Yeah, I move we approve A,
Oh.
as is,
Okay,
staff
second.
report.
Second.
No. I think it's easier, I know it's not a motion, but it's probably easier if we do the
Check
motion
off.
a second, because we're going to have changes.
Well, it's going to be very difficult to have the motion reflect that, right? Because every vote's going to be different.
Let's-
But I suppose we've done that in the past.
We did on the.
We have done that once or twice.
Yeah,
God.
when it's complicated. We did on short-term rentals, remember?
Yeah, we did it, but I think it was in a table format when we received it. Okay, let's try it. 11A. So Commissioner Richards is making the motion. Commissioner Johnson, you're
Second,
Commissioner
sure.
Melgar, were you seconding it?
She did.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson seconding. 11A for the application. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Hillis?
All right.
Okay, so application is unanimous.
So on Measure B, inclusionary requirements, I'd like to make sure that,
Can we come back to include, can you skip over the next two
Okay,
and come back to
sure, sure.
inclusionary? Because I would imagine that's going to get the most.
sure, schedule of
attention.
annual increases, I move to approve as staff recommendation.
Say that again, it's impossible
Sorry,
to hear you.
number C, letter C, schedule of.
Page 14.
Page 14, schedule of
Through the resolution, yeah.
resolution on page 14. Did you get to it?
So we just did A.
A. So
We
I'm-
skipped B.
Right, we skipped B, so I move to approve C with staff's recommendation.
Second.
Just to be clear, that recommendation is 1% each 2 years.
Right. It's a modification of both proposals.
Right.
On that motion, then, for C, schedule of annual increases to requirements, adopting staff's recommendation, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Nope, 1 second. I thought this was somewhere else. So I do have a question on this one. I thought this
Go
was
ahead.
somewhere else.
We can have a discussion on it.
So the schedule annual increases, I thought this last part was on another piece. The sunset provision, that's consistent with current practices. and then this is within the 2 or 3 years. So I think, just real quick, my comment on this is that I'm okay with 3 years. Whether it's 2 or 3 years, I think what's missing here is not just a sunset, but what do we mean by sunset? Is there an actual revocation hearing that we're talking about? Is there an actual, yeah.
We asked that question internally as well. It can be written into the conditions of approval that this would occur automatically without additional discretionary action from the commission. So that's how we would. Wouldn't be in the code, but that would be our procedure and how we would handle it.
And by sunset, we literally mean the entitlements would go away and you would have to start again.
Just this rate.
Just a rate.
So it would say your rate is 18%, and if these things happen by this date, it stays 18%. If they don't happen, it will be increased to whatever's on the chart at that date, and we would go then and look and say now it's going to be 20%. But it wouldn't actually change the whole entitlement wouldn't come.
Right.
Okay. Just make sure. Okay. That makes sense. And okay.
But
Great,
we would
sorry.
bake that. We would bake that into the approval resolution.
Yeah. It can be in the conditions of approval.
Right. So there would be no need for another discretionary action to change it. Right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, we can vote on that.
Is there further discussion on that?
I mean, I've raised this concern on this, but I'm not going to try to amend this motion. I think it'll be odd in times where we saw what happened in the past where we reduced the inclusionary amount from 15 to 12 during kind of recessionary periods. I still think this would be better to have kind of a mechanism where it increases faster during good times and slower during bad times. But I understand the complexity of that is difficult. But I think we'll face this question as we go forward. But I'm supportive.
Can I just make one more comment on that? I totally agree with Commissioner Hillis, but I think our current practices and the way that we have discretionary permits in San Francisco allows for that ratcheting up and down naturally. And so all this proposal is doing is saying without intervention, so discretionary intervention, there would be a sunset on the inclusionary requirements that happened at the environmental application, and it would become whatever it was at the time. And then I think, again, there's always, because we have discretionary permits, the ability at either a hearing or thereafter administratively to change things up or down.
Right.
Right.
Commissioner Moore.
I'm concerned that the proposed increase only starts in 2019 rather than in 2018. Given the accelerated growth curve we're still on, I believe that the 0.75% increase is a more hefty one.
Shall I continue calling the question?
Sure.
So on that motion then, for item C, schedule of annual increases to requirements to adopt staff's recommendation, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So that motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Moore voting against.
So I move to approve item D, the affordable housing fee, as staff recommends.
Second.
A second, and just a quick question on this one. So going back to I would add that's in the motion, I guess, a recommendation that the MoCD and the supervisors consider matching the calibration of the fee that it takes the city to construct to the inclusionary fee. So we've just passed a recommendation to have the inclusionary fee change every 2 years instead of calibrated every 2 years instead of 1 year. I would ask that MoCD and the supervisors look at the impact of also calibrating the cost to construct, which directly relates to what the in lieu fee would be every 2 years instead of every 1 year, and look at what that impact would be. So we can approve the language as here right now, but I would ask additionally that it especially actually be investigated.
Okay, Commissioners, on that motion for item D for affordable housing fee to adopt with staff's recommendations, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
No.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners Melgar and Moore voting against.
Do you want to skip that next one?
I'd go to the condominium conversion fee.
Okay.
And density bonus, no?
Density bonus.
Oh,
F.
density bonus is fine
F.
too, yeah.
Density bonus for
I move to
F.
F. We're skipping E
All right, density bonus.
in the motion. So I move to approve F as staff recommended.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Any discussion on this item?
Yes, quick discussion. So I wanted to make note of this in contrast to or not in contrast, in comparison to the discussion that we just had about the calculation of the in lieu fee being connected to building typology. And, there was some energy against that because it would mean that dollars would no longer be fungible for MoCD. And that was sort of a legal analysis that MoCD, and actually this commission, when we've asked about it before, has received. We've also received from public comment, and also, we've talked about it somewhat, that they're similar for the density bonus units. Applying an in lieu fee could potentially be challengeable. And I just want to make the opinion known that in the scope of risking a legal challenge to get a potential benefit, I personally think that it's worth the potential legal challenge to recommend I think we have it here, recommend a fee on density bonus units and see how far that gets us. Whereas I did not think it was worth the risk of a challenge to tie the in lieu fee to building typology. So I want to differentiate, because there are different pieces of both proposals where there could potentially be some risk for a legal challenge, and I think that sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes it's a little bit too much of a risk.
We do want to point out that there is a modification to your resolution from the amendments that were introduced last week. And so in letter C here under the density bonus provisions, rather than reading that we would require reasonable documentation from project sponsors seeking a state density bonus to establish eligibility for requested density bonus, incentives of concession waivers or reductions of development standards as provided for under state law, we would add the language there, and as consistent with the process and procedures detailed in locally adopted ordinance implementing the state density bonus law. That is in the memorandum that we provided, and so we're just making clear that we would want this provision for reasonable documentation to be consistent with all relevant laws. We just didn't want to get tripped up with the way that was written.
Okay.
Shall I call the question, Commissioners?
Please.
On that motion, then, on item F, density bonus provisions to adopt staff's recommendation, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
No.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners Melgar and Moore voting against.
Unit mix? I had a change, though, remember? I move to approve unit mix requirements G with a recommendation that there is a floor on the number of 3 bedrooms. It's not an or 2 and 3, it's 2 and 3 bedrooms.
And did you want to set that floor at 10%?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's taking staff's recommendation, but setting a floor
On the 3 bedrooms.
for 3 bedrooms
Minimum of 10.
of 10%. How about for 2 bedrooms?
30. For a total of 40, that's
We have
consistent
in,
with-
in letter B that the total large, if you were to approve this as written, it would say that the total large unit requirement should not exceed 40%.
That would be 30.
And that's separate from the 3-bedroom question.
Less than 40%.
Should not
Less
exceed
than-
40%,
Should not
right?
exceed.
Should be lower
So
than
you'd be
that
at-
total, yeah. Just as it's written, it's at your discretion.
I think its minimum should be 10 and 30. 10 3-bedroom, 30 2-bedroom minimum.
I mean, what if someone, for one reason or another, wanted to provide more 3 bedrooms?
Oh, the minimum. The minimum, if they wanted.
But then they wouldn't have the minimum 2 bedrooms.
Well, I don't know. So they could do 20% 3, 20% 2, and you're fine.
Oh,
Or, say not and.
Not an or. It can't be 40% 2 and no 3.
right. I just want to make sure we're not unintended consequences here. Are you saying a minimum number of 2 bedrooms means that if they provide less than that?
Okay, I'm sorry.
40.
Total large bedroom count would be 40 with no less than 10% 3.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
There we go.
One more time.
So 40% minimum large bedroom count, 2 bedrooms and above, but 3 bedrooms have to be 10% at least of that figure.
So you could do all one bedrooms and 3 bedrooms, or you could do a mix of 2 and 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Moore.
Is there a provision, and I don't see it, about unit size in there or standard?
Would that be governed by the building code?
Yeah, I believe it's in 415 already that we have the minimum standard from the California Tax Advisory Committee for our BMR units. Is that correct? So that's already in Section 415.
Section 415, yeah. So doesn't Section 415 say that BMR units has to be equivalent to the market rate?
It has that provision as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's in Section 415 already.
And I know, Commissioner Moore, you had mentioned something about qualitative.
Yeah, qualitative, that if the units are smaller, that the standards for bedrooms avoid nested bedrooms with no access to light and air. That there are minimum livability standards that are being obeyed. It's very easy to make hallways bedrooms and take unlivable space and declare it a bedroom, and that is not. I think we need to assure that BMR units are designed to a livability standard that is.
And how would you want that language to look on an amended?
I'm not in the language business right now.
Okay.
Can I opine?
Go ahead.
I agree with Commissioner Moore's sentiment, but to not complicate things, I do think that we're already covered by Section 415 and by the procedures that the planning department takes when they review projects. So right now, they're in Section 415, it essentially says that when you build, say, you have an inclusionary requirement, if you're doing it on site, you have to create your floor plans independent of what the requirement is, and then you say, okay, you have to just basically match it. So all the units have to be the same, and then you have to say, okay, and these units over here are below market rate. You don't design the below market rate units different than the market rate units. And so if you have 3 bedrooms that are smaller or weirder size or something like that, they would be represented among the market rate units as well, and they would actually probably fall out of the planning department's process when they review floor plans and the buildings.
I appreciate you saying that. I'd like staff to confirm that, just for the record.
There is a zoning administrator's bulletin, I believe it's number 10 from 2016, and it talks about all those conditions. For example, when the planning staff designates BMR units, all the BMR units can't be grouped in one place. You can't have all the BMR units next to the elevator. They have to be a comparable size. So, oh, here it is. So it's actually a great read. I recommend it. And we are definitely insisting on equity in the placement and design of the units.
It would be great if that could be sent to us sometimes. I'd appreciate that for all of us. Thank you.
Very good then, Commissioner. Shall I call that question? For
Yes.
item G, unit mix requirements. Oh, wait a minute. I did not get a second.
Second.
Thank you. So on item G, unit mix requirements, we have a motion that has been seconded to adopt a recommendation for approval with staff modifications specifying that 40% of the units be allocated towards large bedroom count units, and that at least 10% be of the total be the minimum for 3-bedroom units. On that motion, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0.
I move we approve H as proposed by planning staff.
And those are the grandfathering provisions.
Yes.
Second.
Any discussion?
Very good. If there's no discussion, Commissioners, on the motion for item H, grandfathering provisions with staff recommendations, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0.
Back to B.
B.
So that leaves us with B and E.
Okay. So I guess question for Mr. So when we had our back and forth on the voter's intent on Prop C, we had 2/3, 1/3, the 15 and the 10. That's how I got to that. When I look at the motion for B, Am I looking at the right place? I'm sorry, that's E. I apologize. A B. 1 second, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're at B is.
I mean,
B is the
we may want to
inclusionary
take these together because they're very much intertwined.
Okay. So the inclusionary requirements would correspond to.
So the inclusionary requirements are under letter B on page 14 of the resolution.
And then on the table, they're number.
They're split between on-site and fee off-site.
Right.
In that
so
table.
maybe
3
we
and 4.
Yeah, we take these together then.
Apologize for that.
So B is 3 and 4 on that table, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, these are the AMI levels as well as the percentage.
Right, and the numbers are repeated in the resolution from the table, the exact number figures.
So I move to approve B with staff's recommendation. I'm good with this one.
Second.
If there's no other discussion, Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to adopt B with staff's recommendations for inclusionary requirements. Commissioner Fong?
Oh, sorry. I think that for B, rather than E, I wanted to add my previous suggestion that we recommend the Board of Supervisors look into additional ways to support HOA and other ancillary costs for on-site ownership. I feel like that would be inclusionary rather than the income levels.
It probably could go either.
Yeah, it could go either way.
Could be an additional recommendation as well. It doesn't have to be in these categories.
Right, we can make.
Okay, sorry. Well, let's vote on this one first then.
Okay, then on that motion for item B, inclusionary requirements with staff's recommendations, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
No.
Commissioner Moore?
No.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-2, with Commissioners Melgar and Moore voting against.
For item E, this is where I wanted
And
to.
E for the benefit of the public is the AMI levels.
So that would
The
correspond
three-tier.
to
Number
number
2.
2 on the table. So, Mr. Bill, when we talked, the voters' intent on Prop C was, to me, 2/3 low, 1/3 everything else. As I look at the language in the income levels for rental projects, 1/3 no more than 55, 1/3 at 80. I know that's the bridge. Then 1/3 no more than 110. Is that with and keeping the voters in what I'd say intent of 2/3, 1/3?
That is our interpretation from the planning department. That's the way it's under low income is 80%. We see that as 2/3 and consistent. And we've talked quite a bit about how we're expanding the low income service to be at 55 and 80%. I think it's fair to be very clear that Prop C said 55% and 100%. We're modifying the low income piece. We're not having a definition of low income in Section 415 under this recommendation. And rather, we would say 3 discrete tiers, 2 of which are what fall under the definition of low income, 55 and 80, and 1 of which falls into the definition of moderate income. So I want to be clear that that's what staff is saying, and I can't speak to those who drafted Prop C or the will of the voters.
Sure. So the average then of the average of number 1 and 2, which you're calling low, would it end up being?
It would be right. It would be 18% total with 3. So that would be 6 and 6, be 12 for 55 and 80, and another 6% of the 18 at the moderate level, which is 2/3 and 1/3.
I'd like to gather commissioners' input on this.
I mean, this is where I'd like to add a provision that before that the staff provide information to the board to analyze the AMI levels here versus the AMI levels that were in the controller's report,
right,
to determine if there's any value recap, if there's a significant value difference between those AMI levels, and then recapture it with an additional, increasing the percentages if there's a significant differential.
Coverage.
And then also getting to the neighborhood AMI discussion, that we also recommend that it be included in the legislation, the notion that if market rate units are, in no way the AMI levels will always be 20% below, or the cost will be 20% below the market rate in that area.
And the other one on this one would be smaller projects would just follow what's existing. We had Sean Keegren get up and say, I don't want this. Why are you giving it to me? Why would we do that?
I'm sorry, was that a
That's
clarifying
part of
question?
my motion, that smaller projects go back to the current 5580.
The only option I would potentially suggest on the smaller projects is that, again, the difference between the 55 and the 80 or the 80 and the 110, because I think sometimes you may run into the issue where the extra percentage, oh no, it's not the percentage. Well, you can, no, I get it, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
That's fine,
They're
that's fine.
producing housing
Yep.
at these levels already.
Yep, I think I agree
That
with
would
that.
actually help us with the 2/3, 1/3.
That would be an amendment to letter D on this
Yes.
list of smaller
Yes.
projects requirements rather than 80 and 110.
Leave them where they are, 55 and 80.
So can I just get a clarification of what your motion actually says,
Can I read it back the way I understand it?
please?
Are you
Go ahead.
done? Has it been seconded?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. Then the motion, as I understand it, is for item E for income levels that we move forward a recommendation for approval with staff's modifications, including that the Board of Supervisors continue to analyze AMI levels for a significant differential that can be recaptured in the percentages.
Versus the feasibility, the controller's report.
Right,
That's
it's the AMI levels proposed here versus the AMI levels that were in the controller's report.
Yeah.
And recapture that value differential, if significant.
And keep small projects as is.
Controllers review board versus
Generic, yes.
Keep small
Versus-
projects, so it modifies the small projects to 5580.
Well, yeah, and then you've also got the housing costs to always be 20% below the market
Yes.
rate in the area, and then the smaller projects to go back to 5580.
Yes.
Correct.
So I will not support that motion. I would support the part about the smaller projects, but just, FYI.
So your issue is the income levels?
My issue is the income levels, and my issue is that, having 2/3 be, 80% to 110% is too much and not in keeping with Prop C. I don't think that that's middle income. I don't think, we have different definitions of what middle income is. This is not my definition of middle income. So, that's, but just so that,
No, I understand.
if you broke up those two things into different things, you would get my agreement on part of it and not
Okay,
in the other.
Maybe we take two. So I guess Ms. Hartley or Ms. Rogers, the Prop C language, did it specifically say no more than at 55 or no more than 55 for rental and no more than 80 for ownership?
In Proposition C?
Yes.
We could look at the back of the staff report and see what's in the current ordinance. It establishes that there should be 25% on-site and that there should be 33% for off-site. It establishes that in the on-site, 15% should be at, quote, low income, which is elsewhere defined as 55% or 80%.
55 for rental, 80 for owner.
Yes,
Okay.
and then so that's the way it does it. And then it says 10% should be at what is defined as moderate/middle income, which was defined, I believe, at 100 for rental and 120 for condominium. So that's the way that's the way actually the trailing ordinance that was enacted with Proposition C reads, and that's the way 415 reads right now.
Okay, so then the issue would be 2/3, 1/3 really should be 2/3, 55 at the low end, and we have it 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And that's the difference between the Prop C and this.
Yes, that's a difference.
So, I really want to go back to the will of the voters, and I'd say my motion would be, whether it wins or not, would be that we'd have 2/3 at 55 and 1/3 at 80 and 110 for rental, 2/3 at 90, and then 1/3 at 110 and 140 for ownership.
So then the 1/3 at 80 and 110 would be split to be 1/6
However-
at 80 and 1/6 at 110?
However, yeah. And we take small projects out, and we have the neighborhood AMI. It's in keeping with the Prop C.
So that's a different motion.
That's a different motion.
So I changed my motion.
So, I'm sorry, back up, I'll take the easy question first. So on the neighborhood AMI, you have equated that to where we've said mark the units will
20%
always be
less.
20% less than the market rate in any given study area.
If the
project area.
BMR would be at market.
If the BMR
Right.
is at market. Okay. So I just want to note that that is different than the proposals we've talked about for neighborhood AMI before, where you set the actual price at an AMI, which is not for the San Francisco, Oakland metro area. It's for a neighborhood. So we're not doing that.
Would you like to?
I understand that. I'm just
Would you
saying
like to recommend that that be looked at?
No. I think it's fine
Okay.
for what we're talking about today. I just want to make that clear that that is a different conversation than
Okay, it is.
when people talk about
You're
neighborhood
right.
AMI.
Any more discussion?
I mean, I support the original motion. I realize you changed it, which included staff's recommendation at those tiers, changing the tiers for the small projects, the value recapture, and looking at that analysis.
Well, if I understand it correctly, he changed.
But you changed
the
your motion, yeah.
Percentages for the AMIs for the lowest.
2/3 for the 55 tier. tier
2/3 for
one.
the 90, and then for the
1/3
ownership,
split
and
among
then
the other
splitting
two.
the 1/3 between the other
in
two.
Right, in support of Prop C's goals.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask two questions? The first one is, regardless of what direction we go with the AMI, are we still maintaining the recommendation that the AMIs are not the income of the individual household? It is the maximum
Yes.
price of the unit. And the households that could qualify for that unit could be above or below that income level within certain bands.
Mhm.
That's
what
correct.
letter
right?
A on here directs.
Okay, so we're basically saying if it was 2/3, 55% AMI, then what we're really saying is the actual individual households that could get
The
into those
range.
units could be
In the
below
range.
that for what they make or above that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, can you, Commissioner Hillis, one more time describe what you were talking about with the value recapture analysis? I just want to make sure I understand that.
Well, one, it could be irrelevant under this. If the motion passes, right, Mr. Bentliff, help me out. I mean, if my notion was to look at what was being recommended by planning AMI levels and then what was analyzed in the controller's report, which were the Prop C figures,
Correct.
and see if there was a value differential. But if this mimics
Prop C,
the
then you
Prop
don't
C,
need to have-
it's irrelevant
Okay.
to say that.
Thank you.
So are we removing that portion from the
Well, if his
It's
motion
his
passes,
motion.
then you wouldn't do it.
Yes, it's removed from this first question.
Okay, very good.
May I ask an additional question? Oh, I'm sorry, Joel.
So your motion takes away from the 110 percentage?
It takes away from the 80 and 110, it takes away from the 110 and 140 to be in line with Prop C's ratios. 2/3 at the lowest tier on each and 1/3 of the remaining.
I mean, yeah.
And again, I support maximizing the housing at the lower income levels, but I think we saw from this is really the only mechanism you can get at these levels that the city has. And I think that's why the planning staff recommended it. So I support the planning staff's recommendation.
Shall I call the question? And I need a second.
Can I?
I
I'm sorry.
second.
One more. One more question. What determines what the bands are? I think I could be supportive of more units being at a lower fixed price if we had expanded bands for who could qualify for those units.
So, Ms. Hartley?
Yeah.
What
Mr. Bailiff?
establishes that?
So with the goals of people not being in units where they're at risk of destabilized housing on the low end, so that minimum threshold for rent is 2 times the rent. Your monthly income should be 2 times the rent. And at the other end, we don't want to over-subsidize households. So the HUD standard that we're using, which is slightly, in some programs, it's slightly lower than the typical standard we use, which is an affordable rent is 30% of your monthly gross income. So we would want to expand that to 25% and thereby reach more households. So for the rental tier, that band at the lower tier, which you are proposing is now two-thirds, would go from about 35% of AMI to 63.5% of AMI. If you went to 64, you're going to start over-subsidizing people at that 55% affordable rent level.
Mm-hmm. And so I think this is, I mean, I know this is getting late and everyone's really annoyed, so but it's really important. I question whether or not it's a bad policy to, at certain points in people's lives, provide an over-subsidy if it means that we're helping more people, right? So if we have units that have a lower price point, so you're helping people who make lower incomes be able to get into them, but that means that there are certain families that where maybe their rent burden is closer to 15%, is that bad? And I sort of ask commissioners that question. I mean, I don't know. I understand from OCD's perspective, right, what you guys are getting at. But I think I'm asking fellow commissioners in terms of the motion that Dennis has made, if we were to maybe make a recommendation to expand the bands, that means there would be more units at a lower price point. It would help a lot more people at a lower income. But it also means maybe the rent burden would be lower for other households. And that might be better at certain points in their life or not.
Well, certainly it's good to have a low rent-to-income ratio. You can save, you can do lots of things. With scarce resources, we do try to avoid over-subsidizing households. The proposal you're making would create a strange situation where, say you expanded the 55% AMI tier to 80 at the high end. At 80% of AMI, if you set rent at 55, then you pay about 20% of your income in rent. Well, what happens to that 80% AMI household who gets in the lottery and gets that 55% unit, and it's great, they're only paying 20% of their incomes in rent, and all those 55% units are gone, and then you go up to the next tier where rent is set at 80, and that same household with the same income has to pay 30% of their rent. So, you know, nothing's really fair.
But that's the system we have right now, where people win the rent control lottery by getting into units that are very low income, and there's no means testing for that. So I'm asking I'm not necessarily supporting it. I'm just asking the question because it might help get to consensus around some of these things. Like,
So your middle band actually would go back down to that 64%. You have it down here to 50. So that would be covered. Everybody's being covered now. There's no missing middle. It's just to what extent?
Well, I think that, I mean, we tried to cover everybody as well as we could. So in the split into thirds, we have, you know, broad eligibility without over-subsidizing. So we're getting those same households into the second tier, into that second third that we want to achieve. I mean, not the full range of households, but certainly a good chunk. So in the second tier, the way we've sized it, you've got households at 50% of AMI who can qualify for that 80% AMI rent. So once you start expanding each tier, then you really have a huge range of rent burden plus really over-subsidized households. So I'm not sure that it actually will. It's not going to serve more people.
The two-thirds?
Well,
The two-thirds?
I mean, it will serve more people at the lower income tier, but if the goal is to expand the number of people who go into that tier by decreasing the rent burden, then you could have this strange, event where the lottery turned up lots of 80% AMI households, and they're all paying 55% of AMI rent. The lottery is the lottery, so it's just. There's a note of caution we really have to take when we're deliberately over-subsidizing people.
So in today's world, with Prop C the way it is and projects coming through, we got 15% at the 55, and I know you have the hard stop, and we don't want to go there anymore.
Right.
Then you have the 10% at the increase of that, the next band?
100% for rental.
Okay, so today we have the hard stop, but now by introducing the bands, it's creating anomalies. It's solving a lot of problems.
Right.
But it's also, do you have any discretion on that? I mean, when you have when the lottery comes up, can you say somebody, you're actually band 1 or band 2, I choose you to be in band 1, since they overlap?
Well, we give people the choice of what's available to them according to their lottery order. And so, obviously the 80% AMI household in the expanded range for the lower rent would, of course, take the lower rent.
Okay.
So we're sticking with the motion, or?
No, I still haven't quite gotten my question answered on the bans. Like, how are people feeling about that? Because I don't know. Commissioner Pong.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of thought to these bans, and it's kind of like a rubber band. This thing's only going to stretch so far. I do agree, and I see where you're going to try to capture some of the lower end of the middle income. I think if those who want to stay true to helping this particular segment of middle income families and folks in San Francisco, there's been some thought into this. I take caution about over subsidizing. So I'm going to stay with. I'm going to be supportive of the staff's recommendation.
I think expanding the ban is trying to be. It's too compromising. It's because at some band is good because you get more people and you can kind of. But at some point you want to kind of be at an income level that matches our rent. And not kind of leave that up to the lottery.
Leave it as and
okay. Sorry, I apologize. Last plug on this. The only reason that I think about expanding, and I just want to note that in Supervisor Kim and Peskin's proposal, there are bans already. So 55% AMI goes from 40 to 80, and 100% AMI goes from 80 to 20. So there already are bans, and I think the reason I make the argument for expanded bans or more people in the bans is because I understand that at some point the rubber band snaps, but I also think that's a way of getting flexibility in terms of our economy, right? And right now, what we think of as middle income, what's in the commercials, the teachers, the firefighters make a certain income level, but in recessionary periods or other economic periods, that level changes. And I feel like what ends up happening is we shift back and forth, and every 5 years, we're talking about what should the inclusionary rates be versus saying, here is a midpoint for the actual price of housing, and wherever you are in your economic spectrum, you can apply and get into that housing without us constantly trying to tweak and say, well, let's move the price up a couple $100 here or there. I feel like expanded bans get to that. So just an idea, but it sounds like I'd like to hear the motion again. I feel like we are getting to a good place. So.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fong.
If you just add to that, I think Supervisor Kim said this may be law for a couple of years. This, to me, fits a very particular need in this very particular time of San Francisco. Things could change very rapidly. This may change. There's always an opportunity for some sort of trailing legislation to change it yet again or expand it or contract it. But in my opinion, this was voted for the people to attack a very specific segment and help save that very specific segment from leaving San Francisco. And I think at the moment now we should focus on that task, which is keeping these recommended bans and not dipping further below or higher above.
Okay. So I'm sorry, what is the motion? One more time.
Shall I call that question then?
Do you want to repeat the motion?
Well, I will.
But please, sorry.
Okay, so on the motion is to adopt a recommendation for approval for item E regarding income levels. And if I understand it correctly, the motion is to adjust the targeted inclusionary units AMIs to include 2/3 for rental projects for units no more than 55% of the AMI, and then combining the 80 and 110 for the remaining 1/3. Similarly, for ownership projects, 2/3 would be allocated towards 90% of AMI, and then 110 and 140% of AMI would be folded into the remaining 1/3. It also includes the housing costs to always be 20% below market rate in the area, and include that smaller projects go back to the 55 and 80. On that motion, Commissioner Fong.
No.
Commissioner Johnson.
With the bands, right?
Yeah.
As bands, aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
No.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
No.
So that motion passes 4-3 with Commissioners Fong, Koppel, and Hillis voting against. And I
And then
believe-
were there other,
Oh, yeah.
there were other general recommendations, I know Commissioner Melgar, about kind of some
If I may,
more
there-
due diligence and analysis. Do you want to?
We have one piece we need to return to, and that was just an oversight on my part in the annual schedule of annual increases. And this is simply that, again, in the memorandum, we updated this recommendation due to the amendments last week to apply all of these provisions to small projects as well. That's the only change. So, as in the memorandum, we are suggesting that we have all the same language with each thing saying at the end of the sentence, it should be clarified to apply to a smaller and larger project. So,
But that modification was submitted to the commissioners?
It was. Yeah, that was in our
And so
memorandum.
unless the commission chooses not to go with that modification, that was folded into the fact that you approved a motion with staff's modifications that would include this.
Yes, I believe we were advised
Yeah.
by. Is that good? Okay.
Okay.
to read it.
But that's
Thank you.
clear that we got that into the record.
Yeah, but it's Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, I think that I had the recommendation for the board to look at HOA and other ancillary costs for on-site home ownership BMR units, and what ways we can use to subsidize those costs as well, because they're not specifically included for in our inclusionary housing ordinance.
Is that a motion?
There may be additional.
Oh,
did you-
yeah, so the ones that I had was mandating reporting requirements for Mo of take-up of BMR units, both rental and homeownership, by race and household composition, and then also marketing requirements that Mo fund sort of to equalize, the take-up of BMR units by race and household composition.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
So that there be financing for counseling agencies and folks doing work to increase the rate at which folks who are underrepresented take up the BMR program.
I just want to say that we already require mandate marketing and outreach. It's a very extensive program.
Yes, I'm aware that there are requirements. I think that if we look, they're clearly not working as intended because the yields are not what we would like them to be. So I'm asking that that the board actually look at what it is and mandate.
Commissioner, given the nature of your request, I wonder if those requests would be better included in the manual that you will see in a couple of months rather than it being in legislation, or is the intent that it be in the legislation?
Well, so the reporting requirements, I think, would be in the legislation.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're more than happy to look at areas where we're not doing a good job, and I just am wondering about what the legislation would look like mandating marketing requirements that are the board's ability to just successfully legislate something that we're not already doing. I think it's more of a deliberative process, and we are completely happy to sit down with stakeholders and look at gaps and figure out how we can improve. So, having legislation to that effect is fine, but I think it'll be difficult to put something in legislation that will be, effectively directive without having a dialogue and really analyzing where things are breaking down. So, I don't know if you'd be open to this, Commissioner Melgar, but we're happy to engage in a process, and I can start the process for setting up those that analysis and those meetings. And and Maria Benjamin might want to say something.
Good evening, Commissioners. Maria Benjamin, MoCD. And we are actually currently undergoing a lot of looking at the marketing requirements that we have. Some are just plain antiquated. So as part of the inclusionary manual update that will be coming to you this soon. And we would be, I will absolutely reach out to you and get your input and thoughts before we go any further with that. With the
what I heard
I'm
you
okay
say.
with that part being in the policies and procedures. I think the reporting requirements should be in the legislation.
Yeah.
But, so that's I was just wanted to clarify. So that your request for reporting requirements is a request to be in the legislation. Your request for changing and making a more robust marketing program be part of the manual. Is that clear? Okay.
So there were two additional recommendations, but I think Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Melgar, those need to come in the form of a motion.
Okay. I'll go first. Okay. I recommend that the Board of Supervisors consider ways to subsidize HOA and other ancillary fees associated with BMR ownership units.
And do you want to include Commissioner Melgar?
Reporting.
Yes, and including Commissioner. I thought you were going to say yours too.
Oh, it was the same motion, and also require regular reporting from the Mayor's Office of Housing as to the racial and household composition numbers of folks participating in the BMR program.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
And these are general additional recommendations.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then there's been a motion that has been seconded to add additional recommendations to the Board of Supervisors to consider homeowners association and other ancillary ownership cost subsidies, and that there be mandatory reporting requirements by the Mayor's Office of Housing regarding racial and household composition for those persons participating in the program. On that motion, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously.
And we do have one more thing. This is, again, the last thing from the memorandum that we incorporated. I don't think this is a huge item, but we did have it before you, so we would like to bring it for action. In the amendments from last week to the ordinance from Supervisors Kim and Peskin, there was an additional requirement that the Planning Department should undertake a study of areas where there's been a significant upzoning. There's some definition of that in there anytime after January 1st of 2015. So the staff recommendation on that is that additional, and this is again in your memorandum, we put this language in there, that an additional feasibility studies triggered by specific upzoning should only be required when, and we have a list, the upzoning has occurred after the effective date of the ordinance. 2, no feasibility study for the specific upzoning has previously been completed and published. 3, that the upzoning occurred as part of an area plan that's already been adopted or for which feasibility has already been analyzed prior to the effective date in the ordinance. In no case should the requirement apply for any project or group of projects that has been entitled prior to the effective date of the ordinance. So in other words, rather than having this requirement, which could be broadly construed in the code, our recommendation would be to require that the Planning Department, or if there's a requirement for the Planning Department to do additional feasibility studies, that it only be done on things that are yet to come after the effective date of the ordinance, rather than on things that have already been done or for entitled projects. So that is the recommendation here. You're welcome to respond to that item in the ordinance in any way that you feel is appropriate.
Okay, but that's in the ordinance that's before us.
That is in the ordinance proposed by Supervisors Kim and Peskin.
No, but your recommendation?
The recommendation is in the memorandum, as I just read it, that we provided to you.
So unless we want to change that recommendation, I think that would stand.
Well, this is a totally different recommendation than other parts of what you voted on. And I think that's the problem, right? This was not embedded in any. This was a totally new,
correct,
component of the recently introduced legislation, which was introduced just last week. So I don't think it was embedded in any of the other motions, right?
No, it is not. That's why I've brought it up as a separate as a potential item for you to act on. We had recommended it I don't know that you're obligated to act on it one way or the other. We just wanted to highlight that that was there.
Commissioner
I
Johnson.
believe it's at your discretion.
Yeah, good question. So this is something that was in Supervisor Peskin and Kim's legislation, but it was not represented at all in Supervisor Breed, Safai, and Tang's.
Correct. There was no equivalent requirement in the other
And
ordinance.
thank you, sorry. And for feasibility, you mean per project, looking at the feasibility of providing certain inclusionary levels? Like, what is it that I mean, I read that too, and I didn't understand what was feasibility of.
I think it's trying to look at upzonings and where we could capture more affordable units, right? I mean, and so the question on the table is simply at what point in projects do we look at it? Do we look at projects that were already approved? Their proposal goes back to January of 2015.
So I understand that, but I'm saying if the staff recommendation is don't look back, look forward.
Right.
If the inclusionary rates are going to be set at something when the Board of Supervisors passes some sort of legislation, what are we looking at the capture of? Because I mean, the rates will be what they are in the ordinance. Are you saying that?
I think it would be to capture any additional requirements based on upzonings. I think that's the intent.
Yeah, it's not
I don't
stated.
know. I mean, it doesn't
clearly, that's
say
our
that clearly, which is part of the
interpretation.
problem. But I think the intent is to capture, like we do today, for example, in the Central Soma Plan or other SUDs.
I apologize. It is clearly stated. It says feasibility study. This is what's in the ordinance to determine whether a higher on-site inclusionary affordable housing requirement is feasible under a large upzoning. So we're saying that if we were to be required to do such study, that it should only apply to projects and plans that have yet to come. But
Okay.
it would.
I'm sorry. I'm hogging this. I do remember seeing this, and I didn't understand it. So we already have talked about density bonus, which is some form of upzoning, and that we would capture the in lieu fee. And so what we're saying is that if there's sort of extraordinary or different upzoning in the future, so like a neighborhood plan or like a major project, that the staff would look at the feasibility of having higher inclusionary.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Do we need to have that in this ordinance? Because we do that already, right? There's usually for a large project or a neighborhood plan, there's development agreements or otherwise looking at inclusionary. So I'm not certain that we need to provide requirements for any additional feasibility studies.
I believe it's entirely at your discretion. We're just raising that's a new piece that's been in the legislation. It's one piece we had never made a recommendation to you on. So our recommendation would be if you do it, to do it those conditions, you're also free to recommend that we not do it. Or
I would recommend
what
we
have
not do it, only just for simplification. If there is a major project or a major neighborhood plan in the future that will, sort of by nature of what the city does, will be part of the conversation.
Commissioner Richards.
I think, we had one come before us, maybe two, and the recommendation we had when we actually put forward the upzoning and that specific NCD was to do an analysis of what the upzoning brought, and that was our recommendation. And that was in the Divisadero-Fillmore NCD, and that was what this commission voted on. So that's, to me, this is like one and the same thing. We've already talked about something like this. We recommended
Right, but I think where I'm getting at is I do feel like this is creating a burden in some cases. It's creating regulatory complexity where it's not needed. And really what it potentially could do is capture projects that are in the middle, right? So if it's like 5M, we're going to do a development agreement as a city. But if it's something sort of in between, so let's say like this is Transbay area, so it's a little bit different, but like 181 Fremont's a big building. I don't think that we should have a separate feasibility study for that building. We should have whatever our inclusionary requirements, they are what they are.
I think this is not going to apply to projects that already have happened. It's going to be applied in general as another understanding of what the value recapture is.
The ordinance specified in the case of an upzoning that was greater than 20% of general floor area or 35% of gross square foot. If I may, I think the way we've approached all of these things was to say, here's what's in the ordinance, and we can say either do it as written, do it as modified, or don't do it. So I think that's the same sort of series of choices on this item before you. It can be to not include, to advise the Board of Supervisors not to include that, to advise them to include it as written, or to advise them to include it with modifications. And we have given our recommendations for how it could be modified. But it could be modified in other ways as well.
I mean, I think the modifications are consistent with what we have done in the past. So I would support the modifications as proposed by staff. Commissioner Fong.
I agree as proposed by staff, and I want to make sure that we're not talking, this proposal by Kim and Peskin to go retro, you said to 2005, if something was upzoned.
2015.
2015.
January 1, 2015.
15. If something was upzoned during that period, they could come back and apply these.
If it's not entitled.
It was written broadly enough that our concern was that that might be how it was
I don't think
interpreted.
that's fair to go retro on something. I mean, that's a taking to me, or it should be approved as law of the day to me if it was 2015 and not.
Or it should be factored in now.
Yeah, or now, and anything going forward, absolutely.
So is that a motion?
That's
Are
a
you moving to
recommendation, right?
recommend staff's?
Yes.
I'll second that. Commissioner Moore.
It's one of those situations, again, where we just don't have enough background. This is basically being put in front of us as a supplementary member. We have not had an ability to ask a question of clarification. So whichever way I vote, for or against it, I feel completely unsubstantively informed to take a position. And I would rather wave it off and say, give me more, or you'll be deciding on your own anyway, but I'm not going to take a position which is half-cooked here.
I'm comfortable with the staff's recommendation, given that we've had this issue come before us and have faced similar.
Did somebody second that?
Yes,
motion?
I did.
It was seconded, yes.
Thank you.
So there is a motion that has been seconded to consider the Supervisor Kim and Peskin legislation late amendment regarding a feasibility study and to adopt a recommendation for approval with staff's modifications. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Koppel?
No.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
No.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-3 with Commissioners Johnson, Koppel, and Moore voting against. And Commissioners, if you would bear with me just for one more request, just to clean the resolution up a little bit, if you would entertain a motion that would recognize each of the individual votes, so that the resolution would be forwarded with each of the individual votes being recognized under each section, but that the resolution as a whole was adopted by the Planning Commission together, recognizing each of the individual votes per section, so that the resolution has a single vote recognizing the different votes of each section being forwarded with separate recommendations.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, I'd be fine with that. And I just wanted to add one last thing. So quick question. So going back 2 hours on the density bonus, and we sort of had this question about the Peskin-Kim legislation and whether or not if a project took the maximum state density bonus, what AMI levels would it have to support in the project, and whether or not that was consistent with the income levels that were stated in Proposal A. Sounds like they're not. Is that something that could be clarified in a staff report? Here's where I get ignorant about exactly what the Board of Supervisors gets in terms of report and sort of our recommendations. Can that be clarified, or does it have to be a specific recommendation or part of a motion or something?
Anne Marie Rogers again. We did include that information in our original case report for your informational hearing. We described that issue and described how the full bonus would not be available, so we can include that report in the transmittal to the clerk of the board if you like.
Okay, I think that's super important for all the supervisors to understand. It's a little bit of a hidden gem in there with state density bonus. Okay, sorry.
Was that a motion in reference to?
Yes, so I make a motion to approve the resolution?
As indicated for each individual item, and if you'd like, I can read into the record the individual votes for each item.
I think we know.
I think we know
I know we did.
Okay, very good.
Second that, Commissioner Moore.
Secretary Ionen, are you then saying that what is described here as a preamble to those particular votes would be included? Because there are several items summarized from 1 through 8 that I do not quite understand or fully support because I do not have enough background on them.
Under the section where we started reviewing the resolution, be it further resolved, under each one of those sections, we would reflect how the commission voted for each section.
Yeah.
But does that mean that if I support the resolution, that I also support what is described on page 3 and 4, which is points, whereas the Planning Commission determined that, and under 6, the incremental increases to the inclusionary requirements. 7, the city should adopt a local ordinance such as the Home SF program. 8, the purpose for both of the two proposed ordinance amending. Is that all included? Am I supporting that as a resolution? I support the points that we voted on. I have elements of unclarity of what is implied in these other statements.
Yes, that would be a staff recommendation. The first ones that you called out, 1 through 8, are the findings that give the basis for the arguments that staff have presented before you today. Findings 9 is the general plan conformance, and there should be section 302 findings which you need to make when you are making amendments to the planning code, as well as planning code section 101 findings. So I would assume that your vote on this overall resolution pertains to all of the findings in the resolution before you.
With specific, again, distinctions under be it further resolved for sections A through H.
Right.
Shall I call that?
Commissioner Richards?
Still don't get it.
So just want to make sure, even though we did a vote on each one, that doesn't reflect overall commission action. We want to put them all together and just vote
Well, you
on
can. It's entirely up to you how we forward it. I think it would be cleaner if you adopt, there's a single action by the commission forwarding a single resolution.
Which is everything we voted on.
But it
Is
includes
everything
all
you want,
these
but it will
individual
be-
votes.
But the resolution will recognize your votes on each of the individual sections.
There's no
It
issue with
doesn't-
that.
It doesn't change your
So,
thinking
like-
on the
Reflects
votes.
reality.
Right.
Commissioner Melgar?
So like Commissioner Moore, I do, given how we voted on those, since as Anne Marie explained, the findings support, like it's a therefore, there are some of the findings that I actually don't agree with, and page 4, number 2, that, that is the rationale behind, the staff recommendations on the income. And so, it's problematic to separate it like that, to say, yes, we support the findings, but we don't support, the recommendations, because they kind of go together, you know? It's a logical.
Touche.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, I would recommend that the commission take some type of overarching action to ratify the decisions that the commission has already made. That way you would have one action that memorializes each of the individual actions, and the commission could view it as, affirming the majority votes that have already been taken.
Without necessarily supporting all the findings?
Well, each of the majority votes ended up supporting the recommendations.
And in particular,
with some modification.
To Commissioner Melgar's question, where you did amend the AMIs, and we've reflected the AMIs that we had in our draft report, like the finding that you were just pointing out was at number 4, we will update number 4 to reflect the AMIs that the commission has just acted on. So we will change that particular finding to reflect your any action that you've made.
Commissioner Moore.
The vagueness of 7, the city should adopt a local ordinance such as the Home SF program that implements a state density bonus law in a manner that is tailored to the San Francisco's contextual and policy needs. Unless you spell out of what you mean by contextual and policy needs, I believe that is too vague a statement in the context of Home SF program, which I am not all too familiar with. That is a generic. That is not a generic program, but it's a specific program, and it's capitalized and identified as such.
Well, what if that provision was stricken from the from that?
The whole sentence, contextual and policy needs.
Strike that whole provision.
Striking
about Home
item
SF.
7.
Yeah, I'd suggest you strike that. And then,
Well, Ms. Rogers was kind enough to point out that under 4, the verbiage would be adjusted to reflect the vote, and I think that's when we're starting to vote on something. I vote on something which is in black and white in front of me, but not on potential amendments or moving of words. So I'm very comfortable with having our point-by-point party discussion go forward, but the rest for me is just a little bit too uncertain, and I cannot vote on it.
Right. But I think, in Deputy City Attorney Byrne, if you can weigh in, I think what you're looking for is kind of an overall resolution that would include some of the typical findings we make about consistency with the general plan that are included in here and that I think are important from a legal standpoint. So if we want to, I think there's an ability to go through and change some of the language if need be. Certainly staff's going to reflect and change language where there was a majority vote to modify some of those provisions. But I think what they're looking for is kind of, there's a bunch of stuff here, a package to send it in that includes the findings that we typically make. So I agree with you. I would strike the home SF reference in that provision. But I think this is fairly typical. Commissioner Melgar? Or
So I was going to say, I trust that you would, be able to go back and do that based on, our votes on the individual recommendations. So it would be more than the home SF. It would also be number 4 and then number 2. And so I trust that you can go back and look at the record and sort of match the, logic of. No, not everybody supported the finding because not everybody agreed with the recommendations. Because we'll be watching. We'll read it.
Commissioner Johnson?
On that particular case, we would not change number 2 because your recommendations do not exceed the controller's feasibility report. So I don't think we would change number 2 when we look back at it.
Commissioner Moore?
I don't understand why we are forced to vote on the wrapping of a package when we spend intense working time on taking the substantive parts of what is in the package apart and stood up for what we believe and stood up for what we know. If there's ambiguity in the packaging, and I might not like the wrapping, which I don't, then I don't feel obligated that in my role here I need to vote for the packaging when it is not even a motion. It's a recommendation, a resolution. I can basically say I don't want to participate in the resolution and abstain. And I don't think that I am obligated to.
Well, you could certainly vote no. You cannot.
Right.
You cannot.
But that means that my vote for the other issues, which are of substance, still stands.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, then I can say no. Okay.
Commissioner Cabo.
Yeah, you can't abstain though.
No, so correct me if I'm wrong, so I'm clear on this also. We voted on everything we can vote on, and now we're voting whether to forward the entire piece.
That's right, because
and we've had previous discussions where a statewide density bonus sometimes isn't in our best interest, and so it's in our best interest to form a local density bonus program at some point.
That's right.
That's good.
Commissioner Richards?
I think, and I don't know if they're still on the table, the striking the home SF one, but if there was something that you absolutely fall on the sword and can't agree with in those A through H, then you'd vote no. I mean, if there's something that's just absolutely you can't go to sleep tonight, I can see why you'd vote no.
It's not A through H. I think it's the
not A
findings
through
that are
H.
being
It's
referred to
one
as part of the
to eight.
resolution.
No.
And
It's 1 to
I mean,
8. It's not-
because you each voted on the individual pieces, but not on a resolution that's being forwarded to the Board of Supervisors, which is why I'm asking you to go through this painful process.
Commissioner Fong?
Do it.
The best at this, but let me try. So I make a motion that the Planning Commission take action on inclusionary housing program, forwarding it to the Board of Supervisors, and then noting that we have taken action on items A through
H,
plus in addition to additional recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, and also take the staff's recommendation on the 2 items regarding, help me, Jonas?
so late amendment to Supervisor Kim and Peskins regarding a feasibility study. You're taking staff's modifications on that.
Thank you.
But that's with the vote that we took in terms of
With
how the commission felt
each
about
one
that.
of
Each
those
vote would be reflected.
will be clearly identified by the vote that were taken individually.
Yes.
And that there are comments on each and every A through H. Yeah.
Yeah.
Second. So Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. And just making sure we're leaving in the findings on items 7 and 8.
Well, I didn't hear that in the motion.
It wasn't in
to
the
be
motion.
removed.
Wasn't in the motion, so it's in there.
Yes.
Yeah, and the motion will be reflected where necessary to reflect the decisions made by the commissioners.
No, I got it. That part is, I get that. That's not, and those weren't even really actions. Those were like our sentiment is given through
Yes.
the vote on those items.
That's agreeable
But
with.
we're only taking one action, which is voting on this resolution.
That's right.
Right.
Commissioner Moore?
Could you please clarify, Commissioner Fong, as to whether or not you are tying this into the language of the resolution, or if you made a substitute summary of what we all voted on together with those additional staff recommendations?
That's correct. So I'm motioning that we acknowledge we've taken action on this larger item, but each of those items, A through H, there are specific actions
That we took.
which we voted on, and there are specific comments and recommendations associated with each one,
Thank you.
in addition to other just recommendations.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. I'd like to, I understand what Commissioner Moore is trying to get at, and I'd like to help clarify because I
Please.
want to make sure I have the same question. So I would personally would like to vote on the resolution as written. What's here? With the addition that for each of the items A through H, representing the different sections of the inclusionary proposal, there is a notation of the sentiment of the commission via our vote on each item.
That's right.
So I would say the findings should remain as written today, no changes, but the sentiment of the commission will be shown through items A through H.
That's my understanding of the motion, is that you're adopting a recommendation for approval with staff's, or with the modifications reflected A through H.
Deputy City Attorney
what I
Marlena
said.
Byrne, if I could jump in, could you just add the clarification that any necessary modifications would be made throughout the motion to reflect the commission's votes on each individual item?
Right.
As
So-
Anne Marie discussed, a few items need to be changed based on what the commission's
So where
individual
Commissioner
votes
Melgar
were.
brought up
So
a good
really,
point
I
where
think you
there's
could say
changes.
this a little more simply. You could just state that you are making a motion to approve with all the modifications as voted on individually by this commission, that the motion, when it's finalized, will reflect the individual votes of all the commissioners on each subject matter item.
That's actually not what I said, but I can go with it.
But that was, I believe that was the intent
So
of the
since there
motion.
wasn't a second to yours, which
Yeah.
I respect.
That's fine.
But
Yeah.
my motion's on the floor, and there was a
There was
second. I'll amend my motion as reflected by Deputy City Attorney
What
Byrne.
she said. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, really?
Very good.
Okay with me.
got it.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Moore?
I think that was
Did you have
that was much clearer. Thank you. On that motion, then.
I have a question. City Attorney, are you then including the language of whereas the Planning Commission determines item 1 through 8?
Yes, but as modified with both the staff recommendations and with the actual votes that the commission took. So obviously this final version will be modified to reflect the individual votes that the commission
You're
took.
not responding to my specific comment on the use of the word Home SF program, as well as the vague reference to contextual and policy needs.
I think that's up to the commission. If there are any individual findings that the commission would like to strike, then the commission can vote to do that. But I do recommend that there be one motion made to adopt and ratify everything that the commission has done today.
As the motion stands, item 7 would be included in the resolution.
7 and 8 would be there.
7, well, all of them, and item 4 would be modified to reflect the decision. Shall I call the question?
Please.
So on that motion, then, to adopt the resolution to reflect today's actions, Commissioner Fong.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Moore voting against. Thank you for that last piece.
I'm not going to buy this kind of language manipulation. I absolutely don't.
That's all. Thank you, everybody. We're going to take a dinner break. It's at least a half hour.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Mike's wrong.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Since he's gone.
Should we start this?
If you'd like.
Let's do it.
Good evening and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, April 27th, 2017. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any outbursts and to please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. Commissioners, we can now start on your 3 p.m. calendar and move on to item 12 for case number 2017-002161 PCA. Establish fee for monitoring of student housing. This is a planning code amendment.
Good evening, Commissioners. Diego Sanchez with Planning Department staff. Today I'll be presenting an ordinance.
Well, you can ask for a continuance after the. We want to hear the presentation first. Thank you, Ms. Hester.
I'll be presenting an ordinance proposing to amend the planning code to specify a fee amount for the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to monitor student housing. However, before I begin my presentation, I'd like to provide Maria Benjamin of the Mayor's Office of Housing with time to present to you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here to talk with you about the and to support the charging institutions that have registered projects as student housing with the Planning Department a monitoring fee of $792 per project. Currently, MoCD is monitoring 2 sites that are owned by the California College of the Arts, one 38 Harriet Street and the other on Mission at 1321 Mission. My staff monitors these 2 projects by analyzing, first of all, notifying them of the requirement, analyzing the report that they submit that verifies that they're in compliance with the planning's requirements that hold them to being student housing. And then we follow that up with an audit to validate the accuracy of the information that they provided to us in the report. We most recently conducted the audit. Our last audit was conducted in November of 2016. We determined that both of these buildings were in compliance with the terms of the planning code. Currently, that round of compliance review was done with no cost recovery for the staff time. So we are absolutely in support of the fee to cover. We estimate about 10 hours of staff time per project, so hence the per project fee. And we are also in agreement with the planning staff recommendations to clarify that the monitoring fee is due by December 31st along with the annual report, and then to publish the indexed monitoring fee on we will publish the indexed monitoring fee on our website by July 1st every year. So we ask the Commission to recommend the legislation.
Thank you very much. Is there additional? Diego, do you have more on this?
Just 1 minute, promise. So the department is in overall support of the ordinance as it provides the monetary resources for Mo to effectively monitor the city's growing housing stock. As mentioned, we are in support of a couple of clarifying recommendations or modifications. The first is to have the fee due on the 31st. The second is that the fee be published on July 1st. Staff did receive an email and telephone call from the public regarding the proposed ordinance. Both members of the public expressed concern over the lack of clarity in the ordinance regarding whether the monitoring fee would be charged on a per bed or per unit or per exempted student housing project. It's the understanding of the planning department staff, as mentioned by the staff of Mo, that the fee is to be charged on a per exempted student housing project basis. Of course, we're open to considering additional language on this. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll open this up to public comment. Sue Hester and Dan Gershwin.
Sue Esther, as I promised, I'm asking for a continuance because this issue is a huge issue, and people from the public and this commission deserve to have a thorough discussion when you're not brain dead, and I'm not brain dead. Other people have already come and left. There was 5 people who are going to testify on this. This is the 3rd largest industry in the city in terms of employment. Hospitals are bigger. Government is bigger. 3rd one is educational institutions. The housing needs of this need to be discussed because it's a big problem. The hearing you just had, you didn't mention student housing impacts on housing in the city, but they're integral to it. The displacement impacts for housing is enormous. If people take off the market housing for students, please have a meaningful hearing. I'm not able to communicate for all the people that were going to be here that have done work to prepare for this. You have enormous hearings that have all been canceled on Academy of Art, and you have another one next week, which I think is going to be, I have no idea what they're going to talk about. The Academy of Art is the biggest scofflaw for building housing in the city, even bigger than the rest of the universe on schools, because they don't acknowledge they're part of the problem. Schools are panicking right now about building housing. There has been an airing out of this issue, ironically, at the Board of Supervisors, much more thoroughly at the Planning Commission. The Board of Supervisors hearing was in January or February of last year. They went into institution by institution and their need, because the institutions say our only salvation is if we can have students come to the city, and we can't get students to come to the city unless we have housing for them. So there's a major construction underway by UCSF, USF, Hastings, CCA, which used to be CCAC. Go down the list. They all feel that their survival depends on building housing. And the financing mechanism of housing for institutions is different than it is for other housing. And so there's a need for this legislation, but you should have the context, A, because you should care about housing, and B, should care about this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hester. Mr. Gershwin?
Sorry about that. I'm trying to get my act together.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dan Gershwin from Cobblins, Patch, Duffy, and Bass here on behalf of the University of San Francisco. As Mr. Sanchez mentioned, we think that there is a lack of clarity in the ordinance as written regarding what the fee is applicable to, and I have a very simple text amendment that I would like to put up on the projector for the Commission to consider adding to the recommendations.
You're going to have to read that out loud. Just don't even
I
bother
will.
with that.
So on page 3 of the proposed ordinance, at line 1, the first full sentence reads, as amended, an annual monitoring fee of $792. And our proposed additional language is, for each student housing project exempted from the inclusionary affordable housing program pursuant to this subsection E5. And I have additional copies that I'd be happy to hand to the Secretary. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
The question I'm asking is, as student housing is somewhat the missing link in growing institutions and wanting to create an environment in which institutions are welcome and are welcome to grow, why is this particular legislation so narrow, and why is the fee for what may be indeed a completely different set of services so low? In that sense, I'm saying I'm all supportive that the work that's actually being done at a time when the idea of creating a more formal place for defining the requirements for student housing, et cetera, that the small fee is a bridge to something much larger. But I would actually like to start with a much larger idea of how we move into finding better venues for requiring student housing. The second part of my question is I would like to see student monitoring student housing being tied to a requirement for having updated institutional master plans. Student housing ultimately needs to be monitored in relation to growth forecast and housing provisions that universities which exist here have and or don't have. There is, for me, a larger policy issue, and so I perhaps ask Mr. Starr, what is kind of the next step for making a bigger issue out of this?
Through the chair, Commissioner Moore, this fee is, so this commission voted a couple months ago to lower the time frame that institutions had to enter into a lease agreement with developers from 5 years to 2 years. So student housing or universities can enter into an agreement with developers and say, for 2 years, we're going to rent this property and have it for student housing. This particular fee is so that MOHCD can actually keep track of those contracts. So it's really just to monitor, to make sure that, you know, they send the notice to the institution and then get and say, are you still doing this? And if not, then you need to pay the inclusionary fee. So it's more of a just monitoring to make sure that they are, in fact, keeping it as student housing when they say they're keeping it as student housing.
So the equivalent to that is if you have an increase in particular types of services you didn't do before, you are asking for fee increases. In this particular case, we're asking for a fee allocation to do that job.
Correct. That's all this does. Is gives
the fee.
money to
This
the
basically is an administrative broadening of responsibility, service for fee.
That's all it is. It's to make sure that we can ensure that these developments, if they stop providing student housing, they then pay their inclusionary fee. That's all it does.
That's all.
It's $800 a year for an institution.
I think it isn't, even if you read through it, there's somewhat a missing piece, obviously, here on my end, the desire that there would be a much larger mission larger policy statement that we're really just emerging into a full requirements for student housing for particular institutions, etc. But that is not what's in front of us today.
No, and in fact, the only reason it's in front of you is because the fee, for some reason, is located in the planning code, but it all goes to MOHCD. It doesn't come to us at all.
I do not have any problems to support what's asked for here.
I don't either. I did, though, think the same thing when I first read it. I thought it was $790 per unit, which seems steep. But so I think a clarification in that order would be appropriate. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, good question. So on the suggested amendment that was just passed up to us, have you seen that, Mr. Starr? So basically,
Yeah, I believe that Diego Sanchez has reviewed it.
But if we want to be broader, we could just recommend adoption. I mean, this is a recommendation to the board with the caveat that it clarifies that it's per project, not unit.
Right.
We
So
don't have to look at the specific language necessarily. Just
no, I'm talking about this thing. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying with this recommendation in there. Okay, so I move to approve with modification.
With that recommendation to
With that
clarify that it's
recommendation.
per building.
So recommendation to clarify that it's per building, right? And they can use this language or something else.
Second.
There's nothing further, Commissioners. I have a motion that has been seconded to adopt a recommendation for approval with staff modifications as well as the modification to be clear that it is per building. The fee is per building, not per unit. On that motion, Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel? Aye. Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 13 for case number 2016-016525 COA 332 8th Street, conditional use authorization.
Commissioners, I'd like to introduce you to a staff member you've not met yet. This is Linda Ayala Hoagland, who has been with the department for about 6 months and is a member of the Southeast team. Linda holds a Bachelor of Science in City and Regional Planning from Cal Poly Luis Obispo. Prior to coming to work for us, Linda was a senior planner with the city of Hayward. In addition to Hayward, Linda has worked in various cities in the Bay Area, including Piedmont, Dublin, and South San Francisco, and she also worked as a regional planner in New England for 2 years.
Great. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Director Ram. Good evening, President Hillis and members of the Commission. I'm Linda Agello Hoagland, Planning Department staff. The project before you is a conditional use authorization for a formula retail use. The project would authorize an approximately 4,480 square foot formula retail furniture and home accessory store doing business as Comeric on the ground floor of a newly constructed mixed-use building, 6-story mixed-use building at 332 8th Street within the Western Soma Mixed-Use General District and the Western Soma Special Use District. The property is part of a mixed-use development that's currently under construction. The project would be the first tenant to occupy the space. Comeric is a producer of high-quality, modern furniture at mid-market price point. Although the proposed use is classified as a formula retail, according to the applicant, there is currently only one other location in the United States, with that being in West Hollywood, California. While there are many locations worldwide, all of the territories are independently owned and operated. There are 2 similar furniture stores within a quarter-mile radius of the subject property doing business as Furniture Innovations at 271 9th Street and Funky Furniture at 297th Street. To date, the department has received 2 letters of support, one from the South of Market Business Association and the second from the Alliance for a Better District 6. No correspondence in opposition to the project has been received. Staff recommends approval of this conditional use authorization request as noted in the executive summary. The project meets all applicable requirements of the Planning Code. There is not an overconcentration of formula retail stores in the vicinity, and there are few similar home furnishing and accessory stores within a quarter-mile radius. There's currently a 12% formula retail, and with this new proposed use, it would take it at 1% to 13%. The project would not displace any tenants in that this is a brand new building and they'll be the first to occupy the space. The project would activate a new ground floor space with neighborhood serving use. The proposed use complies with the applicable requirements of the planning code and is consistent with the general plan. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. The project sponsors are also present and available to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Project sponsor?
Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing our application, and thank you, Ms. Hoagland, for the presentation. As Ms. Hoagland kind of outlined, I just wanted to just really touch briefly for you on what Cambridge, our store, is about and how we feel it's going to create a positive impact within the community. Cambridge has locations outside the U.S., as Ms. Hoagland had mentioned. However, in the States, there's only one other location in California, which is a store I have in West Hollywood. That location, along with the San Francisco outpost, will be both curated and designed for the individual communities they serve. We don't conform to a book of like stores. It's really curated for the community. The ownership and management of both the locations is local. I am a San Francisco native and really look forward to offering the community a unique store that's well priced with our design and paired with kind of locally sourced products. We plan to provide artwork that's from local artists as well as some accessories. As SOMA grows, it, along with the city as a whole, would benefit for the independent retail location. Independent in the fact that we're only share the brand name and some of the similar product lines within the international stores, but have a completely different artistic control over how we represent the brand to the community. It's this proposition that has gained us both business and residential support with SOMA Business Association and the building of a better District 6. And I thank you for your consideration and look forward to answering any questions you may have for me.
Thank you very much.
You.
Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Richards?
I think I applaud you for actually opening up a brick and mortar store. I can't wait to come and actually see what you have to offer because I've never heard of you and I looked you up. So I think it's going to be a great addition to the retail landscape there. So I move to approve.
Second.
There's nothing further, Commissioners. There's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar? Excuse me, Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 4-0. Commissioners, I'm going to place us on item 14A and B for case numbers 2015-015831 CUA and VAR at 106 Bocce Street. You will consider a request for conditional use authorization, and the zoning administrator will consider a request for variance.
Is that the proper pronunciation of this street?
Commission
you know?
President Hillis?
There's 4 or 5 pronunciations.
I go
There's
beige.
Beige.
What do people call it there in Bernal Heights?
It's still the word's out on how it's pronounced.
We'll consult the zoning administrator.
But when I said bocce, I was told beige.
Oh, wait, yeah. I go beige.
So, good evening, Commissioners. I'm Dan Sirwa from Department staff. The project before you is a 4-bedroom, single-family home located in the Bernal South Slope area of Bernal Heights in an RH2 district. The sponsor is seeking conditional use authorization under Planning Code 242 and a front setback variance from Planning Code 132. Section 242 establishes criteria that must be considered by the Planning Commission in the review of projects in this part of Bernal Heights to ensure the public health, safety, and welfare of this neighborhood and the surrounding areas. Those criteria and the findings related to those criteria are outlined in the staff report. At this time, the Planning Department is recommending approval for this project because it has been demonstrated that the relevant city departments have no objection to the development, and the project conforms to the existing development patterns on this street and should not have a negative impact on Bernal South Slope. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. We'll hear from the project sponsor first. Project sponsor, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, President Hillis, Commissioners, Zoning Administrator Sanchez. We're here because every vacant lot in the southern part of Bernal is in this special use district, specifically for steep slopes, yet our site only slopes about 3 feet from the right to the left. So it's really a pretty standard single-family house. We are asking for a variance for the front setback. This building permit was originally sought in 2007, as well as alongside the adjacent building at 104 Beige. Just learned how to pronounce that. And that one is now under construction after having sat dormant for a little bit. So if I can get the overhead. The one with the orange bay is the one that has recently resumed construction, and we are this proposed building on the left. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll open this item up to public comment. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Moore.
I think the building asking for a variance cites itself properly into the context of the site, particularly when you have a cottage on the southern end of the three lots there. Move to approve.
Second.
I apologize, Commissioner Moore. That was a motion to approve with conditions?
That's good.
Very good, then. On that motion to approve with conditions, Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards? And Commissioner President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Closed public hearing, inclined to grant the requested variance.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioners, that'll place us under your discretionary review calendar for items 15A and B. Case numbers 2015-009511 DRP and VAR. At 2650 Hyde Street, you will hear the discretionary review request, and the zoning administrator will hear the variance.
Good evening, President Hillis, Commissioners, Andrew Perry of Department Staff. The case before you is a request for discretionary review of a building permit application to remove the existing gable roof at the rear of the building and construct a new flat roof in this location with the roof deck above. The project will add approximately 141 square feet at the third floor level. The new flat roof will be located at the height of the former ridge of the gable roof. The proposed roof deck above will be accessed by an external stair along the side property line. The existing structure is legal non-conforming with respect to the rear yard requirements of Section 134. The building both encroaches into the rear yard setback, and the existing gable roof exceeds 30 feet in height within the last 10 feet of depth gained through rear yard averaging. The change from a gable roof to a flat roof within this area would exacerbate the nonconformity and thus requires a variance for the approximately 2.5 feet of building depth that will exceed the 30 feet in height. The DR requester has raised a number of concerns about the project, including claims that the submitted plans are fraudulent and inaccurate, and that there are still open violations against the property. As it relates to the design of the proposed project, the DR requester believes that the change in roof form will block light to the adjacent property, and that the proposed roof deck will result in privacy concerns, and that the additional deck areas and overall number of decks on the property do not conform to the residential design guidelines. In response to the concerns about fraudulent plans and inaccurate grade lines, the project sponsor conducted a new survey and provided staff with an updated section diagram and grade line. The updated grade line only slightly differs from that shown in the original submittal and does not otherwise have any impact on the project's compliance with the planning code. The project is still within the 40-foot height limit and still requires a variance for the rear portion where the height limit is lowered to 30 feet. Additionally, there do not appear to be any open violations on the property based on staff's research on this issue this morning. As it relates to the design of the proposed project, the RDT found the project compatible with the neighborhood context and the residential design guidelines, with one requested modification in order to address privacy concerns, specifically to provide a 5-foot setback for the proposed roof deck railing along the rear eastern edge and along the northern side. With the requested modification, the project would not result in any exceptional or extraordinary circumstances and will allow for additional habitable space at the third floor, creating a more livable, family-sized unit. As such, the department recommends the commission take DR and approve the project with the modification as requested by the RDT. In total, including those letters that arrived after publishing of the staff report, the department has received 3 comments in opposition from the DR requester and other tenants of the 769 North Point building, and 4 comments in support from other adjacent neighbors along Hyde Street, as well as from the aquatic park neighbors. I will conclude my presentation there, but I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. DR requester, you have 5 minutes.
Once you put it on there, the SFGov TV will go to it.
Good evening, commissioners. Originally, the expert witness was sick, was here since 3 o'clock, and had to leave at 7 due to medical condition. So I'm reading this letter he prepared on her behalf. She also wants to comment. There has been this is about the property in question. There has been a long history of this property performing work without a permit, or performing work based on statements, drawings, applications that do not accurately reflect the true scope of work. One example, which was suspended on or about January 2006 based on incorrect information supplied to the SFDBI. The suspension letter noted the plan filed this permit described both the garage and storage room existing. A review of the early plan shows the first floor level is excavated. The owners previously built out the attic space within the gable roof envelope without any permit. A building permit was issued to install a garage and among other scope of work items to legalize the occupancy on the top floor. Ms. Sang had a survey performed by Merck Consulting, which actually shows the natural grade and first floor elevations and supports Mrs. Sang's contention that the garage basement level is in fact considered a story based on the SF building code. Therefore, the designation of the upper story as a 3rd floor is incorrect and should be noted as a 4th story. Mrs. Sang believes that the drawings were purposely incorrectly labeled, by the way, to support the building's owner's variance application, since the roof deck atop the 4th story may appear more intrusive than if perceived by being above the 3rd story. One major objection Mrs. Sang wishes to express is the right to privacy issue. Already, the subject property has 3 decks, all of which overlook Mrs. Sang's kitchen and bathroom window on her upper floor, the tenant's window down on the lower floor. Adding the roof deck as proposed would further impinge on Mrs. Sang's right to some fair semblance of privacy. The gable roof to full height, 10 feet tall, master bedroom suite is excessive, and placing another large roof deck on top is not acceptable and should be reconsidered before allowing the proposed project to go forward. The existing gable roof silhouette allows varying degrees of sunlight to shine on Mrs. Sang's dwelling. The changing of the gable configuration to large square blocks out considerable more of the Mrs. Sang's sunshine currently enjoys and is titled to. The proposed roof deck is beyond reasonable given the number of decks already in place and the new lower deck proposed. Mrs. Sang has no objection to some improvement being made to the subject property, but not at her expense. Mrs. Sang feels it would be more appropriate that the subject building owner be required to set back the build out the rear portion of the gable by 5 feet, which would remove the bulky mass facing Mrs. Sang's property and, more importantly, restrict considerably less sunlight to which is currently proposed. A bedroom suite would still be possible with such a footprint. Further, Mrs. Sang feels a setback of the roof railing 5 feet from the new rear wall setback of 5 feet would be an acceptable solution to both parties. Therefore, Mrs. Sang proposes that any approval by the planning, whether as part of the variance hearing or simply as another facet of planning approval process, deny the proposed application as it exists. Mrs. Sang respectfully requests that the SS Planning Department require that proposed bedroom be cut back by 5 feet from the rear currently proposed, and the rear wall of the guardrail of the proposed roof deck be set back an additional 5 feet from the relocated rear wall. This proposal would allow the owners of the subject property to enjoy an expansion of their living and deck space, but would also accommodate Mrs. Sang's desire to mitigate, to the extent most reasonable, the privacy issue and the block sunlight issue. Thank you.
It's right there. You need to speak into the mic there.
This is a lower units window, and this the our window on the.
Unfortunately, your time is up, but you will have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. We'll open it up to public comment in support of the DR and opposed to the project.
However,
Yeah, don't worry. So we're interested in public comment, but you will have a 2-minute rebuttal. But right now, we'll hear from the project sponsor. Thank you.
You call for public comment in support of the DR?
Yeah, I just did. How's that pizza?
Thank you, Commissioners. John Kevlin here with Reuben Junius and Rose on behalf of the project sponsor, Craig Greenwood. The project before you proposes a renovation with a modest increase to the size of the existing 2-unit building in order to improve the Greenwood family's use of the home. Amongst other minor modifications to the building, the project proposes to square off the rear 23 feet of the gabled roof 3rd floor, resulting in an increase of floor area of 141 square feet, for a total of 1,931 square feet in the upper unit. The project also proposes to create a 432 square foot roof deck on top of the squared off roof. If I could get the overhead. So I want to talk about the squared off roof a little bit to be clear about it. It's no taller than the top of the gabled roof is today. Right there at the center, that's what we're going up to. So we're not going any taller than what the top of the peak is. It also creates a nice step down along the slope of this street. It's also no deeper than the adjacent 2 properties. There's actually a very nice, consistent, clean rear wall of all 3 buildings, and that would not be changing. And if you take a look here, we're actually replicating what's happened right next door to the south on Hyde Street, just boxing out the rear portion of the gabled roof. It's pretty minimal if you take a look at that. And again, it's a nice way to create a more livable space without really impacting the built urban environment. Now, a variance is required, but not for the rear yard, because the squared off portion of the roof is within that 10-foot zone that comes before the rear yard that has a 30-foot height limit. It encroaches in the squared off portion encroaches into the zone by 2.5 feet. But if you include the rear alley to the property, which is technically the project sponsor's property, it's only 3.5 inches encroaching into that 10-foot zone. So it's pretty minimal. And again, we're only squaring it off. So this is where the building already occupies. It's just squaring off the rear portion of that building. So one issue we do want to talk about in some detail is the roof deck. Now, the roof deck is actually a critical aspect of this project due to the minimal open space that's currently at the site. If you take a look here, this is the rear yard. So there's less than 10 feet of distance between the rear fence and the farthest back rear deck at the second level. And that area, as you'll see in a picture in a minute, is completely occupied by a privacy hedge. So there's essentially no real usable space at the ground. There are 2 decks existing here, but they're pretty modest. We've got a 75 square foot deck at the second floor and a 160 square foot deck on the 3rd floor. Again, this is the entire open space that serves this building. So that's why the roof deck is so important to provide an adequate amount of open space for this family. The deck has been designed sensitively. If you take a look at it right here, it's 432 square feet. It's not a huge rear deck. And the project sponsor specifically designed it so that there's no rooftop appurtenances. There's no stair penthouse. There's no elevator being added to this building. It's a staircase built right into the building, so there's no vertical extrusion above the deck level, or the roof. Now, due to recent discussions at the Planning Commission, it's our understanding that staff is requesting these 5-foot setbacks on a more kind of across-the-board basis. I totally understand that. Obviously, I've been up here. We've talked about this issue before, so it's totally understood. I think in this case, we need to take a look at the appropriateness of those setbacks, which I would say really are not necessary here and really takes away from the open space of the family. If you take a look, this is the result. So you have a 5-foot setback on the east and the north. It reduces the size of the deck to 261 square feet. It kind of provides an awkward space and also creates an issue with this, the landing of the staircase. We'd have to push it in, and it creates some difficulties in the home because this is the end of the squared off roof. So, and also it's got no real privacy impact on the neighbors. If you take the north neighbor is their roof decks, or sorry, their rear decks start at the back wall of all the properties, right? So it's never looking directly down on them. They're 2 floors below, and most importantly, it's a commercial building. It's an architect's office, and so the use of their rear decks happen at completely different times of the use of the residential rear decks. But looking at the DR requester's property, the only real privacy concerns are these 2 small windows at the ground floor. These are 3 floors below the proposed roof deck, and they are 31 feet away. And if you take a look at these pictures here, this is from the 3rd floor deck. There's the privacy hedge. One window is completely blocked off. The other, that's from the 3rd floor deck. And both are facing into non-living areas, the kitchen and bathroom. So thank you. We'll respond.
You.
Yeah.
Any public comment in support of the project and opposed to the DR?
Hello, Commissioners.
Welcome.
My name is Sandy Walker, and I live in the building to the north of the Greenwoods house, and I've been there for 50 years. I've lived there, and we have an architectural office there now, primarily. We have, as an architect, I'm all in favor of developing these roof decks. This roof deck doesn't compromise our privacy at all, not nearly as much as the property line window next to us, but that's city living, and we just want to support this project 100%, and particularly that the roof deck be continued to the rear of the building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comment?
Good evening. My name is Ted Elms. I'm a builder, engineer, industrial engineer, and designer. Lived in San Francisco 30 years, fully familiar with this building. There are no NOVs or complaints currently against the building. There was a comment there about the height of the building. The building code very specifically says that the building is actually 30 foot high, not 40 foot high, and that says that because the garage or the ground floor is completely underground except for the front of the building. I know the building. I know the family that lives there. They've lived there a long time. They're a young family. They have an elderly parent who also lives there. And what they're asking for is this deck, which is a very modest deck. But you know, these people live in this house. It's a wonderful house. It's not an antique. It's a living museum. People live there, and they don't have any open space. This deck is pretty essential for these people to enjoy the place. They have a very small backyard. They do have some decks that come off the back of the house. Again, very modest. But, you know, this house, if it had the roof deck, it would be just a wonderful addition to the house. The building itself and the deck that we're talking about is completely obscured from the front of the building. The public would never see it. Neighbours, I think one just spoke, which was the next door neighbour, and they love the design. They've, in fact, the chap who just spoke, Sandy, is in fact the designer, and this deck, I think, is a wonderful addition to the building. Doesn't take away from the beauty of the building. There's some comment about whether it encroaches upon the privacy of the neighbour. For 30 years, there's been a deck within 3 or 4 feet of that lady's bathroom, and she's never complained about that. Now we're talking about the deck that's going to be 50 foot away, 30 foot in height and whatever, and suddenly there's a complaint about it. But this lady, as you probably know, has filed 85, 84 complaints against the neighbours. If this was the only complaint, that would be something. But when you get 85...
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in support of the project? Seeing none. DR requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal. Oops, sorry.
First of all, I want to show you this. This is from the third deck. The people is watching us and take pictures as well, sending on the deck. This is the one they says there was no violation. This is the issue on the 14th this month, still active. And then this continued. There's so many. At the meantime, the box new construction is over 10 feet, and then it's 2 more decks, total 5 decks. That's not the neighbor have 5 decks, all facing us, the windows, and that really affecting our our privacy. The privacy is protected by law, and also blocking our sunshine day night. And then this is actually a 4-story building. They claim the 4th. That's last incorrect information in the plan and application we submitted to you. I hope that you can review them. And this is the summary of the violations. The permit either suspended, withdraw, and expire. And I want to emphasize that our privacy is the issue. 5 decks all facing our windows and blocking our sunlight. Yeah, that's the picture, really. They're standing all the time. When you have the deck, you cannot stop them standing there and watching us and then take pictures. Yeah, I respectfully asking you, my architect, to study the whole thing and then give an alternative in the spirit of cooperation. I don't understand those words he say, but he read on his behalf. He come here for a few hours. He was really sick, and then I cannot answer his technical question for you. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just to dig in on this privacy issue a little bit more, I actually think that picture was kind of useful to see because that's the existing deck. I'm not sure if it's the 2nd floor deck, but the 3rd floor deck. But even if it's the 3rd floor deck, the new deck is going to be a good 10 to 15 feet beyond that. There's no way you're going to be able to see in or out through that window, to the roof deck. And again, here's the picture. This is from the 3rd floor deck. You can't see anything through this window. And this window, as you can see, you sit back another 15 feet, up another floor. There's just not going to be sight lines in there. So we understand the policy of staff and what Commission has been talking about. We just really feel like in this case, the 5-foot setbacks are really unnecessary. I also just want to emphasize how much work that Craig has done with the neighborhood. He's lived in the area for a long time, has been working with his neighbors. If you look at this map right here, you'll see the 3 green dots on either side. The yellow star is our property. The 3 green dots are all our adjacent neighbors. They're all in support. And then, of course, we've got the aquatic park neighbors. So I think that really speaks to Craig's willingness to reach out to the neighborhood and make sure this is something that works for folks. So they're excited to get their project moving forward, renovating their home to better meet their needs. The project is modest, again, increasing the size of the building by just 141 feet, consistent with that neighboring building's square off and without impacting privacy. And we respectfully request that you do not take DR and approve the project as proposed. Thank you, and here for any questions.
Thank you very much. So we'll close this portion of the hearing and open it up to commissioner comments. Commissioner Moore, I think you had.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Right.
Yep. Go ahead.
I just like to look at this project as we do with all others, irrespective of neighbor support or not. Buildings will remain after ownership changes. The issue is the roof deck, and the justifying it by open space, small open space, and the way of the property is more a decision of how the house is built, but it does not entail any obligation to add additional open space in the form of roof deck. Aside from the roof deck, Mr. Perry, is this a 1-unit or 2-unit building? The plans are not quite clear.
This is a 2-unit building?
It is occupied by one family.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. The upstairs unit is lived in by Mr. Greenwood and his family, and the downstairs unit is occupied by his mother or mother-in-law, one of the two, elderly.
So a separate party.
Correct, yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. The building is large. The squaring off of a bedroom is indeed perhaps an improvement. If your master bedroom has a slanted ceiling, that may be for certain people an improvement by squaring it out. What I question is that it entails building a roof deck, and I'm not sure what wags the tail, the dog or the tail. I'm not quite sure. In any case, the roof deck reductions based on staff's recommendation would be the absolute minimum under which I would consider the roof deck, and then no ifs and buts about it, because roof decks that come directly to the edge are just not in a part of what we do here. The second thing is, there are people who can't afford to build roof decks, and others can't. And I have this feeling that this is potentially one of those buildings, and I want to be expressing myself cautiously, where if you have the ability to add a roof deck, it's kind of really like thumbing your nose at everybody else, because roof decks are not typical for this particular building form. This is a grouping of buildings that are very, very strong landmarks buildings at the corner where they are. They are total identification on the sloping part of Hyde Street. And to see an alteration that is actually quite substantial, partially even if the stair isn't visible, the stair is visible, partially because of its size and as it occupies the outside of the building. It's not an internal stair, it's not a circular stair tucked in somewhere, it's a big stair running up on what previously is a slanted roof. And so those are my questions, and I am not quite sure where I am going with this, but I'm curious what my other fellow commissioners are thinking about this.
So, I mean, I generally think we also need to look at roof decks carefully, although I don't have as much problem as Commissioner Moore does with this one. I think generally it's a good idea to set them back, especially when there are privacy issues, but I don't necessarily see major privacy issues given where this roof deck is. Maybe I can ask, I don't know if it's Mr. Perry or Mr. Sanchez. Well, maybe one, your opinion on the case, because I think you also need to opine on a variance.
Sure,
So if
maybe I
there's
can start with regards to the variance application. They are seeking a rear yard variance. A portion of this is within the rear yard where the height is limited to 30 feet when you use the averaging method. I would note that there's some uncertainty perhaps on I think with the parties here about the lot dimensions. There was raised in the report, I think, some concerns with the parties about what the actual lot depth is. There's this reference to an easement. Based on city records, it does appear that the lot is 87.5 feet deep, not 84.5 as has been shown on the plans. I think that has been done kind of to address some neighbor concerns regarding this easement, but from records that we have, it seems that it is a larger lot, which actually reduces the rear yard requirement in this case. It encroaches less into the rear yard. They're seeking a variance for the last 2.5 feet. In actuality, it would be the last probably 4 inches, a little bit less than 4 inches, 3.5 inches, I think. So in terms of the variance, given the still at 87.5 feet, shorter lot depth than typical, the existing front setback on the building, setback at the upper level to address preservation concerns, and the fact that it doesn't expand the existing footprint, I would find the variance to be supportable. And then separate to that is the Commission's discussion on the roof deck, and I certainly do support the recommendation of staff to make that. I do hear what the Commission, President Hillis is saying. Maybe in this case the privacy impacts are a bit less certain, but I would support staff's recommendation as it's been proposed. So those are my comments.
And Mr. Perry, just a question on the 5-foot setback to the, I think it's the west or the east, because there is that staircase that kind of goes up, and I think the representative of the project sponsor made the point that it starts to encroach on the sloped portion of that roof. Did the RDT or you look at that before making?
The RDT was aware that so the new exterior stair leading from the 3rd floor up to the roof deck with a 5-foot setback along that rear eastern edge, that would certainly require some reconfiguration of the stair. The RDT felt that the 5-foot setback, given the Commission's recent position on roof decks, was consistent and appropriate, and that the stair could potentially be redesigned to accommodate that.
Okay. I mean, I just don't see necessarily how, Mr. Kevlin, did you all look at the staircase reconfiguration and how you could do it?
It's the most fucked up drawing set I've ever seen. Sorry. Patience to go on. .5. It's A2.5.
Dean Martelli, project architect with Walker Moody Architects. We did look at moving the stair, and as you can see there, the whole stair, including top landing, stair run, and bottom landing, shifts back to the point where the bottom landing is going beyond the roof pop-out, and the access to the stair currently is right here, which is related to the whole development of the master bedroom on that level. So if we were to move it back here, it impacts the layout of this space sort of significantly, especially due to the fact that you have you have the flat ceiling here and then the pretty low slope ceiling here in this area. So it would definitely have an impact on the floor layout.
Gosh. All right. No, I think I get it. Okay. I get the heightened awareness about roof decks, but I don't necessarily see the one-size-fits-all that we need to push this back 5 feet, so I'm comfortable with the project as is. Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Perry, you also mentioned that staff is recommending to push it back 5 feet from the north side, correct?
That is correct.
Is that shown in the drawing? I don't think so.
In the current plans that are in the staff report, no, neither of the setbacks were represented in the staff in the plans that appear in the staff report. since the project sponsor wishes to pursue approval of the project as proposed. There were no plans submitted showing the modification as requested.
Commissioner Moore.
I make a motion to support the project, take DR, and implement the staff-required setbacks on all sides as specified.
Second.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, there's a motion to take DR and approve the project with staff modifications. On that motion, Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
No.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Hillis voting against.
And to close the public hearing on the variance, inclined to grant the requested variance.
Very good, Commissioners. That'll place us on item 16 for case number 2016-000814 DRP at 1058 Mississippi Street. Please note that on February 16th, after hearing and closing public comment, the Commission continued the matter with direction to March 16th, 2017 by a vote of 7-0. On March 16th, without hearing, you continued the matter to this date by a vote of 5-0.
Why are you laughing?
Okay. Welcome.
Good evening, President Hillis, members of the Commission, Ella Smonsky, planning staff. Before you is a publicly initiated request for discretionary review of a building permit application to construct a 4-story, 2-family home on a vacant lot at 1058 Mississippi Street. The proposed residence would be 40 feet in height, 55 feet in depth, with the last 12 feet being 2-story. As mentioned, this item was continued from February 16th and then again from March 16th. And during deliberation, the Commission expressed a desire for the project sponsor and DR requester to continue to discuss access to the rear unit at 1060 Mississippi Street. The project sponsor has worked with the DR requester to design a staircase to be constructed on the DR requester's property, which could provide access to the rear dwelling unit via a walkway along the southern property line of the project site. The proposed stairs would have to be under a separate building permit as they are located on a separate lot, and the project sponsor and DR requester would also have to privately record an easement for the shared access. The Planning Department finds the project to be code compliant and consistent with the residential design guidelines and recommends that the Commission not take DR approve the project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. So join us for this. We just have 3 minutes for each city, because we're
Entirely
hearing it
up to
again.
the chair, Commissioner Hillis. In the past, where we've held previous hearings, generally we provide 3 minutes for the project sponsor and the DR requester, and then a minute with
Rebuttal.
public testimony.
All right.
No rebuttal.
Oh, just a minute public testimony, right? DR requester. There's still pizza in the back?
You just put them down right there.
You want to use that? You can use that mic if you'd like, if it's easier. Either one.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
My name is Elena Myers, and I am the DR requester. I've lived next door to 1058 Mississippi Street since I moved there in 1981. When we were last before you in February, we objected to the proposal because the plan denied access to our rear cottage, effectively rendering it and my tenants landlocked. Ever since I bought the property, we have continually accessed the cottage by an old concrete pathway that runs through the vacant lot of 1058 Mississippi Street. The first page of your packet shows the path. Indeed, on the day before our previous appearance before you, the developer sent us a new design that would restore access to our cottage. We asked for a continuance and were granted one so that we could have time to study it and negotiate a comprehensive agreement. To date, the first aim has been achieved. We have been able to study the design, and the architect, Stephen Antonaris, has been responsive in making modifications to it. However, the second goal has not been reached. We still await a signed agreement. These are the reasons we need a signed agreement. First, there is the question of funding. The new access way will be expensive to construct, and we expect the builder to incur the costs. After all, we are giving to the developer a large portion of our easement for free. Second, in moving a section of the pathway onto our property, we lose 124 square feet of our small yard, which will instead become a stairway and a landing. These designs are entirely to their advantage and not to ours. We are willing to make compromises, but we expect the developer to incur these costs. The architect, Mr. Antonaris, has given assurances that the owner, Doug Carson, is willing to pay for these alterations to our property. The designs before you are acceptable only to the extent that these assurances are binding. Number 3, a contract is also needed because the new designs create new problems that need resolution. For example, the proposed landing and stairway coincides with the location of a gas line. Will the developer pay to move the line? Will the developer pay to locate the drainage in the back? Mr. Antonaris has given assurances that the developer will pay for these alterations, but we need them in the form of a signed contract. There's also the issue of access during the period of construction. How will my tenants go back and forth to the street? The architect estimates the pathway will be inaccessible for up to 3 weeks. I consulted John Ramirez, the city building inspector, who advised me to ask that they maintain a passage on site, rerouting it as necessary during construction. We know that this request could impose difficulties, and we're willing to find temporary workarounds, but again, we need such agreements in writing. And what if Mr. Antonaris' estimate of 3 weeks isn't respected?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up. The commissioners may have questions for you later.
Sorry.
Thank you. Is there a public comment in support of the DR requester and opposed to the project? You have 1 minute.
All right. Hi, I'm Max Schmieder. I'm Elena Myers' son. Very briefly, the problem is that the developer has made, through the architect, has made the assurances that we would need to essentially pay for these alterations. But what we need is it in a binding contract. And we've sent them a 14-page binding contract. We just are waiting their signatures. The main threat is that during a year of construction, they may decide not to give our tenants access to their easement passage, and we just need that in writing that they will make efforts to reroute the passage on the property so that our tenants can continue to have access to the street, essentially. So what we need is just a contract in writing, and that's just what we're waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm a neighbor right next door to this project, and I'm really worried about this. I've been trying to contact the developer's team for the last 6 months to get an agreement because they're going to undermine my house foundation at least 10 feet, and they're going to install a huge sewer for other of the owner's properties in the back that he's going to connect to, which if any leaks is going to wash out the foundation. And I have other issues. We need a continuance. I'm asking for a continuance for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, project sponsor, you have 3 minutes.
Commissioner Hillis, it doesn't appear that the project sponsor is present.
It does not. All right. Is there public comment in support of the project sponsor? I would imagine there isn't that either. Okay. So that concludes this portion of the hearing. We'll open it up to commissioner comments. Commissioner Richards?
I guess to your requester or the son, can you please approach the podium? That's fine. That's fine. So you have an agreement with the project sponsor?
Verbal agreement. It's not specific enough, and we have submitted to them a very specific settlement, 14 pages, but we just need signatures.
Okay, so having no project sponsor here, I move to continue this item until
So we'll just continue it.
July 13th.
Second.
Commissioner Moore.
I was asking the same kind of questions. I mean, these types of agreements are private agreements. The city attorney will definitely opine, but normally, I'm speaking from experience, these things are in place when we make decisions because they layer themselves. When we send you back for settling a DR agreement, we love for people to find their own ways, but we cannot approve into the blue yonder here. So I was in full support of Commissioner Rich's request for continuance, and that is where I stand.
Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, just a question to the zoning administrator or president director. Any direction or advice on this one?
Well, I mean, certainly the matter is kind of ripe for action tonight, and unfortunately, the project sponsor is not here. I mean, I would want to urge that there's very much caution in terms of this potential private agreement. I mean, we cannot require that there be a private agreement when it comes back. Oftentimes, agreements get made even after planning commission hearings. So certainly, I mean, there is every chance, and there's appeal of this permit to the Board of Appeals too. I mean, there's still process after this. So I mean, I think that it is very much would be appropriate for the commission to take action on it tonight. They will still be able to work out the terms of their private agreement, and they would still have the ability to have this go to the Board of Appeals.
I think part of the issue, though, is the project sponsor isn't here.
That is an unfortunate matter,
So,
yes.
I mean, that's more, I think,
Yes.
my problem than, because we obviously can't control your agreement or your easement. That's a legal issue.
We just need more time to work it out.
Yeah.
to
Thank
do it
you.
privately.
Commissioner Koppel.
Is this access or easement issue, isn't this pictured in the plans here? Is that not adequate?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, I've been working with the architect to create those. We've come to those designs together. The problem is that without some of the other protections in place on paper, these plans would never be built, and our tenants would be landlocked. So that's the issue.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, if I may. Of course, the Commission may wish to continue this item simply because the project sponsor is not present. However, I do want to restate what Zoning Administrator Sanchez said. This Commission cannot require the project sponsor to enter into any private agreement and should not further delay the project simply to get them to do that. It's not the city's. The city doesn't have authority here to require that this access be provided here. And I just want to make that clear. That's a private issue that the project sponsors either need to reach agreement on or can take each other to court on. But that is the jurisdiction that's appropriate for adjudicating that issue, not this body or the city as a regulatory agency.
And just to respond, I don't think we're
No,
continuing this,
not at all.
requiring that agreement be in place. So you may be back here without that agreement, but
We'll have the project
we certainly
sponsor
would like to
talk
have the
as well.
project sponsor here.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there's a motion that has been seconded to continue this matter to July 13th. On that motion, Commissioner Koppel?
No.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Koppel voting against. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 17 for case number 2015-007765 DRP at 1369 Sanchez Street, discretionary review.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Delvin Washington, Southwest Team Leader. Subject property is located 1369 Sanchez Street. This proposal includes the remodel of the front elevation and horizontal addition and the reconfiguration of an existing two-unit residence by relocating Unit 1 from the second level to the ground floor behind the garage and combining habitable space on the second and third floors into one unit. The property is located on the east side of Sanchez between 27th and Cesar Chavez Street, the RH2 district. The property is also developed with a 3-story is developed as a 3-story building with 2 flats above the garage. The adjacent properties are all single-family and 2-unit structures also located within the RH2 district with clusters of NC1 districts at the intersections of Cesar Chavez, Sanchez, and 26th Street. The structure was originally constructed in 1883 by an unknown architect. The building was likely constructed as a flat front Italianate residence and was remodeled in the Art Deco style in 1935. This remodel included a stucco front facade and repaired stairs and landing. This modified facade was determined not to be architecturally distinct and does not qualify for the California Registry. This block exhibits some conformity, but several of the buildings, including this subject property, have been heavily modified from their original appearance, and therefore this area does not appear to qualify again as a historic district, and this property was reclassified to a Category C, no historic resource present. Furthermore, the residential design team reviewed the project and determined that the new proposed design meets all standards of the residential design guidelines and does not present any exceptional nor extraordinary circumstances for the following reasons. The project and the privacy issues are within the tolerances to be expected within living in a dense urban environment. The building, scale, and massing and materials are appropriate as the project is located in a neighborhood of mixed visual character with regard to scale and architecture, and therefore the department is recommending that the commission not take discretionary review and approve the building permit as presented. That concludes my presentation. I'll be available for any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. TR requester.
Sue Hester. One of the big problems initially is the address of this property. This case is on as 1369 Sanchez Street. The property is 1369 to 1371 Sanchez Street in the city records. What's the difference? The city has a lot of 2-flat buildings. This is one of them. 2 flat buildings in Noe Valley particularly have 2 generous family-size units stacked on top of each other. And this project is going dramatically to a luxury unit on top and a teeny little unit on the bottom. The plans right here show the existing site. This is page A201. It shows the demolition plans. This is the first floor is over here. That is the garage that's going to be converted into a unit, a garage and storage space. And the plans on here, this is the first floor, living room, dining room, bedroom, kitchen, setback, 3.5-foot setback. They get their light from the south, from the side setback. The 3rd floor plan is another family unit. It has 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bedroom, and another bedroom. So we are changing dramatically to the following page, which is taking the bottom floor, which is the garage and the storage room, into another unit, which they've had to add this as not an office space. So they say it's a little larger. And the 2nd floor becomes a basis for the 3rd floor, which is a rather dramatic additional bedrooms and bathrooms. So there's more than one way to lose housing in this city. You lose family housing by pricing out middle-class housing. You had a lot of discussion for 5-6 hours on that, 7 hours this morning, or this afternoon. People can't afford luxury housing everywhere in the city. The more the Planning Commission and the Planning Department staff doing project review without a DR converts housing into this type of puny little thing on the first floor without really sunlight, and gets rid of second and third floor housing that has side windows. You change the nature of the people who can afford to live in the city. You will have a very nice, very expensive housing on the top, probably $4 million. At least $2 million, probably $4 million. You're going to have a very luxury unit in Noe Valley. I used to live for 1970 until 1987 in Eureka Valley, which is the twin neighborhood for Noe Valley. We were twin neighborhood associations because we were both east of Twin Peaks. I know Noe Valley. I was involved heavily in my neighborhood association in Eureka Valley. I worked in Noe Valley as much as I did in my own neighborhood. Even now, when I live in Bernal Heights, my shopping is a large part on 24th Street, which is Noe Valley. So I'm very familiar with this area, and when I saw these plans, it bothered the hell out of me. That's why I filed DR. I will give up my rebuttal to Georgia, who is also speaking in favor of the favor of the DR. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Under public comment, you're
Under
speaking?
public comment, if
Go
that's
ahead.
okay with you,
Yep.
President.
That's okay.
Just some background about this house. I live 2.5 blocks away from there. I've walked past this street every day for 30 years, so I know this block well. The property originally sold, just as some background, for $995,000 on February 2015, and in April 2015, 2 years ago, it sold for $1.4 million. Right next door, there's another property. Have the overhead, please. That just sold for $1.5 million cash. And actually, on my way here today, I got the pre-app notice, and they're proposing a huge expansion there. That is a single-family home. So I think what you do here speaks what will happen there. Just about the aesthetics of the house, it's all peaked roofs along that block. As you can see, the little workman cottages, even the little Mediterranean thing on the corner, it's all peaked roofs. That peak roof, this is the project here, is going away because they're going to put a roof deck up there. Ms. Hester neglected to mention that. So in addition to making the fancy unit up top, on the top 3 floors, they're putting a roof deck on. Here's your own photo. I think you can see, I think that's a really fine example of Art Deco 1935. This is the house next door that just sold. It does have some details left. I think what happens here, with all due respect, it's a little generic what we're seeing all around the city. This has a lot of character. As Ms. Hester said, it's got the side thing. The side thing is there too. It gets the southern light and the whole issue of the units. And maybe that's the most important thing. Beyond the aesthetics. What do we need in housing? These are 2 stacked units now. It's going to put 1 unit behind the garage and 1 big unit. You could do a couple things. You could keep it as it is and deny the project and uphold the DR request. You could take the area behind the garage and incorporate it into the second level and keep the top floor as 1 unit. That would be reasonable. You could keep the 2 units as they are now and put an ADU in there behind the garage. Or you could keep the fancy unit on top and let that marginal unit, which if you look at the picture on the rendering, as you can see, right there is the little door to it, the unit in the back, where they're going to fill in that space and make that a BMR. I mean, we're all here. I was home for 5 hours watching on TV what you went through and listening to those stories. The people that live in Chinatown in that SRO, the woman with the baby, the woman in Excelsior who is now homeless. There was another woman with children. I think you have the power, and the city attorney's gone, but I think you have the power, if you decide to keep that unit behind the garage, to make that a below market rate unit. And I think that's something that's worthy of discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Shudish.
Thank you.
Any additional public comment in support of the DR? Seeing none, project sponsor, you have 5 minutes.
William Pashalinski, architect. I think I'll be brief. It's late. I just want to say a few things about the project. I think it's a fairly modest project. The upper unit is 2,349 square feet, I believe. I believe that's really well below the new proposed thresholds that planning is proposing, well below it. They keep referring to the bottom unit as being tiny. It is exactly 50 square feet less than the unit on the top floor. They've talked about the light, the actual, if you look at A201, you can see there really is no light coming in the back. One, there's one little tiny window that's blocked by a storage space, and two, there's a 2-story stair that nobody's mentioned sitting in the mid-block open space that also blocks light. We do feel this kind of project just better utilizes space, where this is what happens. These projects are turning to being, really an urban view of the world, and that we are looking, instead of having storage, instead of having, 2-car parking, to really make this habitable space. I think it's traditional. You see all over the world. I just came from New York. I spent hours walking through what's happening in Brooklyn, an incredible amount of energy going in there. But traditionally, you do see the bigger unit on top and the smaller unit below. I do think, in the sense of affordability, that the lower unit, there's no intention here that I know of the owner making in this the condos. The idea is the lower unit would be used as a rental. Certainly, as a rental, it will, help offset the cost of the housing, which in our city is expensive, no matter how you're looking at it. This is not an affordable housing project. But I do believe, given the limited square footage as compared to many of the other projects, it's a far more affordable project. And given the fact that there's a real rental unit down below, this would help. Also feel these lower floor units are great for grandparents. I'm not a grandparent, but I'm praying for it. I think it's great for the, as I said, the elderly. It's great for failure to launch kids who don't launch. So they have really many, purposes. That the fact is they have, several units. The final thing is, I raised 3 kids in this city. We fortunately ended up buying a house in 1977. It's 4 bedrooms. I had 3 kids. There's a real dearth of families in this town. I'd love to see more. And I understand what the DR applicants are saying about the project. But the reality, this provides a fairly modest 3-bedroom house up on the top with a really nice in-law below. The house, again, is going to be fire sprinkled. It's going to be brought up to code. That doesn't come cheaply, unfortunately, especially in seismic country. So I think the project does have a real good public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open up to public comment for folks in support of the project and opposed to the DR. Seeing none. DR requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
It's not on 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Thank you. Close enough. This is a speculative project. I think the issue maybe is not so much the size, because, they are close and it's within 317B7, but it's the programming. It's the little unit behind the garage. It's kind of tucked away. Originally the hallway was 3.2 feet, 3 feet 2 inches. They expanded to 8 feet to get the window because they had a exposure issue. That's fine, but it's the programming. And I have to say, as I've been talking about here for 3 years, most times when you do this, when you have the 2 stack units and one goes behind the garage, that unit never hits the market. They are marketed as a single-family home. That is, that you just haven't seen them because there haven't been DRs for them, or They just haven't come to you. So I really think that you must consider that issue. And maybe that's beyond your purview, but I don't think so, because if you approve it tonight as proposed, then you could be actually approving a single-family home. And I think that there have other options besides this, whether you want to do a BMR thing or you want to keep them as they are. They've been sitting empty for 2 years off the market, waiting for this. You have lots of options. I think that three bedrooms are nice. Everybody would like 3 bedrooms, but if you look at the units as they are now, they certainly could be livable for family as they are. So thank you very much.
Project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Good evening, President Hillis, Commissioners. David Silverman on behalf of the sponsor. I have just a couple comments I want to make about the process before I get to the substance. I have an issue with this DR because Ms. Hester got up here and made a lot of statements, but she doesn't appear to have a client. So I'm not sure who the client is or who the DR requester is. Ms. Shudish, who's in the office, spoke both as a member of the public and gave a rebuttal as the DR requester. So that doesn't seem appropriate. I sent several emails to Ms. Hester to try and figure out what she was looking for, because I sat down with the architect when this DR first came in, and we tried to figure out what the complaint was. We both looked at each other and scratched our heads, and we couldn't come up with anything, which is why I contacted Ms. Hester. She never bothered to respond to numerous emails. So we were given no opportunity to talk to her at all. We still don't know what her complaint is. This is a very modest project. We're, in fact, converting what is now a garage space into habitable residential space, a very generously sized unit on the ground floor. It seems to me that's a very commendable thing. We also have a very nice family unit on the upper floors. We certainly want to encourage families to stay in the city. So, and as the architect mentioned, the unit conserves 95% of the second floor unit. So there's not really a question about the size. In addition, the project will upgrade the home to the current standard. So
Thank you, Mr. Silverman.
thank you very much.
And I think we have Ms. Hester as the DR requester. Just FYI.
Ms. Shudish took her rebuttal.
Right, but we have Ms. Hester listed on our documents as the DR requester. Yeah, she's the DR requester, so that's fine. Yeah, so we'll end this portion of the hearing and open it up to commissioner comments. Commissioner Moore.
This project would have been actually a great candidate for an accessory dwelling unit, but that is not what's in front of us. I have a question with what appears to be, short of saying the Richmond special, this is a Noe Valley special. It does look like a speculative project, of which Ms. Shudish has shown us many over the last year or so. And I really actually pay close attention to what is in front of me is indeed something where at least the unit that is being reduced and relocated is far less livable than it is in its current configuration. And the reason for that is as follows. Using what is basically a hallway and labeling it a home office, you get a space of 8 feet by 20 feet, 8 feet by 10 feet, which is 100 square feet, which you can subtract from the unit and say it is only a 98% reduction. It's only a 2% reduction from what it is. In reality, and it still falls within permissible limit, it is a 83% reduction. Because as far as I'm concerned, the home office space is not a livable space. It is a pass-through. It is a hallway. Having said that, The unit sits low in the site. It's in the rear of the building next to a garage and definitely does not have the qualities that the existing unit, which it is replacing, has on the current second floor. I have a hard time seeing us supporting of what we really spent 7 hours talking about today. Those are family-sized units that we are trying to increase because there's apparently a real need for them. And here we are at what looks like a speculative venture, and it's not even, I skipped that comment, Catherine. I personally don't feel comfortable moving into this direction relative to what I'm doing here on this commission. I cannot support this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
So we had another project on Cesar Chavez about a month ago, and we had the developer come, and he was an RBA, one of the RBA members, and Sean Keegren got up, and we did the thing that this commission's been interested, at least since the last couple of years since I've been on it, densification. This one meets it. You got 2 units on an RH2. Density equity, not really. I mean, density equity means kind of equal units stacked. And then substandard unit or subordinate unit definitely is what we've got here. So it fails 2 of the 3 checks for me, and we had one right down the street where they did a great job of doing the density equity, making the units both livable, and they came here and it sailed right through. They got a conditional use because they actually demolished 2 structures side by side. We got 4 great family-size units rather than kind of an in-law, which could be marketed as the whole thing could be marketed as a single-family home. I see these things in the Chronicle all the time. I know they're 2 units. They're all over Noe Valley, but they're marketed as a single-family home, and I think this is not the way I want to go with where the city needs to go. I'm sorry. It's just, we're turning Noe Valley into Pacific Heights.
Can I ask the project sponsor a question? I think Ms. Shudish brought up a suggestion about, because, we've got big issues about combining existing units, and this is your typical kind of 2-flat building where you're taking and I get it, it's not enormous because of the lot and the size of the home, so it's not like you're building an enormous home, but it is this, formerly classic kind of 2-unit flat building, and, reads very much like a single-family home with an accessory unit. And to us, we've just had difficulty, in essence, kind of losing units. And to me, this feels like that. Did you consider a project that would have 2 units? And I think Ms. Shudish suggested, taking the ground floor space where you add a unit, and I think it's a good idea to convert that into livable space. But combining that with the first floor and having the current first living floor and having the third floor, the current floor as another unit.
The answer is no, we didn't. It's just the spatial utilization that you really do get the 3-bedroom by putting that on the top floor. I think it'd be really difficult to get a 3-bedroom house using.
Well, you'd get the 3-bedroom on the first and the ground floor.
You'd have to do 3 bedrooms on sort of where first of all, you have a stair going up. That's the entry. So it would be strange having, let's say that's you put the kitchen living area below and open that up. That's probably the way you do it. The problem there is you sort of have that, grand stair going, up there. And sure, it's possible it could be done. I do think there's a traditional feel to houses, and usually, throughout the world, that you usually see the larger one on the upper 2 floors.
Sure, but there's a traditional. There's a traditional kind of these 2 flats or 3 flats that we have in San Francisco that you're kind of turning upside down.
Yeah.
So I think that's our issue. I get it doesn't necessarily work for the program you're proposing, but that's what I would suggest. I don't have a problem. I think the design is fine. In some of the things you've done to the home, I'm not wed to the Art Deco modification that was done at some point. So I have no problem with kind of the look and feel of it. It feels like it's a 2-unit building going to a kind of a single family home.
It's really a decision my client would have to make. They unfortunately couldn't make it. if that's the way that, I think when we design this, we try and get feedback before we start. Obviously, this is a new direction the city is really going in. Prior to the 2 years ago when I started the project, I think this was 2015. I can certainly take the comments back to my client, put pen to pencil, and see it. If it sounds like what we're getting tonight is that there's not an alternative. If that's what you're trying to tell me, I think. So I think then that the message would be.
Some of the commissioners.
I mean, then it sounds like my best alternative to tell my client is to take a look at that and see if she feels that's something that's marketable. Does that make sense?
I mean, I certainly would be supportive of that. But let's see what others say. Thank you, Commissioner Moore.
What I'm interested in is to really actually say, if we would modify every building to what a client needs, even under the constraints that certain building forms and building layouts do, it's kind of like making a suit which doesn't fit and still altering it. If somebody needs a three-bedroom home under this condition, at the expense of a full other livable unit, then I have to say perhaps there is another neighborhood in which that particular need can be realized. Under the current conditions, for us to basically take a full-sized, very typical San Francisco unit in which many people have raised children, and reducing it only to add an additional one bedroom is, for me, totally ludicrous. I just think we cannot do that. But what I would have liked to see is that this is really the prototypical building to look at ADUs. This building, by its very structure, has exactly what, at that time, Supervisor Wiener wanted to test in Noe Valley and in the Castro, using these types of buildings and exploring additional smaller units on the ground floor. So I'm not sure, Commissioner Richards, where you want to take us, but I basically would say what do we do? We do not take. I make a motion of the intent to deny.
And I'd be open to continuing it to have them look at kind of the suggestion I think that was brought up by Ms. Schudish. I mean, she brought up a couple of them. The ADU is one of them. I certainly would be amenable to a 2-unit building where you kind of retained some of that. You took the back behind the garage and married it to the first living floor currently and had a unit on top.
I think a continuance would be the best option. Again, I'm going to say briefly, with an ADU, you're into a 3-unit building. I think there are all kinds of code issues that come up from DBI, possibly second means of egress, keeping that back stair. That back stair doesn't benefit anybody. Second means of egress, once you go from an R3 to an R2 occupancy, we would like to keep it as a 2-unit building. I don't feel that this is appropriate for I do a lot of ADUs now, like everybody else in town, so I've gotten pretty familiar. This really should be kept as a 2-unit building in my estimation. I do really believe from my heart that we need family housing, we need more bedrooms, and putting in more little units, I philosophically would disagree with. Sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
So I like where Commissioner President Hillis is going with asking for you to go back to your client and hear our feedback and see what you can come up with. And I guess I would ask how much time do you think you'd need? Because we have 2 vacant units off the market and we need people to get in there.
I would say, I think we've been, I think 3, because we have to submit back to you, we need how much time, Scott? Or Delvin, you probably better know.
Delvin Washington, team leader. You'd probably give us a good 4 weeks. That way,
Okay.
I know you'd have ample time to work on a design. The planner would have an opportunity to review it and get a memo prepared for the commission. And just be aware that if you do some changes that would increase the volume, it could potentially require re-noticing. Okay.
Okay, does it make, and it's just a question, I mean, and again, we've heard this before, and I'm just asking this as a question, but is there any sense in looking at a penthouse on this, or is that something that's out of scale? I did try and avoid the penthouse, by the way, on this.
That would require re-advertising if you did.
Re-advertising. Okay.
And you may want to have discussions with Ms. Hester and Ms. Schudish. I think they were amenable to that 2-unit suggestion. I know Ms. Schudish wants to keep the Art Deco facade, but I think she'll give that up. So hopefully it comes back as consent. But thank you.
So 4 weeks would be end of May. We have a cancellation because of Memorial Day.
Commissioners, I would strongly recommend that you continue this to June 1st.
June 1st.
Second.
And Ms. Shudish, my eyes hurt when I look at the Art Deco Victorian, to be honest with you. It's the ugliest building probably on that street next to the Fred, next to the Fred Flintstone one next door that they've screwed up too.
Right, you couldn't make this one uglier.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to continue this matter to June 1st. On that motion, Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 18. For case number 2016-015248 DRP at 407A 30th Street. Discretionary review.
Good evening, Planning Commission, Delvin Washington, Southwest Team Leader. This subject property located at 407A 30th Street. The property is on the south side of 30th Street, between Harper and Sanchez Streets in the Glen Park neighborhood in the RH2 zoning district. This portion of Glen Park is characterized by 2 to 3 story single family and multi-family dwellings. The subject parcel is an irregular shaped lot located behind parcel 38 with a narrow access to 30th Street. The parcel measures 25 feet wide by 61 feet deep with an area 3.5 feet wide by 64 feet in depth that provides direct access to 30th Street. The total area is about 1,749 square feet. And it's been developed with 2-story single-family dwelling constructed circa 1900. The renovation of this dwelling includes the replacement of siding on 3 elevations and the installation of support posts for a previously approved deck. The overall height, depth, building depth, square footage, and footprint will not be increased as part of this overall project's rehabilitation. The original permit was issued by the building department in May of 2016 to replace the existing siding as a revision to an earlier permit that had been issued. This permit at the time was not reviewed by the planning department. However, in August of 2016, the planning department received a complaint alleging that the subject building had been demolished as per 317 standards. The issued permit was suspended as it had been issued, had been believed to have been issued in error because the planning department, again, had not had an opportunity to review the plans in the scope of the cladding that was removed. The error was on the part of the Department of Building Inspection, not the project sponsor. The revised plans were, however, by the time this was brought to the planning department's attention, most of the exterior cladding and drywall had already been replaced. The percentage of this structure was the percentage that was of the structure was never disassembled to qualify as a demolition. The structure itself was never entirely broken down to the ground and then reconstructed. Parts were taken out and replaced. The permit had been issued earlier that year, was to address the concerns, and it was mailed. A permit was issued to address those concerns. It was mailed for a 10-day block book notation, which then triggered this discretionary review. The project was reviewed by staff, which included a site visit by our enforcement planner, photographic documentation and discussion with the zoning administrator to ensure that the project was not tantamount to demolition. Essentially, siding had been removed. It had been replaced, including some interior boards, and it was determined that this was not, in fact, a demolition, and the structure was rebuilt to its original form, including square footage, height, dimension, and its general appearance. It was just essentially rehabilitated. Therefore, we're recommending the commission not take discretionary review and approve the building permit. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. DR requester.
Yes, DR requester. Hi, good evening. Thank you for staying with us and hearing our concerns. My name is Rennie Saunders. I live with my family in a home directly adjoining the property in question. Our request is a straightforward one. We ask that the developers of 407A 30th Street be instructed to follow the building codes and laws, just as all of us residents in our neighborhood and city are asked to do. It is clear to us that the project sponsors have consistently and with forethought used every loophole and bureaucratic trick at their disposal to take a rundown cottage in need of a facelift and turn it into a mansion that is both larger and taller with the goal of doubling its resale value. We personally have completed several renovation projects on our home at 1712 Sanchez Street. If you look at the record, you will see that we have always submitted plans, obtained construction permits, paid all of our fees, and built to the recommendation of both planning and DBI as required. We also always talked with our neighbors before we did anything that might affect them. And the permitting process always has worked well, if slowly at times, though, of course, slow is sometimes good. So I know from experience that the people running the department aren't at fault. The current situation has led me to conclude that the process itself can be manipulated and that these developers are taking full advantage of this situation. I speak for both myself and for the neighborhood in assuring the Commission that all of us support the idea of a renovation to the property at 407A 30th Street, but we ask the Commission to enforce all of the codes that were created to keep our city beautiful, diverse, and livable by demanding that the project sponsors provide us with detailed plans that will allow you to provide oversight to make sure they build to those plans and respect the city's codes and regulations. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'd like to put a photo up that we should be looking at during the entire talk. The building was bought by the project sponsor in 2015 for $765,000, about 660 square feet plus storage. They started work without a permit, got caught. The main permit was issued or filed May 11th with no signatures, no structural drawings, no mention about rebuilding the roof, and was signed off over the counter with demo calcs. Unsigned. How does that happen? 2 weeks later, they submitted the structural drawings showing rebuilding the roof, but no change in the description of the scope of the work. So the demo calcs, which couldn't have been looked at, couldn't have been checked for the extra work of a whole new roof that's a complete redesign. If you look at those drawings, they're grossly inadequate. Then there's no dimensions on those drawings. A year later, they got caught. They filed another permit to do 20% of the siding. They did it all. It's all gone. You can look through this building at one point in time. One complaint the building department took, went out there and said, go get a permit. For the rest, the other 80%. That permit is the one I filed. It's a $1 permit. How do you get $1 when you're doing 80%, when 20% was $8,000? So they now have this permit in front of you. One of the claims is this is all sistering. That's not sistering, and most of the studs are new. We're asking that the project sponsor file one permit that shows all the demo, showing the roof work, showing all the walls that they've done, showing the floor that was removed at the second floor, the new stairs. Planning can look at, are they doing work in the rear yard setback? A set of drawings that meet the building code and dimensions that are actually signed by a licensed professional when you guys are checking it. One that basically pays the right school fees, the right assessor fees, that have the right calcs. This is a demo. This is not a remodel. And there's a problem with the public trust when they see projects like this and they're called remodels. Mike.
These are for. Hello, my name is Mike Garavaglia. I'm a preservation architect in San Francisco. I'm also a resident of the neighborhood. I've done these calcs. So you have three different code sections that define demolitions. There's 10 tests. This building fails on 7 of the 10 tests. It was the original calc showed it as dealing with it as a historic building. That used the section that dealt with historic buildings. There's nothing left of the building. It is, if it was a historic building, they've demolished an historic building. I can guarantee that. I share the issue about the inadequacy of the drawings, and this whole thing is a kind of a charade, and it's a very cavalier treatment of the codes.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Denise Ledbetter. I'm an attorney representing Rennie Saunders and family and various neighborhood group, various people in the neighborhood. Our request is very simple. We are just requesting that the Commission take DR so as to allow the project sponsors to provide the necessary drawings, including all work to be done, and then once the drawings are submitted and approved.
Your time is up, unfortunately, but you do have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public that would like to speak in favor of the DR?
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Margaret Barron. I live at 1724 Sanchez. I've lived there for 29 years. My house actually, the whole back of the property that we're discussing goes along the side of my property, so it directly impacts. Sort of in the spirit that the conversations have gone on this evening, this was a cottage that desperately needed renovation and could have been a lovely, affordable housing for some middle-income people in San Francisco. Instead, it has been totally demolished and built into this very large piece of property on a lot that it was not built to hold. I've watched this whole thing from the beginning. It has been, the entire place now is totally changed. It's taller. I mean, every wall has been demolished, and it doesn't seem that this is the kind of policy that the city wants. We're looking at affordable housing, and as people have discussed earlier, that this is the kind of planning department mistakes that we want to avoid, that we want to keep good housing in the city. And I, as a citizen, have been extremely upset at the process and the lack of oversight by the city and county of San Francisco in holding this thing to the rules and regulations that we all have to abide by. So I appreciate your consideration this evening, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Hello, good evening. My name is John Sullivan. If I may start with reading a written statement from a neighbor that couldn't attend. We live at 1708 Sanchez Street. The access pathway and tiny yard to 407A 30th Street is immediately adjacent to our property's backyard. The extensive process of demolition and rebuilding with the unbearable, incessant noise, dust, and parking drought has adversely impacted all the properties surrounding the cottage wedged into the tiny lot at 407A. Agreed guidelines for construction times have been disregarded by the contractor on numerous occasions. I recall unbearably loud drilling and interior demolition starting at 7 a.m. on Saturdays. We have the issue of the double fence, some of which has apparently already been removed after neighbors' questions. The looming covered walkway could be a trespass issue. The construction is endless. Most of the property must have been replaced and massively upgraded from the inside by now. We wonder whether it has been done according to original plans. I recall we were told at the initial meeting with the new owners that the foundation work and initial construction would take about 6 months. It has now been close to 2 years with no end in sight. Jeff Hoyle and Mary Weingarten, 1708 Sanchez. And then for myself, my name is John Sullivan. I live at 1720 Sanchez, directly next to or adjacent to the property. My concerns with it is that I don't feel it's been built according to the plans that were originally presented to us. The ones that stick out most for us would be the length of the breezeway that is next to our property, as well as the wall or the facade that goes below the roof to the breezeway. That's, I imagine, about 4 feet larger than the initial plan showed, as well as the original roof for the breezeway that I thought was supposed to stay within the envelope seems to have grown that additional 4 feet as well. There's also some questions to where the new construction or the remodeling has been done with regards to the property line, if it indeed crosses the property line or not. So my request would be, how is this resolved and moving forward that this is cleaned up? Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Good evening. My name is Kevin Dwyer. My wife and I live at 1716 Sanchez. 25 feet of our backyard border on the property in question, which they have encroached 5 inches per the survey and built a footer and extended their interior underneath the breezeway into my property. The firewall that they built is ugly. On top of that, instead of having wire and handholds like they had on the plans, it's wood, which defeats the fire rating of the, so now the fire can catch on the way and catch my fence on fire and that stuff. The extension over the breezeway that they built is over my property, no guttering, the water comes onto my property. So, I mean, these are things, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a lawyer, I don't understand a lot of this stuff, but I'm not stupid either. I can tell that it's not the plans that were presented. I don't understand how it got through the process and is built and is completely unrecognizable per the, you know, they've extended the deck. They built footers underneath it. The last time we were in front of the I wasn't planning, it was the Appeals Commission. They said they had to put the supports underneath it to hold the construction equipment. Well, the only reason they put construction equipment up there is because the backyard is full of garbage, and the rats have been into our houses, and it's just terrible. It's a mess. They've broken every promise. We just want the Planning Commission to direct the sponsors to show plans, what they built, that it's all safe. I can't tell if any of this is safe because I don't even know what the hell they did. And I look at it all the time, and you know, trying to tell you they did it correctly, and we have pictures. It's not. And we are filing a lawsuit for trespassing. So this will be the second lawsuit for trespassing. They have had a survey for more than 6 months, and have refused to talk to any of us about it or address any of these issues. We hope that you'll be able to help us out and not have this big mansion being built in our little backyards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional public comment in support of the DR? If not, project sponsor, you have a 5-minute presentation.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you very much for taking the time. So my understanding is the DR was for our siding permit. A little backstory on the siding permit. This issue came about because of a misunderstanding. On our original approved plans, which you have a copy of, there is a section that says that the shiplap will be repaired, patched, or replaced as necessary. We understood that to mean that we could replace it if necessary, so we did that. We started replacing it. Mr. Mauricio Hernandez, came to the site in May and told me, hey, looks like you guys are taking too much of the siding down. And I showed it to him, and he said it's very subjective. I need you to go to planning or go to DBI and pull a permit to replace the siding in kind. I said, sure, no problem. Same day, I went down, I got a permit for replacement of siding in kind. I didn't hear anything from them. Everything was golden. We kept working. The framing was inspected. Everything's been inspected. Everything's been okayed. There's pictures in our response that show all the original framing. In September, I get a call saying, or in late August, that this permit should have gone through planning. I didn't know. I'm not a flipper, what all these people keep saying. This is my first project. I'm not a flipper. So I didn't know. That's what happened. We immediately drew up plans, and we submitted them. We followed the process. And then we got DR'd. Now we're here. In regards to some of the things that they've been saying, this has been repeated over and over again. They keep saying that the building is bigger. It is not. We built it within the same envelope. It is not taller. It is not wider. It is not deeper. Mauricio Hernandez has been there. Don Simas has been there. Joe Duffy has been there. Alexandra Kirby has been there. Everybody has been there. They've seen the original studs. The original studs are there. The original floor joists are there. The roof is original. We did not change the roof. We didn't rebuild it. We patched some of the shingles. We replaced shingles, but the roof is original. So, all of these statements are just not factual. And every person at DBI has agreed with us. One more thing I want to mention. The comments that we have not been willing to communicate, also not true. They had contacted Supervisor Wiener's office in November and complained about this project. Andres Powers reached out to me about setting up a mediation. I said, sure, let's do that. One of his rules for this mediation was that they disclosed to us who was going to be at the mediation ahead of time. Their attorney refused to provide the list of who was going to be there. Mr. Power has spoken with planning and has explained all of this. And Mr. Power canceled that meeting because of that. We wanted to talk to them. We've always wanted to make this work. But it just hasn't been possible. That's it.
Thank you. So we'll open it up to public comment in support of the project and opposed to the DR. Seeing none.
He's got a minute and a half.
You got a minute and a half. Wait, just speak into the microphone, though.
If you look in the package as well, the neighbor that's closest to us, that abuts our property, it's also a flag lot type situation. They've provided a letter of support, an extremely thorough letter of support that's in your package, which talks about the fact that they've communicated with us that we've been extremely open and responsive to all requests, and they've viewed the construction process and can attest to the fact that it was not a demo, that we've merely added on framing in order to straighten some of the walls, and that's it. It's all in there. That's all I'd like to add.
Thank you.
And they are the closest neighbor to this property.
All right, so back to public comment. Is there any public comment in support of the project opposed to the DR? Seeing none, DR requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Excuse me, SFGov, can you go to the overhead, please?
I also have to submit here a petition signed by 21 neighbors, very much opposed to the project. If I may hand this to you, John. Thank you. I also want to address the fact that there have been communications. In fact, counsel for the project sponsor has indicated in documentation filed with the San Francisco Superior Court in response to a demur that has been filed, that my client was to take a chill pill and to relax. I've had no direct communication with counsel at all, other than that pleading documentation. I've also been very forthcoming with respect to who was supposed to be going to the mediation with the supervisor. However, in fact, we even had some neighbors flying back from back east to appear at the hearing, but as it turned out that project sponsors was only able to assist with for 2 hours. Our request is very simple. There's 21 neighbors who are opposed to this project. We also have 4 neighbors. We were attempting to have 7 neighbors, and it had been a little bit earlier. There would have been 7 neighbors here opposing. But we have the request of just having the project sponsor. It's a very simple request for the Planning Commission to request the project sponsor to prepare the necessary plans pursuant to the planning code and building codes, so as to allow everyone to understand what was removed, what is planned to be put in place and constructed, and then having the Department of Building Inspection actually inspect. Thank you.
Since there is at least 3 permits that show demolition, what we're asking is 1 permit, a complete as-built showing all the demo, showing how much of the walls they reframed, how much they didn't. Also get clear that this siding permit, their very first siding permit for about 20%, said not visible from the street.
Thank you,
Mr. Buskovich, your time is up.
Project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
So I'd like to just explain that the house, I think somebody came up and said that they were upset that this was taking so long. The house is pretty much done. The interior is done. We've been waiting since September, to finish 1 wall of siding. And the house is done. We've lost a year. The reason we're still there is because of these things. The house has been inspected by numerous inspectors at every level. Alexandra Kirby, preservationist, has been to the property. The zoning administrator has indicated that it was not a de facto demo. They've seen the photos. You have the photos in your package. I could show you again, but you can see them in the package. It was not a demo. And more importantly, the permit is related to siding, replacing in kind. That's all we're trying to do, replace existing siding in kind. No change in the envelope, no change in the structure. It's just a replacement of siding in kind. That's it. And then we'll be done. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
So I guess question four, I mean, the photo here is pretty stark. This is what we get every week from Georgia Shudish. It's a demo, it's a demo, it's a demo, and we have this issue with the building department definition of demo, and our definition right now as it currently stands. As you look at this, and you look at the original, does this look like a demo, Zoning Administrator Sanchez?
Thank you. So in terms of background, it's my understanding that may have started without permit. There had been an NOV. There was a building permit issued in 2015 that did have within it demo calculations. It was reviewed by planning department staff. That permit was issued. It was appealed to the Board of Appeals by, I believe, the property in front of this, 407 30th Street. That appeal was rejected. Work had started. There were allegations that the scope of demolition had been exceeded. Department of Building Inspection has inspected multiple times, found it to be compliant with the demolition calculations that had been made. I understand looking at this that there is extensive new framing that you do see in parts of the photograph, but also under the planning code you can repair in the existing structure. So, I mean, had that been, and I don't know how well that this may have been documented, but elements of that it's my understanding were not in good shape, and this was part of the repair of the building. That can be done under Section 317. It doesn't violate Section 317. This does appear still to be something that is compliant with Section 317. So that is, where we are now. So certainly there are significant elements of the interior framing that have been retained. There are other photographs that are provided by the permit holder that support that. I maybe missed some of the materials that were submitted by the DR requester because all I saw was that really their DR application. I haven't seen anything to justify the allegations that have been made about expansion of the building. Our staff has visited, has not found that the building has expanded or that there are violations here. So, I mean, I hear a lot of complaints that came up here at the hearing that are not very well documented in the DR requester's application, but I know our staff has reviewed this extensively with the Department of Building Inspection. The supervisor's office has been involved. I know that there is, what's been raised also is this issue about encroachment over the property line. I don't know if that is the primary driver of this and these actions. I mean, what the DR requester is asking is that there be plans. I mean, there are plans here with this DR application. There are demo calculations. There were demo calculations in earlier ones. If the issue is this encroachment or potential encroachment over the property line, that is more of a civil matter. We have not been presented with a survey that supports anything like that, to my knowledge. So, I mean, I think that's where we are.
Okay, thanks. How many project sponsor? How many permits did you get to do all the work that you did? Because when we get these kind of, I'll come in and I'll get a little permit for this, and I'll get a permit for that, and all of a sudden the whole building's redone. I mean, we see these every week. How many permits did you secure, and for what?
So we got a permit. The main permit was to remodel the entire house. We got the revision permit for the siding, and we have a permit. We pulled a permit to trench the walkway, because if you look at the picture of the plot map, there's like 60-foot walkway. So we got a permit to trench that to put in new utilities, new water line. And then I think we also pulled a permit for the fence.
Okay.
We did the fence separately.
So we heard from one of the speakers in support of the deal. I see the steps look like they were gone because the one photo shows that there are no steps left. Did you get a permit for the steps?
That was in the original permit to replace those.
So in the original permit, what did it actually encompass? When you say
Full remodel. It was a complete remodel, dig down. So the original house just had living space upstairs and had some unwarranted space downstairs and was built into a hill. And so we dug it down and created living space downstairs. And that was part of the original permit. It was to dig down, add the bedrooms. The plans were bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths downstairs, and turn the upstairs into open floor plan living area.
Okay. The other thing that kind of strikes me a little bit is the discrepancy between the photos given to us by the DR requester. The existing framing is of a different color of the new framing, obviously. And when I look at the photos that were submitted here by your group, and you look through the house, it's of the old color. But when you look at this photo here, it looks like those are kind of gone. As I look in here, it's all this nice new clean wood.
I'm not sure what you're looking at right now.
This photo here that they put up on the screen.
You can actually see the original. You can actually see the original studs sistered on. All of those studs are original.
Okay.
They're in that picture.
Okay.
Like in between, they're there.
Got it. So their request is to have you do an as-built and show everything you've done. This has been going on forever. What is your reaction to that?
I'm not sure why. We've done everything that the building department as well as planning has asked us to do. We've had every inspection, and all of them have been fine. The issue here is one individual is very unhappy that we closed off a gate that he had that led out onto our walkway. And that individual used that gate often. And we let him know that we were going to close it off because it was a security concern. Initially, he claimed that there was an easement. That was not true. Then he decided to hire some attorneys and slow our project down for the last year and a half. Okay. That's the issue here.
Thank you.
It's just not right.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buskovitz, you heard what the project sponsor just said. This is their sister Joyce's as-built. It's not going to do anything for this project or for your client. What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, the issue of trespass or anything is not my issue. That's a civil matter. Shouldn't be in front of the commission. What should be in front of the commission is a master permit that shows everything in one spot, not a permit that went to planning that didn't get checked for the roof, not a permit for the front stairs that was canceled. So the stairs you asked for, that permit is canceled. I don't know how they're doing that. And the point is, the siding is the last piece of the exterior wall that would have made this a remodel. When they took that off, and they did it without a permit. They've removed all the siding now without a permit, and now they're trying to get a permit to clean up the mess. And all we're asking for is a master permit that shows all the work in one spot so planning can say it is a remodel. Maybe it is a remodel, but you have 3 different permits.
So have you looked at the permit that the project sponsor said was a complete remodel of the house that included the stairs and everything? Have you seen that permit?
I've seen that permit, but that's a interior remodel permit that planning approved over the counter.
Okay.
And there's demo calcs on it. I don't know how you do demo calcs over the counter.
Okay.
That's what we can do. I mean, there's no expansion. There's nothing that would have triggered it to be routed upstairs or for neighborhood notification. I mean, there's no reason to have not approved it over the counter.
Except the demo calcs didn't include the roof. That was rebuilt, but they didn't bother to tell you because they submitted those drawings 2 weeks after planning reviewed it.
I'll wait to hear what other commissioners say. Commissioner Moore.
I'm interested in the instructions that zoning administrator Sanchez is giving us relative to demolition and process of approvals. There seemed to be a lot of animosity between the many people that talk here. I raise the question, why is this in front of us? Good question. For a building of that vintage, a cottage, to add new framing is quite typical. At the time when these buildings were built, there was definitely not the attention nor code which required it to be built solidly and permanently as it is trying to do now. So the pictures clearly indicate to me that what is being done here is quite typical for other cottages in the process of being remodeled. I cannot comment about the issue of the siding, an in-kind siding, I assume, is what it is, because the siding, being as old as it is, would have to be replaced either in part or in whole. Most likely you would replace it in whole in order to have a solid and controlled building envelope. I personally do not think that this rises for me to a level of DR, to take DR, and I'm concerned that the personal issues, and again, perhaps it's late and I'm running a little bit out of steam, are more in front of substantive issues that affect of the normal discussions we have in approving a project like that. So I'm prepared to stick with what staff is asking us. I think this is a solid report. The presence of zoning administrator Sanchez together with Mr. Washington give me the confidence that I look at with the right eyes and the right instructions, and I move to approve and not take DR.
Second. Commissioner Koppel.
Not to discount anything any of the other commissioners are saying. Forgive my ignorance. This is my first siding permit, so I'm just unfamiliar with this. I look at the item and I see replacing the siding and support posts, and then I see the pictures, and there's literally a full remodel with brand new rough-in and new fixtures, and I'm just a little confused. And
that was under the previously approved permit from 2015, which had been appealed to the Board of Appeals, upheld by the Board of Appeals. They're working on that. There have been revisions to that permit that have been sought, and yet there was exceeding the scope regarding the citing this permit is to correct that, a complaint which was made by, I don't know who exactly, but this is to correct that issue.
And then it's in front of us since the DR?
Yes, there's no neighborhood notification required for this, but Mr. Buskovich had put the block book notation request, which even though no notice is required, we still provide notice to the person who had requested. They get notice for any permit that the planning department reviews for this property for 1 year, for I think $26 or so. And the response was to file a DR and to bring this to the Commission's attention.
Commissioner Melgar.
Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think you may have legitimate concerns or issues, but I think you're in the wrong venue on this one. I mean, you've obviously gone through DBI and permit appeals in other places, which I think are more appropriate for the specific permits that you're DRing. I think the issue that could be before us is the demo and whether this is a demo or not. But I think we've heard the result of that from the zoning administrator and the department, so I'm supportive of the motion. Commissioner Richards.
I guess I'm still, I look at, why would you rebuild a house and not redo the roof? I mean, I look at the picture of the roof here, and it is brand new with new flashing and new pipes, and it's an absolute complete remodel. Maybe they weren't included in the demo calculations. Mr. Garavaglia handed in what he concluded was an illegal demolition. It just I don't know, it doesn't pass the sniff test for me. So.
Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. On that motion, Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
No.
And Commission President Hillis.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Richards voting against. Commissioners, I don't place this on public comment. I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment?
President Hillis, Commissioners, Jim Salinas. I'm here because very troubled by some of the underhanded tactics I've watched the Northern California Carpenters Regional Council, project on this community. When I say the Northern California Carpenters Regional Council,
Just hold on, sorry, Jim. Can you please take the conversation outside? We need
Excuse
to finish.
me, folks. We still have proceedings.
If you have public comment, you're welcome to stay. Sorry, Jim.
Can't believe they would do that to me, Commissioner. In any event, so what I was saying is that I've watched over the last couple of years as the Northern California Carpenters Regional Council, namely Jay Bradshaw, the Director of Organizing, and his minion, Adrian Simi, bring in dozens and dozens of union members, most of whom don't live in San Francisco, and the union bosses don't live in San Francisco. And the reason I'm bringing this to your attention is because it frustrates the stakeholders, we, the homeowners, we, the renters, we, the taxpayers, because I've been here on many occasions when I've watched neighbors in different neighborhoods say, I'm not going to stick around for that, when they see the seats all full and a long line outside and then folks downstairs. What people do is they go home because, their time is valuable. Which defeats the whole purpose of the Planning Commission, because yours is to hear from the stakeholders, we, the people that live here. And I bring that to your attention because, if it was about, idealistic union efforts, I would be fully supportive of that. But the reality is that they're here simply because they're taking care of the contractors, and the members don't always understand that. Reason I say that, I belong to the most prestigious and historical local in the Brotherhood of Carpenters. 135 years, generations of our carpenters have built this city. And during the greatest construction boom in the history of the city and county of San Francisco, Local 22 lost 1,100 members. So it's not about putting people to work, because if it was, I'd be here fully in support of that. So I'm bringing this to your attention because I know the influence each one of you has. Each one of you cares about this city. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here until 11 p.m. at night. And so I would hope that you would take it upon yourselves to caution the developers, those that think that this is an acceptable practice, because obviously you all influence the consultants and the land use attorneys and the developers. They want to give something back to the community, have them commit voluntarily here to 50% local hire. Thank you, commissioners. Really appreciate all the hard work that you do. Thank you for staying here. I know that we could actually keep you here longer, but we won't. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Margaret Berrigan. One of the things that I did not say that was really important that I wanted to say is that those of us whose properties surrounded that property never got noticed that this thing was even happening, because supposedly you can't see that property from the street, which you can. And but even if you couldn't, let's say, even though you can, and we weren't noticed properly, I don't understand a policy.
This comment period is generally geared for projects that we have not.
Unfortunately, she has the right to speak to items that have already been heard. Where the public comment is still closed.
Go ahead.
Is that I think it's really important, no matter if you can see the property from the street or not, since this property actually, impact many more people than if it sat on the street, in terms of its location, that we be all properly noticed, as we are, for other properties in the neighborhood that are in 100 yards or 100 feet, whatever it is, of our properties. And I think this was really a giant mistake, and I hope the Planning Commission, in terms of its policy, changes its policy so that all of us are noticed all the time, no matter. Okay, so that's my thing. Thank you all.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Meeting's adjourned.